Right, good morning everybody. This is the tower. Now basically a couple of things to go through, and also a very good morning to everybody on the live stream as well. They have joined us now, seeing some images from around the track, well, around the facility, I think is the way to describe it. Can I please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? To give you an update, the time now is 11:45. Live Action Arena is underway at the moment, so that's a place to check out at the moment. We are not that far away from getting things going on the track. We have already got Super Gas in the pairing lanes. We'll have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please, and then that will be followed by Super Comp, and then we're going straight into our Pro session, which is Q3 for our FIA classes, Top Methanol, Pro Modified, of course, the Pro Mods. Oh, we love the Pro Mods. Top Fuel Dragsters, the quickest and fastest accelerating cars on the planet, and Fuel Funny Cars. It's a big mix. Pro Stockers are in there as well. And then, of course, our bike classes as well. So we welcome them down in due course. But it's Street Eliminator we need into the lanes next, please. That will be followed by Super Comp, and we've already got Super Gas in the lanes ready to go. We are not that far away from getting going. Thank you ever so much, Steve, for your patience. That rain shower that came in earlier on this morning certainly put a damper on the proceedings, but we're getting it done and we're getting it ready, and I think today is going to be very, very exciting indeed. We've got eliminations later on today, but we've got a little bit of sports and qualifying to do, get done, and then, of course, our two pro sessions. So that's where we are at the moment. We're not that far away, and we hope you have a fantastic day here at Santa Pod. It's day 3 of 4, and still plenty of action to come. So for the time being, Nitro FM, the airways are once again yours. We will see you soon. Okay, so our tractor is just about to go back onto station, and thank goodness it switched across the centre line because the Fuel Dragster is coming round the corner. Paul Brown doing his first passenger ride of the day. Got 5 runs in yesterday, scheduled for 4 today. Passenger in the back is Jerry Dixon from Falkirk, and this is a retirement present. A very, very almost afternoon, but it's 11:58 in the morning, so a very good morning to everybody out there on the spectator bank. And give us a wave, folks. Show us that you are listening. There we go. Yep, they are. And of course on the grandstands as well, a very good morning to you. Right, 2-seater dragster. Then we go into super gas, then street eliminator, and then I know some of them are double classing, but please can we have super comp into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have super comp into the pairing lanes? And once we've done those 3 classes, it's straight into our pro session. It's 2 runs yesterday, 2 runs today, so it becomes Q3 for our pros. Your commentary team, Thomas Cook-Abbott, Darren Bradford and myself. We look forward to calling the action of day 3 or 4 here at the main event.
And what a way to retire it is. Send yourself hurtling down the quarter mile in the back of a dragster.
Yeah, around about 8 seconds. Around about 165 to 168 miles an hour. I was speaking to Paul actually. They were saying that the headwind was really effective yesterday. 8:08, 164. Okay, right, we go into qualifying. This is qualifying session number 5 for Super Gas. The aim of the game here, if you look on those top scoreboards there, you will see 9.90. All of the cars that you're about to see will try and get as close to that as possible. And when we say close, Stuart Doyney is number 1 qualifier at the moment. He went 9.90 with a 2. We're talking thousandths of a second, not tenths or hundredths. Richard Tunstall, he's currently 3rd. John Dalrymple currently 17th. I think Richard put the wrong throttle stop in. He went 8.93. A schoolboy error there for Richard, unless he was practicing.
Probably
10.12 for John.
It may be because he's got the gas combination dialed and he wants to get a practice run for comp, which is coming up in just a minute. Actually, it's not far away at all.
No, let's just say he made a mistake. It's more amusing.
That'll be it.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
We'll go with that. Andy Dibley in the slick tricks lane, currently in at 12 with a 9.99. I'm sure Dibs does want to improve on that by some margin. Now, you need to get as close to 9.90 as possible. You can't go too quick. Anything 9.8, 9.7, whatever, anything under 9.90, the run doesn't count. Up against Andy Harrison in the Kestrel lane with the Sierra.
Well, all the top 16 have run 9.9. 994. Andy Harrison hits the number. He only goes into 4th position though. 9.90 with a 4.
Apologies to Andy Dibley. He wasn't 9.99. That was Andy Harrison, actually. Andy had already run close to what he did just then. He's only number 12 with a 9.94. This is rough. This is hard work. Also, Tony Morris Carburetors. Tony, if you're listening in, hopefully you've had time to get out of bed and tune in from Florida. Very good morning. Don Scott, Sarah Unsworth, your next pair, the Lemon Drizzle in the Slick Tricks range. Stick Shift Mustang.
And thank you ever so much indeed to the team for dropping off that lemon drizzle cake. We have a knife today, we can actually slice it up.
Up against Don Scott with a big Plymouth. Too quick in both lanes. That's a perfect example of what we call a breakout. 9.80 won't count. 9.83 won't count. However, good news for Sarah is, I don't want to say she's learned how to drive again, but that's what she posted on Facebook, so I can say it out loud. She posted the other day that she said she'd lost the ability to drive a stick shift car. However, that proves she hasn't.
Stefan Raffeltraff with Chevy Nova, the Blow Nova. Currently number 9, going alongside Dave Cherrett, number 14. Now, David's run 9.95. He's 500ths of a second off, and he's got 13 people in front of him.
Up against Stefan Raffletrath with the Nova. 92's a pair. Well, Dave Cherrett actually moves up to number 9. You have to love how tough this is.
Yeah.
Stefan Raffletrath went 9.92 with an 8, and he's number 10.
And not only that, they both had 0 reaction times to the tree as well. This is going to be a real tough fight in Super Gas this weekend.
Is it ever? Bob Malden, Vic Parsons, who both double classing this weekend, I think, in Pro ET as well. Vic is number 6. He's been 9.91. Bob Malden in at 12 with a 9.94.
So if you look at those scoreboards for your first-time visitors, the top numbers lay reaction time. The bottom number is what they're trying to hit, and Bob Mould, you can see 982, too quick, no help for him. Vic has already done better than that. He had been on a 991, he went 1001, no help. Rob Stanley and Wayne Hiscock up next.
So Rob's first weekend with the car. He's currently qualified at number 19. The team, Rob and Conrad, had everything in their arsenal to make this a winning combination.
Just very quickly, FIA Top Methanol, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Top Methanol, can we have you into the pairing lanes?
Thank you. Up against Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle. .10.62 at 132 for Rob. The speed's there, but just not the ET, sadly. That will not be an improvement. So Dave Fulton, who we said the other day is triple classing in 3 classes with a different car, just to make life even more fun.
Dave said, thank you, Daryl, for Dead on Dave.
Hey, I gave him his previous name,
Yeah.
which he probably wasn't that fond of, so...
So Dave Fulton, Mark White. Big wheelie off the line there for Mark White. Lovely control.
They're going to go some to improve their current time. And they do. No, he doesn't.
Well, Dave Fulton goes 990 with a 6. He's already been 990 with a 3. But it's an 04 light as well. Watch out. Dead on Dave's about.
It's because he's been renamed.
Yeah.
He's reborn. He's been reborn as Dead on Dave.
Yeah. Nice to see Simon Fulton here as well. He said he can't keep away. So
did he try to then? Was that the plan?
No. He's they go through a big rebuild with the Falcon.
Okay.
Might make European finals. If not, he'll be back next year.
Stu Morris, Ronald House. You're next to big throttle stop for the Camaro and the Chevy wagon. 93 and the 97, no help for either, actually. Ronald improved his time slightly, but not the qualifying position.
What's really impressive is they're all cutting 0 lights as well, which means they are reacting to the tree superbly.
Ronnie Mercer with the gas on. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Tim Moore and Ronnie Mercer.
So what you saw, that little cloud in front of the car, a number of the teams run it in different classes. It's what we call a power adder, nitrous oxide, which is liquid, effectively liquid oxygen or spray oxygen. And it gives the cars extra horsepower because fuel mixed with air is what makes it. And extra oxygen going into the car gives it more oomph. 9:51.
Wow. Where did that come from?
Don't know.
Something tells me that was planned by the celebration on the start line.
Team leader is applauding Tim for breaking out by 0.4 of a second. Well done.
First run for Lee Morris. Goodness me. So
Well, he's been in Pro ET.
Yeah.
So he's obviously having to go in gas as well now.
Must have been, well, yeah.
Well, better late than never.
Well, everyone had 4 qualifying runs in these classes on Thursday. Some of our sportsman classes did yesterday, but not everybody, hence they're running now. Stu Doyney, though, with the Roadster, defending UK Supergas champion.
And the current #1 qualifier.
And that's why...
Considering Lee Morris hasn't had a run in the class, 9:89.4. That was a cracking effort.
Super impressive. Supergas is done for now. We're on to Street Eliminator. Everything you're going to be seeing rolling around under the tower for about the next 5 minutes is street legal. So, taxed, insured, MOT'd.
And in street legal trim, they could literally drive off the end of the track and go to McDonald's if they wanted.
Or Burger King, if that's their preference, depending on. Michael D'Souza with the Zephyr taking on Nigel Hale's first run of the weekend as well.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a few in this session going to be their first runs, I think. We've only got 10 cars with numbers on the board. We had a lot more than that entered. A lot.
Right, I believe they found the issue with Michael D'Souza's nitrous as well. It needs a lot more wiring, or rewiring, I should say. 10:26, place 10:44.
Good run for Nigel Hale, actually.
That is a stout number.
135 miles an hour as well for that big pickup truck. It's really impressive. So, Hazel Carter with Perry the Passat. Again, some of the cars you're going to see look like what you would normally think would be road cars. However, that Passat is indecently quick, as is the other one in the other lane.
Yeah, it's your #1 qualifier, Rob Carter, 7.47 at over 190 miles an hour this weekend. And don't forget, this is a street car.
Yeah, if you ever wanted a speed comparison, the car in the Kettle lane is a quick street car. But watch the one in the Slitrix lane. Perry rolls through, unfortunately, and the boot opens.
Active aero.
Wheel spin for Rob, but he's gonna go almost all the way. Still goes 8:29.
Yeah, Perry isn't going to get any laps time rolling through the lights, unfortunately.
It's a shame they have shall we say, the nitrous and the boot release on the same button.
That could be what it is.
We do know that the Passat hasn't got nitrous, by the way, but yeah, it was a good excuse.
I'll tell you what, they're pretty decent boot struts as well to hold the boot open at what I can only guarantee is over 100 mile an hour.
Julian Bayer did it last week or the other day, Thursday? I can't remember. I've been in a while.
Oh, look, it's Tiny Hugs Higgs, as I've been told to announce this time round.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Going alongside revelation this season, Joe Baxter. Now, apparently, if we look on the back window, yeah, drive it like you stole it. I identify as a 200-mile-an-hour Capri. Yeah, this is Tony Higgs with not his normal race car. Unfortunately, he really did some serious damage to the engine. So apparently he's now called Tiny Hugs Higgs. And he's stolen this BMW to have a go. He needs to run quicker than 13.5 to get in the show. Joe Baxter has already run 770. Oh, a little bit of a wander at the top end for Joe. Goes 8.19 at 178.
I don't think Tony's going to get there.
Come on, Tony. Come on, come on. Oh! 13.63. 105 miles an hour. 13, missed it by 13 hundredths of a second.
That's still not bad, though. And also, he got the view of a guy in the other lane doing what he normally does to them, if you see what I mean. You know, he normally leaves everyone else standing.
Now they can go and put the interior and everything back in the car if they hadn't already taken it out. Right, okay, James Murray with the LS-powered Cortina Estate. You think, what on earth is that doing here? That is a proper sleeper. You would not think this car will go mid-nines down the quarter mile. Going alongside Mark Sheridan with the Cuda, 762 is his current marker. This car has been over 200 miles an hour. I spotted something. in front of.
Yeah, literally spotted. It's what's happening is the reason they're doing that with the squeegees is because some of the cars, if they've been sitting around in the rain, even though they've been dried off to the best of their ability, when you nail the throttle, it more finds its way out, doesn't it?
Either that or Tony had the air conditioning on in the BMW and it.
H is not happy because he went into double bolt. It's okay. He's backed out again. It's all good. So if it goes to form, the Cuda will run away in the distance, but it won't hold on the line. So he won't get any laps time. James Murray with the Cortina wheel. That Cuda probably has gone over 200 miles an hour right there.
9:44. Wow, his quickest of the weekend, James Murray.
Going to work on Tuesday and say, I saw a full Cortina go 141 miles an hour with the shootouts. Yeah, okay. Victoria Smith and Graham Smith, no relation. One car with nitrous oxide, hence the puffs of smoke out the top there. That's a power adder of Graham's choice. And in the other lane, I'm not going to mention anything about turbo cars.
Well, no, because Graham really likes them.
He loves them.
He loves them.
It's going to be a solo for Graham.
He's currently number 5 with an 864. And how much nitrous has he got in there?
Well, he's still purging it.
Yeah.
It identifies as a jet car. Just in a different place. So good luck, Graham. Couple of tyre spinning launches, which is why it's in the mid-8s. He's run 8.0, wasn't it, at the end of last year? Yeah, why run? I don't think that was tyre spin. I think that was a driver going, oh, that went. It'll be a good run. And it was 8.49, 161 miles an hour.
Right, Victoria Smith now rolls forward to get her run in.
Last car in the class as well before we go to Supercomp, I think.
Well, is Kai Humberly down there as well?
No, Kai's not there, I don't think.
Yeah, he's below us.
He is, sorry.
He's doing his burnout right now.
Just couldn't hear it.
So Vicky not been having a dream weekend this weekend. She still sits at number 4. Wants a magical number that starts with a 2 and then has 2 zeros following it. Car more than capable of running into the low 7s. It's not been there yet.
.133 to 60 for Vic. That's really, really good. Let's see if the power comes on in the other end of the track. The result is 797, 190 miles an hour. Still really quick and fast for a car of that size. They look happy though. 12.46 for Kai as we move into Supercomp. Right after Supercomp as well, everybody. If you haven't already, now's the time to get in a good time to get in the viewing area, because after Supercomp we go straight into FIA Top Methanol and Pro Modified and everything else that goes very fast and loud after that.
First up, Charlie Seaward with the, depending on which side you look at the car, the bracketeer or the racketeer, alongside Warren Watts, just another nobody. That's what he calls the car. This is a bit like Supergas you saw earlier. This time, though, it's 8.90, the class index.
Yeah, 2 very different ways of going Camaro Supercomp racing.
Warren currently number 5 on an 8.97. Charlie currently number 3 on an 8.93. Side by side, and 8.99 plays an 8.98. No help for either of them, they both stay put. And please can I have FIA Pro Modified into the parent lanes, please. Pro Modified, let's have you in the lanes, please. So Ronald House is your number 1 qualifier at the moment, followed by Dave Fulton, Charlie Seawood, Stevie Gates, Warren Watts, John Turner, and that is Ellie Mae Brown, who's currently number 8, does her burnout. And on the other side of the track is going to be Stevie Gates with Ziva. Stevie doesn't do his burnout across the start line. He can't do it in Pro ET, so he does the same process in Super Comp. Now he'll wait for Ellie Mae to come back, and then he'll do his burnout to heat his tyres up.
Just like that. So Ellie, the more traditional car with the Mystic Dragster, rear engine Dragster with a throttle stop, and Stevie Gates, less conventional, just wind a bolt out on the end of the pedal.
Yeah, interestingly, both of them need to slow down to run 890.
You can hear the stop come off for Ellie. Both got across the line at roughly the same time with an 896 and a 9 flat.
Well, Ellie moves up from 8 to 6, 10th of a second off where she wanted to be, but it's still moving in the right direction.
Andy Clifford, his first run of the weekend. Turned up on Thursday and instantly had issues. So spent the last few days getting those ironed out, ready to put a run in.
Talking about working through problems, Nathan Hulks, my goodness me, they hold a piston, I think, and they needed loads of bits to get it all done. They actually took the top half of the engine apart, got it rebuilt, and they were ready to go late yesterday, but here they are this morning. Going to give it a go. They haven't really got any data for this run, so they're going to go back a month to look at the data from then, put that in the car and see what it will do.
Well, they're both going to be close to the number at the stripe. They're neck and neck going down the track. 895 for Andy and an 897 for Nathan.
I think they're both breathing a sigh of relief there. Well done.
Yeah, Andy goes straight into number 5 for that.
Right, Dave Fulton and Richard Tunstall. You saw Richard a few moments ago running in Super Gas, but he ran a Super Comp number. I hope he runs an 8.9 and hasn't switched it to a 9.9 this time round.
Yeah, we've seen Dave running gas as well, so both of these roadsters come back round nice and quickly. Very, very short throttle stops on both.
882 breakout, but Dave Fulton goes to number 1. Dead on Dave, 8.902. Goes to top of the pile. John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. Got the track to himself.
I'm convinced his wheelie bars get longer every time he comes on track. John currently sits number 9 with a 9.00. Was number 8 coming into the session, but just got bumped down by Ellie. Lovely straight launch. No improvement for him.
Yep, 9.10 at 148.
Okay,
Wow.
So a car we've only seen in Pro ET this weekend, but now currently running in Super Comp. Oh, this is Leah Kellett. I've just seen the
my
number.
word, yeah.
Super Comp number 1, taking the drive in Billy Everett's Mr. Vane Duster.
Yeah, because Leah's car is completely broken this weekend. Transmission, I believe. Going alongside Ronald House. So Leah, oh my goodness me, what immense generosity from Billy.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain this car is capable of running 8.90, but it's points.
Oh, it's not getting off the line. It's not.
Yeah, still points for Leah though. She'll still get qualified. She'll still stay in the championship. It's a 9 flat for Ronald House. Yeah, issues for the Dolly Daydream Dragster. And it is issues as well because Leah's leading the championship.
Well, Billy, fantastic, mate. Well done. Yeah. That's full respect from one race team to another. It really is. Right, if it's your first time visit to Santapod, welcome. We're going to turn the volume up a bit. We're going to put the heating on as we get ready to welcome Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, the Jet Dragster. Quick catch-up, actually. I managed to find Linda, who won our quiz, sat on the grandstand over there. Well done to Linda. And with Callum as well this weekend. Yesterday, they went over to Silverstone to see the bikes. And here today to see the bikes here, along with all the cars as well. So a very warm welcome. They are first-time visitors to Santapod this weekend. I hope you enjoy the show. Also caught up with 3rd place in the quiz because we disqualified the 2nd place one because it was in-house. That was Simon Trigwell. He took part in the quiz whilst on the campsite. So well done to Simon and both of them for taking part and doing well. Got a little gift voucher from Santapod. So thank you ever so much indeed for everybody that took part. It was a lot of fun. We look forward to doing it again, but in a funny sort of way, we hope we don't have to do it again because it did take a lot of time, which meant the track was down. But another tranche of questions will be lined up in due course, and another big event, if we get enough time to do that, then we'll give it a go. But thank you ever so much. It was a trial just to see if it would work, and I tell you what, I think it did.
Well, it kept you lot entertained for a little while, didn't it?
It did.
It's always a good thing.
Well, you were just laughing at everybody. You didn't take part.
I was just sitting back and listening. Well, I had a go. I pinched Josie's phone to have a quick go, and I was so rubbish, I gave it to Robin. That's what happened.
Ah, right. Okay. So that's why it didn't start very well, but it came on.
Exactly.
It was a very strong finish.
we know where the brains are in the tower, don't we?
Yeah, and it's not in the commentary box.
No,
it's further along.
Nowhere near. Okay, so Martin with the Jet Dragster. All you lot in VIP, hope you're having a wonderful day. It's about to get, like Colin said, a lot louder. And if you've never seen this car before, whether you're upstairs or downstairs, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, hands up those first-time visitors to Santapod this weekend. Oh, there's a few up there. On the grandstands, first-time visitors. Well, we know Callum and Linda are first-time visitors. We've got a few others. Everybody else knows what's going to happen, and they're all going to be looking at you to get your reaction. So, of course, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Yeah, we are that mad here. We run things with jets on them. We run steam. We see Graham Sykes later on. And every other form of propulsion in an engine that we can find.
So here we go then. Martin Hill, Fire Force number 5. This vehicle has been over 300 mile an hour. He's not supposed to do that, but it has been.
For those that like the technical things about this thing, it uses around about 25 gallons of fuel on a run. It experiences 5G on acceleration, and when he pulls a chute, it's 7G negative when the chute's hit. It's got a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine in there, the equivalent of around about 10,000 horsepower.
Now they can't hear us. If you can hear me, watch everybody on the VIP balcony if you've seen this before. It's always fun.
Yeah, they're all filming it. Hope they hold on to their phones nice and tight.
Yeah, they're about to drop them and hold their ears.
Those of you in the live stream can see a brilliant shot of Martin Hill there behind the controls of the Fire Force 5 jet.
And if you thought that was loud, just wait for Martin Hill to turn up the jet. And all you brave souls on VIP with no ear defenders on.
Okay, so Martin is pretty much there. He'll roll forward, put the first set of bulbs on. He'll go into the second stage. He's in stage now. He'll wind the jet up all the way and then let it go. Fantastic run, 5:33, 283 miles an hour at the stripe. From the Fire Force 5 Jet Dragster, 0.96 to the 60-foot mark. At the 8th mile, he was doing 222 miles an hour, and he got there in 3.63 seconds. So if you want to tell your friends at school or your neighbours at home, what did you see at the weekend? Said, yeah, I saw a jet car go 0 to 222 in 3.63 seconds. That's incredible numbers.
Certainly is. We're moving on with qualifying for our FIA classes. They've got 2 more stabs at it today. So I'm just going to have a quick wander around the back of this house. Who's in the lanes and ready to go? I think Sandro Bellio with the funny car is back. They missed the second qualifying session yesterday, and they may well be first down. We've got. It's always nice when you walk around the corner and you've got staging lanes full of pro modifieds and dragsters and funny cars and everything else as well. So Sandro's rolling round with the Monte Carlo funny car from Belgium. Right behind Tony Brinterson, I can see Tina Hurst-Nedregard as well, and Johnny Lag. And all the pro mods as well, just getting strapped in too. John Webster's about to get into Fast at Company 2. So, the car behind the tower now is what's called a Top Methanol funny car. This class is a mix of dragsters and funny cars. This is the only funny car in the field this weekend. Supercharged and injected, running on methanol fuel, producing quite a few thousand brake horsepower. Runner best down into the 5.4s, which is frankly world class, is what they run pretty much everywhere on the planet that they run these cars. However, Sandro didn't have a great first run yesterday. They spent a bit of a time yesterday evening fixing everything, and now they're back for another stab at it today. With the headwind, it takes most of these cars quite fun to drive, to say the least, but they're given the signal to fire them up. Here comes Sandro.
So, if a Hemi wasn't big enough, we're going to strap a screw-style supercharger to the top of it. And put it under the body of a Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
That's a frustration burnout, that one. I wanted to, they're trying to put away the demons from yesterday.
Either that or scrubbing a new set of tyres.
Yeah.
Or trying to wear them out on the first burnout anyway. So if people haven't been before, the burnout is not really for show. It's to make sure the tyres are up to operating temperature, lays down a fresh track of rubber on the racetrack. Believe it or not, over the course of a day, yes, just a day, the amount of rubber on the racetrack means that the crew have to scrape the starting line to take it all off for the next day. So current number 1 qualifier is Tony Brinton with the 5.31. When you add the 0.22 stagger for the funny car in, Sandro needs to go quicker than a 5.53 to nab the number 1 spot.
Yeah, more than capable of it too. Can go, as Daryl said, can go down into the 5.4s.
Sandro currently number 3 on a 5.96. As I say, anything lower than 5.60 will do. Little bit of shake, but drove through it, got the pedal all the way down. Goes 5.57 at 252.
Well, it looked like he might have gone slower than that simply because the chute looked like it came out early. But
Yeah.
that was a really, really sweet-looking run. That's exactly what it's supposed to look like. Just very quickly, Danny, sorry, before you disappear. Welcome back to the start line. You didn't have a great day yesterday, but that was a lot better.
That was better, but was still shaking. So if we get the shake out, it will go 5.4s. Easy.
Good stuff. It's always good to have you here, and you've got to do it for the funny cars. Come on, someone's got to beat those dragsters.
Yeah, there's got to be someone. So we will be here always with the funny car.
It'll be you guys. Thank you. Danny Bellio, everybody. Thank you very much, Danny, and the whole team. Well done.
Yeah, 5.4s I think I've ever had described as easy.
It's because I think they've done it a while now, and they know where it is in the car, basically.
So coming up next then, Tony Brinterson in the Slitrix lane taking on Silvio Strauch. Silvio is the same combination you've just seen, just in a different style chassis. So similar engines with a screw-style supercharger with the clutch and all that goodness, but in the back of a dragster this time. The other side of the track with Tony Brinterson from Sweden, a Fuel Dragster. All intents and purposes, this is a top fuel car, just without the supercharger on it.
Which is what Tony used to drive. I know the team have well, they have a goal. They used to race Top Fuel 30 years ago. Sorry, Tony, I'm not going to say exactly how long ago. But the quickest they ran with that car was 5.22. They have got oh so close to that number with this car. That's what they want to beat. They want to go quicker than the 5.22 with this machine. And they do actually have every part, piece and bit of experience to be able to do that. So good luck to both teams. Good luck to Silvio as well. Silvio Strauch with the engine goes car in the Kestrel lane because brand new car to them. They didn't have a great day yesterday. It did start, it did go. They are qualified, but they want to be back in the fives where they belong.
Yeah, some of you may actually even struggle to hear the A Fuel car. They say no supercharger, that means it's naturally aspirated. There's nothing that's forcing any more air into that engine. The only thing it's got to make it go quicker is a bit of nitromethane.
Which is handy because it carries its own oxygen. So this is the match-up between two cars that should be well into the fives. Tony on his first run yesterday went 5.31 at over 270 miles an hour. Silvio nowhere near the performance that that car can produce. However, it's their first weekend with that car in this configuration.
Yeah, Silvio yesterday, the rear end seemed to hop forwards before the car did. The chassis really did pick up in the middle. Two very different staging procedures as well. You're going to hear Silvio go up on the RPMs and just roll the car forwards like Sandro did with the funny car. Tony on the other side of the track, you'll see the thing really start to rock and shake as he moves his thing into stage. That's him turning the fuel pump onto the high side. All of the nitro filling the cylinders, drops the RPMs down a whole bunch. Tony goes in deep, Silvio gets the jump, and Tony's driven round him to a 5.38, 273 miles an hour.
Wow, Silvio gets the chutes out way down the shutdown area. I hope he's stopping in time. Tony, though, 273 miles an hour, 5.38. Considering he dropped cylinders off the start line, that was amazing. I'm guessing that was you, Dick.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Look, we were all thinking the same thing. Still, Silvio was on a storming run.
Yeah.
I do hope he stopped and got round the corner.
He's still inside.
Yeah, Silvio ran 5.64, 253 miles an hour. He's round the corner now. It's actually Tony who's stuck on track, I believe.
Yes, you're right, yeah.
Well, that was lively, to say the least, wasn't it? Goodness me. Well, Silvio's definitely not afraid of his right foot, but he was very close. Well, give the teams a massive round of applause, please. Tony Bridgerton, still your #1 qualifier. Also, 273 miles an hour. And the Engine Ghost team. They may well be the underwear change team when they go and get Silvio. Goodness me, that was way too lively.
And for David, on the back of the little Smart, the 60-foot time was 0.889.
They're going to be super happy with that. He had a pedal out there as well, didn't he? So that was nice. That was really good.
Well, Tony stays #1. So I'll make the note of these numbers, 5:38. And say Silvio, a 5:64. Moves him up to #4.
So if they both made it off at the top end of the racetrack, I'm amazed that Silvio did, though, because he was on it. Yeah.
Well, and really close to the wall as well.
And past the finish line, he got close to the wall.
Ooh.
I think he was too busy keeping the car off the wall to pull the chutes, and then they've got an automatic. Tell us about that, Tick. So there's an automatic system on the car to pull the chutes if the driver doesn't do it, which I think may be what happened.
That does a few things. If the burst panel goes, then the connector will be disconnected, and that activates the system. So the fuel shut-off will close, the parachutes will deploy, and the engine will shut off. And after 400 meters, well, let's say I think it's almost 500 meters, there's a transponder in the track and there's an antenna in the car. If you pass that, it will also deploy the chutes and activate all the systems.
Well, that and the headwind might have been very handy for Silvio down there. That was lively. So 2A Fuel Dragsters next. Johnny Lag, who went in the 5.3s as well yesterday. He's in the Kestrel lane, and in the Slick Tricks lane, Tina Hosnegergaard, who has the capability of taking the #1. So our other half and crew chief, Daniel Yebborn. Daniel's been down into the 5.2s with his car. Tina on her first ever full run in this car at TF went 5.26, but they said to me at the top end yesterday, there's lots of new stuff on the car they're trying to figure out. Daniel said they just want a good run from one end to the other, and then once they've done that, he's got something to tune from, and it should be good.
Yeah, Johnny Lag has been jumped down into the #3 spot thanks to Sandro's 5.57. Tina not made a representative pass yet, only managed a 6.03. Both these cars more than capable of what they've ran. And now you'll really hear the RPMs drop as they go into stage, turning the nitro onto full. One of the wonders of the world is listening to Fuel Dragsters and Top Methanol Dragsters stage.
So Johnny and Tina currently #3 and #5 in the qualified order. 5:39 and 6:03 are their bests. They both roll into pre-stage. Your last pairing, Top Methanol.
Johnny blows the tyres off, smoke bellowing out the back of Tina's car. Still goes 6:01 at only 224 miles an hour. That looks like it was eating itself the whole way down.
That was a weird one, actually, because I thought it was a wisp of tyre smoke to start with, but then it didn't go away, did it? So the track crew don't look too concerned for now, which is a good thing. But the car drops a cylinder, you can see it almost straight away. That's what's, I think, driving Daniel nuts at the moment with the tuning, is that as soon as Tina steps on the gas, it just doesn't move, like it doesn't take off like it's, well, they want it to, let's put it that way. So they got one more stab at it a bit later on today in qualifying, and then we're going into eliminations, but 6-0s was not what they came from the north of Sweden for.
No,
absolutely not, unfortunately. But
I'm always monitoring the little points now, Darryl, as you know. We discussed this earlier on. Sandro actually picks up the 3 points for being the quickest in the round. Tony Brinison gets the 2, and Silvio gets the 1.
Well, good news is track is clear. We're on with FIA Pro Modified, which is obviously White Dicks there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right, I've got a big update from John Webster as he comes around the corner, actually. yesterday's run, they basically underestimated the start lane, which was very tight. They couldn't initiate enough wheel speed. It forced the torque converter to slip more than usual and allowed the motor to reach higher RPM and power earlier on the track, which subsequently overpowered the track. They had broken wheelie bars, a CO2 regulator, broken headers, broken electrical components, loose hoses and bolts. It punched the body mounts through the body, so you see all the silver plate around the rear bodywork. They fixed it all overnight and they're ready to go today.
Yeah,
Good.
but I just spoke to him, and the good news is he always had back pain, and that's gone now.
One good thing from Tyre Shake. That's normally the opposite, isn't it? Well, that was, I remember now, that was the first run, and that's where I took the camera with me to show everybody what the tyre shake was like.
Yeah.
And it shook out, at least it doesn't have to clean under the body now, because it shook out all the rubber and everything from underneath it. But yeah, John Webster, master fabricator, and not a bad race car driver either over the years, driven all sorts of things. This is the one thing that he really, really wants to master and get right. He's been 5.90. Current number one is David, I think, with the 587.
Yep.
John will take anything in the fives, maybe low sixes.
Oh.
Well, he was on
that's
for a
too bad.
really good
Yeah.
run there, 102 to 60 foot, and then the thing just went away.
Yeah, but I think it didn't go to the next gear. That's how it sounded.
It sounded like it got stuck, and when he got
Yeah.
off it, it's a couple of pops and bangs. But anyway, he's still in the show for the moment. That's got something, gives him something to work from. We still have most of the cars running in Pro Mod. Anyone have any big issues?
Yeah, obviously the car that he should have been alongside there, Dave Smith, we know he's out for the weekend, spun a main bearing. I called into the team last night, had a chat with John Sturman, the crew chief, and literally the engine was stripped completely bare. Looking at the crank, you could see all the damage on one end of it. They could regrind it, but the obviously thing there, you'd have to have oversized bearings in.
Yeah.
And they don't really want to do that, so they're on the hunt for a new crank, which, as you know, Dick, is a very hard job.
Yeah, that's about 13 months lead time at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, David had to change an engine yesterday, not because it broke, but there was so much unbalanced vibration in it, everything came loose. So.
Well, you got Marcus Hilt here, should have been alongside Kev Slyfield.
We haven't seen Kev since Q1 on his birthday, sadly. It did sound like the car was not happy on all 8 cylinders when it ran the first time yesterday. He's got a number on the board, but I'm sure they would be here for this session if they could be.
Yeah.
So Marcus with the Punisher, personal best in the 6.1s. One of a couple of cars here from Switzerland this weekend in Pro Modified, and they're both 63 Corvettes.
We have FIA Top Fuel Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. FIA Top Fuel Dragster into the lanes.
So Marcus is helped, as always, by Cam Stanley, who's standing right behind the car. Cam was one of the founder members of the Wild Bunch in the US back in the 1980s. He was one of the first on the planet to run a blown door car, and some really, really wild creations all the way up until their current ride and his son's, which is a Cadillac of all things. However, it's a very, very quick and fast Cadillac with a blower on it. So good luck, Marcus. Hope for a strong run.
Tyre shake and all sorts of issues for Marcus. Goes 766, 195.
Yeah, a tyre shake around about 100 foot out. What we mean by tyre shake is where everything's not balanced and happy, if you like, and turns the rear tyres into a few thousand horsepower rubber balls. So what was the 60 foot like, Colin? Just
108.
Okay, yeah, a little bit down. That's almost a second gear launch, actually, but just didn't make the wheel speed, I think, was the main problem with that one.
Right, next pair, Mark Hartveld and Kim Christensen. These two are ahead of the lanes.
Yeah, Mark Hartveld was part of one of the highlight reels yesterday on the Santa Pod's Facebook page.
Yeah, doing his absolute best to scare Callum. Took a hard turn towards the wall, got off the power nicely and gathered it up. Kim looking like he's having issues starting the Firebird. The car you hear running there is Mark Hartveld with the Voodoo Hemi Superbird.
It's running now.
There we go.
So the car King Christensen now owns and drives used to be Mark Mayhausen's car. Mark is actually here this weekend on the crew, Dick, is that right?
Yeah, he's now the clutch guy. And as you know, clutch guys matter.
Definitely that.
Stretching the rods.
Of course. Well, some people do that. Again, you mentioned that. So some people do much higher RPM burnouts than others. Does it make much of a difference, or does it just wear stuff out over time?
Well, it's not easy to make a burnout, especially not a rolling burnout, to keep your foot that way that you have a consistent RPM and not getting too much grip on the tire. And some people prefer it like that, like Dave Smith always does it full throttle in the rev limiter, and well, that's not really what the engine likes. So it could have been kind of a cause to get his engine damaged.
Well, Joe is actually on both cars.
Yeah.
He was on Kim's car now, and now he's over with Mark again.
So we got Denmark and the Netherlands represented here. Mark Hartfeld, currently a number 3 qualifier, went 5.99 yesterday, and Kim 10.24. We know Kim can go a lot quicker than that. Mark Hartfeld would love to go quicker than that 5.99 as well.
Kim getting all sorts of out of shape. He's off the throttle now. Mark Hartfeld goes through with a 587, 244 miles an hour. That puts him up to number 1.
That was outstanding, and for a couple of reasons. One, that's not the most aerodynamic car we've got, but also into that headwind as well. Very quickly, Jerry, working on both cars, but a 587, one of you is going to be number 1.
Well, very happy about it, of course. Just a kind of a big walk sometimes.
Well, he was a little bit out of shape yesterday, but the car's been the 580s just about every run now. It's really good.
Well, of course, we try to improve, but staying in the 580s, that would be good for now, that's for sure.
Welcome back, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Jerry Wunderberg, who I'm sure you know very well, Dick.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was less than 100th off his PB, and that's the fastest he's ever been. 244.1 beats his previous of 243.6.
And saying it again, into a huge headwind as well, with a car that isn't that, it looks it, but it's not that aerodynamic.
Yeah, okay, but it's also free boost pressure. So.
Good way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Andre on.
Well, two guys who were out at the door slammers last weekend. The guy in the left-hand lane, the Kestrel lane, Andre Arnover won it. He's been in the 5.6s and the 5.7s the whole time. Hasn't been quicker than 7 seconds yet this weekend. All kinds of rough stuff going on for him. However, he's one run away from the number 1 spot, as actually is Michel Turenne, because he was in the 5.8s last weekend.
Yeah, 581.
Getting close to the 5.70s as well.
Yeah, as Daryl said, Andrew Arnover, the only 5.6 second legal pro mod in Europe. Did it back at the Festival of Power. He's not been there again since, which I know, knowing Andrews, is absolutely killing him. He's only 1 run away.
Oh, they get so many runs on this racetrack. They basically come here from Estonia at the start of April, and they won't be leaving until around about the end of July, something like that, after the bug jam. They run every event they possibly can over here and then go back on the European tour. So good luck to both of them. Every chance of a side-by-side 580, maybe even a 5.7, you never know.
Dragsters. Michel Turenne all the way through, a bit of a wiggle at 1,000 foot, goes 5.93, 242 miles an hour, moves him up from number 16 to number 4.
It drove through a lot of tire shake there.
I'm not entirely sure whether they're happy or upset about that. What do you think?
They look happy.
They look happy. Okay, fair enough.
They had all kinds of issues yesterday with shifters and controlling the shift points, but now they seem to find it.
Well, Andre Arnover, who is the points leader in the UK Pro Mod Championship, has not been beaten yet in 2025. Has not made it down the racetrack in 3 attempts so far this weekend. Instant spin, so unusual.
Yeah.
So unusual. But
one more try later this afternoon.
Andy Robinson and Bruno Bada, old sparring partners, coming around the corner now. Both these drivers have been doing it for over 20 years.
Andy's been in Pro Mod since the late 80s. Sorry, Andy. What were you saying about consistent right foot?
No, nothing.
That's honestly down here. That was a bit too lively, but there we are. Anyway, Andy and Bruno. Andy Robinson, race car builder, master fabricator from down there. Builds a number of cars in this class, actually, including David's car.
Yep. And Kim Christian's car.
Of course, yeah. A number of them. Against Bruno Bardo with the Corvette from Switzerland, and as we worked out last week, Gold rule of Pro Modified, never count out Bruno, because he's always there in the late rounds.
Yeah, Andy's notorious for struggling at the European rounds. Up until last year, where he finally got what he calls the sticky track tune down to a T. This car can go north of 240 miles an hour. It's done it already this season. And again, more than capable of taking that number 1 spot, which currently sits with Mark Cartveld, 587. Bruno can do it too. He's less familiar with the 5.8 second zone, but he's been there before. As the final checks get made and the cars come forward. So Bruno Bada from Switzerland with the Gotham City Vet, taking on the anger management Camaro for NGK in the UK, and Andy Robinson. Issues of Bruno, instant tyre shake.
Andy is on one.
598, 247 miles an hour. That's got to be close to his PB speed.
Speed very quickly. Just down here with Luke. I know you told your dad what you just ran. Probably not as happy with the 598 as you are with the 247.
Yeah, 598 kind of sucks. 247's not bad.
Not bad, okay. So it's only...
Honestly, we're just not in the window right now, so we've made so many changes to the car to try and get it back to where it should be, but we're struggling with it at the moment.
Well, you're struggling in the 5, so it's not that bad, but I know you always want more than that. I mean, everyone else is in the 80s, and you've been there as well.
Yeah, honestly, we should be at least 89 to 87 today, so we're 10th off.
One more go, I'm sure you'll get it.
Let's hope.
Good man. Luke Robinson, thank you very much indeed. Luke?
Right, very quickly, we need a shout out for some 3mm Lexan or Perspex for a side window. Racer in need. That's for Victoria Smith in Street Eliminator. Anybody got any 3mm Lexan or Perspex for a side window?
I would visit some of the Pro Mod guys.
They
Mod usually have some.
Would normally have that in their trailers,
yeah.
so that's the place to go. Let them get back to the pits and go and see them.
Just quickly, what were Andy's short numbers? Because obviously Luke's a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, 101 to 60 foot, 398, 195. It was a 2-second back half.
I think really the short numbers is
No,
what Luke's talking about.
Stop him, stop him.
Stop him from reversing quickly, don't. Oh, Dave's doing it by pulling it out the way. Oh, he's clicked it off. I think that might have been his crew guy on the radio saying, don't do that.
Yeah.
You do not want to reverse over a parachute in these cars because it wraps itself very nicely around the, well, axle, wheelie bar, everything, and it's a hell of a thing to try and untangle. So, Norbert Kuno won't be making this run, unfortunately. Jari Rantaniemi will. He was pretty happy yesterday with a 6-1. It's nothing like what he ran last week at the Door Slammers, or last year, frankly. This is a 580 race car, this turbo car in the Kestrel lane, but I'm sure they're getting a hold of it. They had a lot of damage last week, didn't they?
Yeah, oh yeah, a lot of work.
Oh, he told me, I hope I can repeat this, but he told me about the camshaft. So they found the damaged cam in the engine after the Door Slammers last weekend, and he didn't know what to do. And he had an old cam that he was just going to chuck in the bin, basically.
Yeah.
It was going in the bin, and he looked at it and thought, maybe. And that's what's in the car.
Yeah. That's more like it.
Well, it's a 1 flat to 60 foot, 395 to the 8th. What's going to be at the stripe? 596, 245 miles an hour. And considering there's a header in, the speeds we're seeing today are incredible.
Yeah, maybe it's helping, like I said, free boost stick. I
Yeah,
think that's probably what it is.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah.
That's not as quick as they probably would like, but after everything they've been through, back in the fives at nearly 250 miles an hour can't be bad. What's the qualifying would look like, Colin, by the way?
Right, let's have a quick look. As we know, 587, number 1 is Mark Hartfeld at the moment. Come on, Busson. It won't let me get there. Here we go. Dave Vector, number 2. Matt Eriksson, number 3. Michelle Terrain, number 4. Yuri, number 5. Andy Robinson, 6. John Tebben, 7. And Bruno Barda, number 8.
So basically, at the moment in Pro Mod, if it ain't Dutch, it ain't
Much.
There you go.
Thanks.
Very good.
We didn't practice that either.
No.
We just know what it is. So one guy I really hope has a good time out here on this run. Michael Winter in the Slick Tricks lane from Germany with the Red Beast. Well, I was just going to say, Michael, don't you know that was the car that ran the Christmas tree over before you did that? All those years ago. So, yeah, the Red Beast team from Germany. That car looks absolutely gorgeous out there. In the Slick Tricks lane, capable of, he's running the mid-6.5s. They're looking for a lot more than that, obviously.
Yep. Yeah.
Taking on John Tabenham, who, when I spoke to him up the top end, they were really looking for 5s on their runs yesterday. He said it got a bit close to the wall, almost a bit too close for comfort, but he had it handled. I think Luke does the tuning. No, they're going to kick it off, unfortunately. Not going to make this run. It will just be Michael Winter on his own.
Yeah, some of you around the start line now who are smelling the exhaust gases coming out of the Red Beast, you'll notice it smells completely different to all the other cars. It's because it's on a different style of fuel. Plans for this car is to make it somewhat carbon neutral, so they're running a biofuel at the minute, not the standard methanol. There are plans that I've seen for this car to be running on hydrogen at some point too.
Well, good luck to Michael Winter. They came here last year, had a horrible time. Hopefully now will be their moment to shine and get back into the 6s.
Drove through massive tyre shake, under power the whole way to a 6.79, 209 mile an hour. Ouch.
Very, very quickly, Andrea. I know you said yesterday, you guys were a bit down yesterday, but that was wild.
Yeah, it was. We had a lot of work yesterday. We had a lot of problems, so we're just glad to be out here, that we made that run, and we're on the right way, because yesterday just a lot of work.
Well, the good thing is you got something to work from now as well.
Definitely.
Good stuff. Good luck. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, that's what curing tyre shake by shifting looks like, basically,
Yeah, well,
wasn't it?
yeah. But it's, yeah,
But he left from idle as well. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Pro Mod car leave from idle.
Yeah, that's a bit of his issue. He can't get that in his head to work.
Right, your last spare Pro Modified, Mats Eriksson, David Vector.
David on his spare engine today. Well, not a spare.
So tell us what was wrong with the one from yesterday.
There was so much vibration in that engine. Everything came loose, and
Really?
after the distribution cover came loose, the oil pump, all stuff like that. So well, we just had to change the engine. First we tried a different converter. Maybe that did the vibration, but it didn't help. So we put in the second engine, and
So
which is
even
actually new.
Even when it was ticking over in the pits, even when it was fired up in the pits, it still stuff came loose.
Yeah, well then you cannot feel it, but if you go 10,000 RPM over the finish line and you have that vibration or unbalance in it, you will notice it.
Very much so.
Yes,
Up
not
against
not
Sweden's sole entrant in Pro Mod this weekend, Mats Eriksson, who was delighted with his 591 yesterday up the top end. Can he knock the Dutch off the top spot for now? Don't answer that.
No, I won't.
So two very different style combinations. You've got the Mike Janis style supercharger in the Kestrel beer lane. You've got the Bohr Hammer in the Slick Tricks lane for David Vector. You can see the two different style shaped scoops on the top. Both capable of running 5.8s, both capable of running 5.7s. What can they do for us here now? Mats with a jump off the line, both took a move over to the left and both thought better of it.
Both shook really badly as well.
Yep.
I don't know where Matt shook. Funny enough, yesterday, I said it was my fault, that was, because I said to David, I said, everyone else has trouble with shaking, you never do. So there we go, Dave. Sorry about that. I won't mention it ever again. Give John Tebenham and his team a round of applause, please. Incredible, incredible looking car. And possibly the fastest version of the Lightning McQueen you'll ever see.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Thank
See
you.
Later this afternoon.
That was quite rapid. That was cool. So one more qualifying session to go, Dick. Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
FIA Pro Stock. Up next.
Little points. Mark Hartfeld picks up the 3 with the 587. Michel Turenne picks up the 2 points, 593 with a 3. And Jari Rantanemi picks up the 1 point with a 596 with a 5.
So, Pro Stockers coming next. Door cars once again, big door cars, but they run 500 cubic inch, normally aspirated engines, i.e. no nitrous, no supercharger, only carburetors and racing gasoline.
One of the funniest rules in this class as well is because they are supposed to be based on road-going vehicles. Of course, you'll see later on the Dodge Darts look nothing like a road-going Dodge Dart, really. They have to have a factory dash placement. I know most of them are made of carbon fibre, but you look in the windows, they've all got dashboards.
And working radios, honestly. Well, actually, working team radios, that doesn't really count, does it? So, Lasse Britsmar with the Pontiac GTO. Aptly named the Camaro Killer. You can see it on the hood scoop. He was the only guy to beat Jimmy Orland to the finish line last year in a heads-up race. Quite proud of it too. Travels as a pair with Robin Noren in his trailer. And we got 7 Pro Stockers here this weekend at the main event. The first time, there was a few years we didn't have any Pro Stock cars here for the main event. How cool is it to see 7 of them, the most we've had for many, many years. I'm sure someone's going to tell me different. I think we might have had an 8-car field for Pro Stock way back when, but we haven't had anything like 7 cars for an awful lot of years. These cars are, like a lot of them, very expensive because they're so highly tuned. There's no... everything is engineered horsepower, if you like. 6-second runs of the order of the day, hopefully over 200 miles an hour.
What a .9764. is going to be a good move, but then he crosses the centre line just before the 8th mile. Does a very good job of keeping it under control as the thing drives him towards the middle of the track.
Slightly too lively. It was a very, very good launch indeed. When he got into second gear, you tended to think, okay, that'll be it, because they normally settle down after that. That didn't settle down at all. Yeah, just hooked to right.
Yeah, it was 0.97, 60
That
foot,
was
so
really
it did
good.
launch very, very well indeed.
Absolutely. Is he last in qualifying at the moment? What's the order?
No, he was number 5. He's number 5 in qualifying, but he was the slowest in the previous round. Qualified all at the moment, as you know, it's Jimmy Holland who is number 1 at the moment. Stefan is number 4. Robin Doreen is number 3, Mike Malgren number 4, Lass number 5, and then Simon and Henry. We have Fuel Funny Car into the parent lane, please. Fuel Funny Car into the pairing lanes, please.
Well, 2 cars. Well, one had quite a good day yesterday. That's Henry Reel. Went 7.0. Can he get that Mercedes into the 6s? Simon Eckengren with the Dodge had a great first run going, but something inspired before the safety of the finish line. And he only made 1 qualifying run yesterday, which was the first session. He was in the 6.9s. This car has been in the 6.6s on numerous occasions. Won the European finals as well a couple of years back on a massive hole shot against Michael Malmgren. The story from that I love. I would always love that story. They were all packing up. They thought they were going home. They didn't think they had any more time to run. And then the marshal came round and said, right, they said, right, we're running the final in 20 minutes time. So they had no chance to make adjustments or do anything. They just had to make sure they had enough fuel in it. Came down and run the final.
So this is the first time that Mercedes has been next to another Pro Stock car. Simon can run into the 6.6s. Can we see a 6.7 here though? If he does, he'll be moving to the top 4. Issues for Henry.
It didn't sound healthy on the line at all, but it's all Simon. 688, 200 miles an hour.
Well, it's a full run at probably nothing like what they were looking for, but I don't know whether that's a spare engine they've got in there because they hurt something yesterday. So at least it was a full run, yeah. Henry sounded
Loud.
rough. Yeah, I think. But they've got 1 more shot today. 2 more pairs to go. Simon Enrud for VP Racing Fuels and Enrud Cars, his company, in the Slick Tricks lane against Michael Malmgren with the Pontiac. In the Kestrel lane, who was here last week for the Door Slammers, running in Pro Door Slammer and making a really good job of it too. Yeah, just making sure Henry clears the racetrack. Just doing a small amount of cleanup. I love the fact that Mike's truck driver and general all-round, what's the word I'm looking for, showman on the start line. He's, instead of Michael aiming at him on the starting line, he's got to aim at him right out there. So, 2 more pairs of Pro Stockers than it is Top Fuel Dragster, folks, for queue number 3. And right behind them, we've got Nitro Funny Car, I believe, fellas. Is that right?
You're absolutely spot on. Great to see, whilst we've got a gap, great to see so many people here today. Thank you ever so much indeed for all coming along and supporting the wonderful world of drag racing, the banking and the grandstands. Chock-a-block out there, and a fantastic crowd today. So thank you all so very much indeed for coming along. I know a lot of you are staying on site as well. We've got live music tonight, we've got live action, and we've got all the great things that Santapod has to offer over the course of today and tomorrow. So we really appreciate you coming along to see us. Well, a little bit of concern in the Kestrel lane. But, I think they're going to be okay. The car's cleared the top end. It went through the first exit, so the top end is clear. Just making sure that the racetrack itself is all good. One thing that our first-time visitors to Santapod will appreciate, that we can't run high-horsepower cars and bikes on a track that has any fluid of any description on top of it. No, we can't put wet weather tyres on, we can't do anything like that. And when you consider the top fuel cars are somewhere north of 10 to 11,000 horsepower each, you cannot try and put that power down with any liquid on the track. It just go into wheel spin and just have an awful outcome. So we do not run them in the wet whatsoever. And that includes condensation, dew, rain, radiator fluid, oil, trans fluid, brake fluid, you name it, anything wet that goes onto that racetrack, we have to get rid of it.
Well, if anyone's sitting watching at home and you fancy Googling something, you can see what happens when you run them in the rain. If you actually Google Top Fuel Japan rain, they actually did decide to do it once, and with predictable results.
They did,
yeah,
yes.
It didn't really go anywhere at all. It just doesn't happen. It's not worth trying. But we won't be long at all. We're just getting the next two set, and they will be with us shortly.
Yes, like the calm, isn't it? As I say, 2 pairs of Pro Stock, and then it is FIA Top Fuel Dragster. 4 of those in the house this weekend. 2 guys, 2 girls, representing European countries, of course. You've got Liam Jones representing the UK, Suzanne Kalin, and then you've got, well, from Sweden, you have got Dennis Nilsson here this weekend. Great to have Dennis back. And our European champion, of course, India Urbacher from Switzerland this weekend. So Top Fuel will be following FIA Pro Stock, and then Fuel Funny Cars will be making an appearance. I can see the 2-seater dragster is in the lanes as well. But I think we are pretty much there. The live stream camera at the moment is having a look inside Suzanne Callin's cockpit and then looking at the engine. It's all pretty much there, ready to go. See, the starter is already attached, and when it comes around to the start line, it is a case of plugging it in, switching on the electronics, and it'll be good to go. Still quite a breeze out there, but the track is warming up nicely. The sun's come out, some high-level cloud, but it's looking like a very good day for the time being. And it's really good that it is warming up as well.
Well, both drivers are still in their cars getting everything ready. Doors are shut as well, which tends to mean we're not far away at all. Crew chief still on the start line, just doing the final checks of both lanes.
Yeah, I'm not going to go and annoy anyone, just for the simple reason that as soon as I do that, we will be firing the next pair. So they are being pushed forward. That's Stefan Emmerud's car coming to life. Mike Malmgren as well. We're getting side-by-side Pro Stock burnouts as well. How cool is that? So both of these two only 100ths of a second apart in qualifying. Stefan 6.70, I think was his first pull yesterday. Mike went 6.71 on his second one. Number 1 qualifier is 6.64, that's Jimmy Orland. They're very, very tightly bunched at the top. A lot of time as well. I'm just having a quick look inside Stefan Emmerud's car. He's got 500 krona taped to the dash again. So he's probably having another bet with Michael in the other lane.
Yeah, yesterday had a brave wager with Jimmy Orland for who could be the quickest on the second round of eliminations.
That's why I said, do you know who he is? When he, you know. Okay, so probably looking to nudge into the 660s. However, they're very dependent on the atmospheric conditions. The track is always really good. It's much more about what the air is like, what the air density, pressure, altitude, and everything else is. It wasn't great yesterday. That's why the best run was a mid-660. Weather conditions are really good. These cars can nip into the 640s. But they all have pretty much the same stuff. It's how you tune them that matters. So, Dodge in the slick tricks lane, Pontiac in the Kestrel lane.
Tyre shake on both sides.
Well, he's another 500 krona down. Michael goes 686. He was off it before the finish line. You could see that and hear it as well by the speed, 193 miles an hour. Stefan with big tyre shake when he popped the clutch. So no improvement for either of them.
Yeah, Michael had big tyre shake as well. He just drove through it. Most unusual for a pro stock car to do that.
I know why he has as well, though, because all the numbers that have been put up so far in this session, they count every single point. And what he wants to do is he wants to try and get as many of the little points as he possibly can. That's what he was talking to me about up the top end yesterday. He wanted to try. That's why he was a little bit miffed that Stefan or somebody went quicker than him. And it's nothing untoward. It's just that he wants every point he can get.
Well, he's guaranteed himself one because he went 686. Simon went 688. And it's only these two to go.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what he was doing. That's probably why he stuck with it.
Yeah.
Because of the numbers everyone else has run. So if either of these two have a busted run, he'll look like the smartest guy in the place, really, because he got back on it again. So Jimmy Ullum with the Summit Racing Equipment Camaro over in the Kestrel lane. Your number one qualifier. Will he be number one at the end of this? Not if Robin Naren has anything to say about it. I'm sure Robin wants to say a big hi to his family watching back in Sweden. His little boy, his young lady Jeanette. Oh, I think it's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Jeanette. Let's see what Daddy can do here on the quarter mile at Santa Pod Raceway. Like I said yesterday up the top end, Robin's had a lot of racing luck and just been really, really good on this racetrack before. He's won the European finals a couple of times, I think, and he's actually beaten the guy in the other lane, a number of those as well. Pro number 2 on the side of the car for this season, but everyone's out to beat that pesky Camaro in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, one of the best things that was said yesterday in the top end interviews when you were talking about the Camaro killer, the purple car you saw earlier on, and you interviewed Jimmy Orland to see what his reactions were, and he went, well, I'm the Camaro.
So Jimmy Orland, Robin Naren, last pair in FIA Pro Stock. It's Top Fuel next, but let's see how these two get on.
Shake for Jimmy.
Oh, wow.
Your new number one qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. The Naren team.
Absolutely. Wow. Awesome stuff. 300s quicker than the guy in the other lane and number one qualified.
That's nice.
Very, very nice indeed. Well, Robin did say yesterday you knew you had it in the car, but I guess you found it now.
Yeah, we found it now, and he's a very good driver. So it's easy to tune the car.
With Robin being the driver.
It is.
Fantastic. Well done. Congratulations. Number one qualifier in Pro Stock. And like I said about Mike Malmgren being a sensible guy for getting back on it, he's got 2 little points.
Yeah, so Robin Naren gets the 3 points, Michael gets the 2, and Simon Ekengren gets the 1. Wow, what a session that turned out to be.
Certainly was.
Only 3 cars went down the track, in effect, under power.
And one of those that did set new low ET.
Yeah.
Well, with the one thing I was quite surprised as well, one thing that a lot of people complain about Pro Stock in the US is because it's mostly Camaros. Jimmy is the only Camaro in European Pro Stock here racing this weekend. So we move on with FIA Top Fuel Dragster. Is everybody ready for some nitro? I'm guessing the answer is yeah. I hope so. I hope it is. So if you haven't seen these cars before, they are basically landlocked missiles. The quickest and fastest accelerated wheel-driven cars on the planet. 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. 0 to 300, all being well in under 4. Your first pair in the Kestrel lane for Monster Energy in Switzerland. Your defending European champion, that's India Urbacher, take it on for Slick Tricks Racing in the Slick Tricks lane, Suzanne Kalin. They're just doing the last tyre pressure checks before we get ready to go with Top Fuel.
Pretty crucial this actually, because only 2 of them have got numbers on the board so far, so very, very important they get numbers this time round.
Well, Suzanne, both times she came down to the start line yesterday, she didn't get a run in. So they're about to fire them up. Let's go.
two ladies in top fuel there, India Erbaka and Suzanne Kalin. Neither of them have got a number on the board yet. Suzanne has had 2 busted runs off the start line. India's, well, she managed to get off the line but didn't break the beams at the finish line to put a number on the board. And this is your defending European champion in the Monster Energy car, and the young lady that came 3rd in the championship last year with the Slick Tricks car, of course, Suzanne. They are more than capable of taking the #1 spot. It's only a soft 5.79. These cars are capable of going into the 3-second zone. Those orange markers that you see are at 1,000 foot. That is the race distance for a Top Fuel Dragster. So both teams really hoping that everything goes right. They've had 2 hits from the track yesterday. They didn't yield any results whatsoever. So best luck to both of the teams. Suzanne's in pre-stage as India joins her there. They're going to roll a few more inches forward and they go into stage. Then hit that loud pedal. Best of luck. Here we go.
Suzanne's made it all the way down to a 3.90, 312 miles an hour from not even staging the car to your new #1 qualifier.
Wow, phenomenal pass.
Issues for India again.
I was chasing the crew, but I'll just chase her husband instead. 3.90, 312 miles an hour, literally from outhouse to penthouse. No run down the racetrack to #1 qualifier.
Yeah, that was a great run, but it was really frustrating yesterday. The same problem twice. You know, it was on a fuel problem. They were putting bigger jets on to run the numbers, and we just had a problem. And I guess it's been corrected.
I think it might be. So, do you think she's going to be a lot happier after that?
Yeah, she was pretty pissed yesterday.
I can imagine. Yeah, anyway, I'll stop there because I value my safety and everything being in the right places. I'm sure you do. But great to see such a fantastic crowd here today.
Yeah, considering the weather and the forecast, it's brilliant. As always, we get brilliant support here, and great thank you to all the fans. Big shout out from us to all of you. Thanks for coming.
No problem at all, Keith. It's going to be a fun day, definitely.
I think the next round's going to be more fun.
Certainly is. So lining up behind the tower, we have our next pair of Top Fuel cars. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't see what happened to India because I was standing over this side. Same again?
Yeah, go have a look at her tyre tracks.
Oh, okay. We can possibly do that very quickly while they're lining up. Oh, my goodness me. So, if I can borrow a camera, please. Who's around? Barney? Or... Oh, come on, Josie. Come on.
Well, Daryl, short numbers for Suzanne, actually. 0.86 to the 60 foot.
Yep.
How about the 8th? 3.12 at 277 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was absolutely flawless. Okay, Josie, if you wouldn't mind coming over here, we can show this on the big screen as well. Sorry, folks, that's my feet and my wavy hair. Right, Josie, if you don't mind, coming over here so you can see where... Oh, over there. We'll start over here. Sorry, it's my fault. So, that is how wide the tyre tracks of a Top Fuel car are, basically between there. Now, if you follow me this way a little bit further, the car went up in smoke, and by the time we get to here, it's that wide, which is probably a good 2 foot to around 4 inches at the very, very most, something like that. That's what happens with centrifugal force with a tyre on a Top Fuel Dragster when they spin the tyres like that, and they spin them almost instantly as well. So we're just getting the 2 cars retrieved off the top end of the racetrack. When the chutes come out, they do stop very, very quickly, even though they're going 300 plus miles an hour. So in the Slick Tricks lane for boosted by Brojo Coffee, returning for the UK, please give him a big cheer. Liam Jones, everyone. And in the Kestrel beer lane for Autoar and Sweden. So great to have him back here. Dennis Nielsen, everyone. They are just being given the signal to fire up. Pair number 2 coming your way. Suzanne, number 1, 3.90, 312. I'm sure Liam's sitting in the car looking at that number thinking, that'll do. I'll have one of those, please.
Yeah, both drivers have seen that it's now possible to get down in sub 4 seconds. One of these drivers has been it before, but not recently. Mainly because he wasn't driving a Top Fuel car recently. That, of course, Liam Jones from the UK in the Slick Tricks lane, driving the car that has reset again the European records. Been down into the 3.7s with 2 other drivers, one of which is currently out front of the car. That is Maya Utjian. And in the other lane, the first big show Top Fuel canopy car we've had in Europe ever. Dennis Nielsen. With the old car being down into the low 4s, never quite managed to dip into the 3s. This car more than capable. Had a couple of really strong launches before. There's a cracking picture of it at a racetrack out in Europe where the front wheel's well in the air. Well, we're in stage.
Dennis Nielsen and, of course, Liam Jones.
Side by side, Dennis has gone quiet. No issues at all for Liam. Lifts early, still goes 399, only 244 miles an hour.
What were the numbers, quickly?
85 to 60 foot for Liam, 88 for Dennis. 8th mile, actually, 311 at 275.
So that was
for Liam.
quicker than Suzanne until then, wasn't
Yeah.
it? I'm on the start line with Maya, who is Liam's better half, definitely. Sorry, you need to go with them? Okay, well done. I beg your pardon. She's got to run away. But Dennis with a 7.05, 399 at 244 for Liam, though. That was superb. Sorry, Maya, I didn't mean to hold you up. It's all right. I'm sure he'll be happy after that one. There was a little bit of discussion going on with Runa and the chief starter whether the car was going into stage or not, and Runa said, no, it's fine. So Dave said, OK, up to you. It's your stuff.
Right, Suzanne Kellin then is your number 1 qualifier in Top Fuel, 3.90. Liam is number 2, 3.99. Then it is Dennis, 5.79. And thank goodness India did roll across the line. Although it's a 14.09, she is qualified in the number 4 spot in Top Fuel. Right, let's just take one of those Top Fuel engines. Let's put it in a funny car chassis. In other words, it's a lot shorter. Let's put the driver behind the engine instead of in front of it, and let's cloak it in a carbon fibre composite body. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a Fuel Funny Car.
Yeah, please don't go anywhere at all. All you folks emptying the grandstands, we've got more of the same coming your way right now in the form of Fuel Funny Cars. So if you like what you just saw, there's more of those coming, but the short stubby version that are even more unpredictable, if that's at all possible. And the first pair out is going to be Undertaker versus Showtime. European record holding Nitro Funny Car, the Showtime team in the Kestrel lane. Car owner Bob Jarrett walks out front. We've got a couple of licensing runs after that, but we've got so much stuff to come your way, so please don't go anywhere at all.
Yeah, you could miss one of the biggest highlights of the show. European record set by Terry Haddock back in April is 4.12 at 307.88 miles an hour. That in Bob Jarrett's Showtime Fuel Funny Car. Steve Ashdown is no slouch, though. He has been 4.18 in his car, 294 miles an hour. And fair to say that the Fuel Funny Car drivers are, they're friends in the pits, but they really do want to murder each other out on the racetrack. It's win, win, win. That's all they're interested in.
Well, this is a rematch of the final for the Festival of Power.
It is, yeah.
When Terry reset that European record. The car itself is the only car in Europe that's been over 300 miles an hour. Last year at the finals, it was Patrick Pears at the wheel. This year, it's Terry behind it. The funny thing is it was actually Terry tuning the car when Patrick went 300 miles an hour last year. So they definitely know what they're doing. Bob Jarrett, it's great to have him back in European drag racing. A name that many will remember. If you remember cars like Stripteaser, Panic, Bob has had a hand in tuning all of those, and obviously in much more recent years, well actually for about 30 years, the Showtime car. They've been given the signal to fire up. So the engine that you've just seen in the Top Fuel Dragster, 500 cubic inch nitro burning Hemi, is the same that's in these short, stubby wheelbase cars. The reason they're called funny cars is because when they were first developed, many years ago now. They look kind of funny, and the name stuck. So that's Steve Ashdown, lighting the pipes on the Undertaker. Wow, Terry Haddock does the same in the other lane.
And whoever said Big Show Funny Cars can't look awesome? The Undertaker Dodge Charger in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on the newer Charger in the Kestrel Beer lane. How cool is it to see Big Show Funny Cars with names on the side? Showtime and the Undertaker.
Yeah, once again, proof positive that modern funny car bodies can look good. You just have to have the right decoration, shall we say.
So Terry from across the pond has driven funny cars for many, many years. Driven them successfully too. And Steve Ashdown made the leap from Top Fuel Dragster to Top Fuel Funny Car a good few years ago now, and has never looked back since. Well, the Showtime team in the blue line and ready. Here comes the Undertaker. What can we see here? Low fours, best run of the weekend at the minute of 4.40, and that wasn't even a full pass. Time to find out right about now. Terry's gone lift just before the 8th. Issues for the Undertaker. No improvement for Terry, goes 4.62. There's bits on the track down there, Daryl. I didn't quite see what happened.
I think it was just when it spun the tyres, unfortunately, off the start line for Steve Ashdown. He did get in the show with that run, most importantly for them, I think, as well. Also, a very big happy birthday to Jimmy, just collared me down on the start line. Tush, Usher, happy birthday, sir. I hope life is very, very good indeed. They will be back later on today to do the same again. I'm not going to interrupt a quick crew chief conversation. Very quickly, Bob, if it's okay. Well, welcome back. You're only away for a few years in the end. I did ask you this before.
6 in the end.
6 in the end, was it, yeah? What brought you back again, mate?
Well, a couple of things, really. I went through a pretty bad health situation, and I recovered from that, and I was
Sorry, there's some violins playing in the background. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I was so happy that I did that. I want another funny car. Okay. Right? So this is it. The next generation Showtime car, Terry driving. I think we got a great chance of winning this. And we're just taking, as they say in the States, one step at a time. And, you know, we got it figured out. We definitely have got it figured out.
I was just going to say, when you say one step at a time, it's like one big step in the right direction straight away, wasn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, the car was a proven car from Patrick, and we just changed a few little things here and made it a little better, you know. So we're pleased. Got a great bunch of guys. You know, I've flown everybody in from everywhere, and the right crew, the right setup, got a great car.
One thing I really love about it, which I just said, it's proof that modern fuel funny cars can look really, really, really good if you've got the right scheme on them.
The funny cars, in my opinion, probably take a better shot at this track than the top fuel cars do, because the funny cars are that much easier. They weight transfer different, and it's perfect for this kind of track, you know. But hey, I'm not a top fuel guy anyway.
We've noticed that over the years, but welcome back, Bob Jarrett. Give him a big round of applause, please, and the whole Showtime team. Putting on a wonderful show again, Bob. Thank you very much indeed. One more go today.
Right, Thomas spotted something there. Something came off Steve Ashdown's car. It was actually his name sticker off the side of the car. It shook it loose.
So he left himself on the start line.
He did,
yes?
yeah. Can I please have FIM Top Fuel Bike into the pairing names, please? Top Fuel Bike. A little bit of housekeeping there. Right, we look behind the tower to see one bad Texan. The funny car of Rob Elton this weekend, piloted by Andy Raw. From the world of nostalgia funny car, he runs the Nitro Bug, if you know that car. But this weekend, having a go in the one bad Texan Toyota. They're pretty much ready to go, just waiting for the top end to clear.
Does actually have to upgrade stroke cross-grade his licence because he's driven a funny car before, but it's the nostalgia version, which you're going to see a couple of them very, very shortly indeed. He did a really good job yesterday, went to about 330, maybe a little bit further than that. Got to go a little bit further than that to cross-grade his licence, but it looks like, all being well, let's hope it happens. Yeah, the reason that it's taking a little while to clear the top end, two things. One of them is because the clutch locks up, and the way you have to unlock it is to take the coupler out of the rear end to get them to move. The other thing is because of the breeze, they stop really quickly when the chute comes out, almost pulls them back towards the start line, is what happens. It was happening quite a bit yesterday, so it was taking a bit longer to get them off. So I think they are moving and they are rolling, which gives Andy Raw just a little bit more time to think about it. After Andy Raw, we also have Dale Leakes, the beast from the east, another Toyota funny car. He is trying to complete his licensing in that car as well. He went out to the US, went to Frank Hawley's drag racing school. Yes, you can learn to drive these cars, believe it or not. You can pay a lot of money, but they will teach you to drive them. That's what Dale did, with a plan of coming back here and driving one of these cars.
One thing that I'm looking at, Darryl, actually, is obviously the wind turbines that are going at a fair rate there. The flags are very, very horizontal instead of just hanging there. Wind conditions actually down on the start line. We can hear it sort of from the mic, but what's it actually like?
It's not that bad here. It really isn't that bad down here at all. But as they go down the racetrack, especially when they come out from the other side of the banking. So it's not so much of as much of an issue for fuel funny cars because they run to 1,000 foot, so they will actually shut off before they get out the other side of the bank. It's mainly really the bike guys. I would have said the pro stock guys and maybe the pro mod guys, but no one seemed to have any issues whatsoever earlier on. It's often better when it's straight down the track because then it doesn't blow you in either direction.
Yeah.
But we've been given the signal to fire up, so it's Andy Raw up next.
And they only made one run yesterday. They opted to not make the second, just due to the fact it was getting late, dark, quiet, cold. So thought better of it, went back to the pits. Everything was absolutely A-OK. But when you've got a new driver sat in the car, you want the best conditions possible. So the throttle stop goes in on the throttle, ready for the burnout. Crew Chief Rob gets the mag leads in his hands, ready for when the engine gets turned over. Mag leads come out, fuel goes in the injector hat, and we are running. There we go then, Andy Raw in one bad Texan. For him to get his license, we need to see a 4.9 or quicker.
And ideally over 230 miles an hour as well. Well capable, the car is capable and he's very, very capable indeed. Hence the fact he's in the seat. Made a really good job of it yesterday, straight, strong. No issues at all. It'd be nice if we saw the same thing from Dale in a couple of moments as well. The reason we're running them as buy runs is because they are licensing. They are effectively, well, I say learning. They know what to do, but they just have to prove it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, a big trail of fluid, unfortunately, from underneath the car. By looks of it, something is. It looks like an oil. Yeah, it looks like oil down there. We can actually see the trail from about 60 foot backwards.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain what
yes.
fluid that is. Yeah, a big puddle under the start line there. That's going to be engine oil coming out of somewhere, but that is quite a healthy trail coming all the way back from 60 foot.
It won't take long to sort out, don't worry. Dale is still going to be ready to go in the other lane. There's every chance we might even be able to run Dale while we are sorting this out, which I hope we can. Yeah, it looks like we are.
He's in the other lane anyway, so... Oh, such a shame for the One Bad Texan team. So we'll get that cleaned up as soon as. So we're going to be run Dale Leaks first. We've got Nostalgia Funny Cars. We've got all of our bikes as well, not far away.
Yeah, the bikes around the back of the tower, they were absolutely awesome yesterday. They're going to be really good out here today. I think the one thing that's made a big difference today as well is the amount of sunshine on the racetrack. It's really warmed it up and everybody is performing really, really well. So, yeah, that trail of oil, we're going to take care of that while, or start taking care of it at least while Dale is running in the Kestra lane. Commiserations to Andy Raw, Rob Elsom and everybody in the One Bad Texan team. Obviously, they didn't come out here to do that. They didn't want to do that. They didn't need to do that. Hope it works out a bit better later on today. Okay, Dale Leaks, winner of the XDA Championship last year out in the US on 2 wheels. That was his swan song on 2 wheels, winning the championship in the US. Came back to the UK, where he did to drive the funny car. Certainly got the hang of that. Certainly got the hang of that. Yeah, so the track crew are doing their very best to get cleaning up in the slick tricks lane while the car is running in the other.
So the beast from the east, owned by Mark and Jackie Hawkins, neither of which are here this weekend, hoping they can come to the next one. Watching on with eagle eyes on what the team get up to this weekend. Again, need to see 4.9 or quicker at over 230 miles an hour for Dale, for him to be in the show, ready to race on Monday.
And not only that, Dale wants to be the driver of the car. He doesn't want to be the passenger in the car, if you know what I mean. He wants the thrill of driving this machine.
Well, the car driving him towards the wall. He tried to pedal it, but we all know what happens when you try and pedal a nitro car.
Yeah, 0.97, 60 foot, but was not working out before the 8th even, 456 at 109, and coasting at the 1,000 foot, 687.
Most important thing when you're licensing is don't do anything daft, basically. You make sure you're in control of it, make sure you got hold of it the whole time. So they are unfortunately going to take Andy Raw's car away and come back and try one more time today. Same with Dale Leaks too. That was a very, very strong launch, but the car did head right almost as soon as he left the start line. Start line crew are going to take care of the oil in the slick tricks lane. I think we have Nostalgia Funny Cars coming next.
Correct,
is that correct,
yes,
fellas?
yes.
Right, I will nip round the back and see who I can grab hold of in the few moments that we have. So again, please don't go anywhere at all. We've got all the bike classes coming up. Some of the most amazingly quick and fast machines you'll ever see on the planet on 2 wheels too.
Yep, so the One Bad Texan team, they will be going in front of the grandstand back to the pits. It's
yeah,
a great looking car. There's one great thing with drag racing, the canvas and the shapes that they have to work with, these graphic designers and artists. And they can come up with colour schemes like this. Those of you on the grandstands now got a beautiful view of the one bad Texan Toyota as it makes its way back to the pits. The team have got some work to do. Hopefully it's nothing untoward. The engine was still running fine, so hopefully it's something, either an oil line or maybe a puke tank or something like that, but then that looked like quite fresh oil. So anyway, they'll get it sorted, and hope Andy and the team can make it back down for another run today.
Well, looking in the pairing lanes, we have, again, actually only one Nostalgia Funny Car, no Tim Garlick, unfortunately. And he's going to be on a bye run in the Kestrel lane. So again, while the clean-up is going on, we still have plenty for you to watch. Pro Stock bike, Top Fuel bike as well. That's going to be fun to watch. But in the meantime, Tony Betts with Venom, after a Herculean effort to fix the damage caused back at Easter, he's rolling back round once again.
All right, quite a soft burnout there for Tony. So our track crew working in the other lane, trying to keep the show on the road, basically. As once this car is run, it will be onto our bikes. We want to send them down in pairs.
So, Fuel Funny Car versus Tractor. Who's your money on?
Let me think. The Venom team then, such great ambassadors for the sport of drag racing. Lots of people go and visit them in the pits, and Tony let people sit in the car, and they do colouring competitions, and people can just fill in these wonderful kids' drawings, and they put them up in the pits there. And one of the best presented teams that you're ever likely to see. Tony Betts then with Venom. Best so far this weekend, 8:51, but he is the class record holder as well.
Well, it's arrow straight the whole way down to a 609, 240 miles an hour.
Okay, the reason I'm sort of going, oh, it's 608 for Apache, 609 for Venom, but it was a good looking run there, 240 miles an hour at the stripe as well, and the team very, very happy indeed. Considering they didn't have a huge amount of parts to put that engine back together, they worked tirelessly throughout the week. They only got the engine completed on Wednesday, and that's the reward so far. 6.09 at 240 miles an hour. Just having a look around the corner, I can see, well, the two-seater dragster is there, and then it is bikes, bikes, bikes all the way. So whilst we just get our breath back, actually, because that's been a pretty full-on session for the cars. Give the Venom team a huge round of applause, show your appreciation there as they go back to the pits. Well, they go to the top end first to pick up Tony. They'll tow the car back to the pits, and they'll get it ready to come out again later on this afternoon. So well done to the Venom team. Right, we'll just take a pause from commentary just for a moment. We'll be back very, very shortly indeed when we're good to go again. So Nitro FM 96.2, the airwaves are yours.
maybe low sixes.
Oh.
Well, he was on for a really good run there, 102 to 60 foot, and then the thing just went away.
Yeah, but I think it didn't go to the next gear. That's how it sounded.
It sounded like a good run.
Tyre shake and all sorts of issues for Marcus. Goes 766, 195. Well, Kim getting all sorts of out of shape. He's off the throttle now. Mark Carvel goes through with a 587, 244 miles an hour. That puts him up to number 1.
That was outstanding.
Issues again for Andres. Michel Turenne all the way through. A bit of a wiggle at 1,000 foot. Goes 593, 242 miles an hour. Moves him up from number 6.
So we're back. It's going to be a 2-seater passenger ride, and then it will be on to the bikes. All right, we're just going back to our messages. Thank you ever so much indeed, once again, to Paul Brown. Always sends me a list of the passengers. This is Alistair Anderson from Thatcham, and this is a present from the family.
And one of the only people in history to have a go in the left lane.
Yeah, they were just doing some work in the right-hand lane, which is pretty much there. So going to be a run in the left-hand lane.
So the order of the weekend for the two-seater is low 8s. Hasn't quite dipped into the 7s yet.
The reason for that is they're really struggling with the headwind with this car.
But what it does mean is when he pulls the parachute at the top end, that's even more fun.
Yeah, it's a real hit. It really is.
So visor gets shot on the passenger and head pushed back into the roll cage. I've done it once before where I forgot to put my head back in driving one of these cars. And yeah, I had a headache for the rest of the day. It tends to hurt when you get hit in the back of the head by a car that's currently accelerating from 0 to 60 in around a second. Well, I'm going to have Paul about his reaction times because that is horrendous for him, 0.13.
No, they had a reason for that as well. 8:10, 164. So I had a chat with Paul this morning, and the car's been throwing him a few curveballs. So as I say, one of the issues I had was the headwind. But a very, very good team, and has given many people that would never get the opportunity to go down a drag strip a thrill rider, literally, as that's the team name. So well done to them. They get a great memento. They get like a lovely, like a certificate. They call it a certificate of speed, I think it is.
Cool.
So, and obviously a great memories, and a family member or whatever it is invited down on the start line as well. They do film it. So the Bluebird is out there just doing a little bit of track prep as well, putting some extra sticky traction down there, and the pairing lanes are just full of bikes. Your Pro Stock bike, Top Fuel bike, there's Twins, Super Street bike, and I believe Junior Drag bike will be down there as well. And then to wrap up our Pro session, I can see a jet car at the back there, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. And I've just to double check the run order. Yeah, Firestorm will join in as well. And all being well, we should have Graham Sykes with the steam bike as well.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to come at you.
Unfortunately, no hands with the electric bike. Fried a few things within the system, so he's had to park it, unfortunately. So we won't be seeing him today. But we've got enough excitement going on for your viewing pleasure. In fact, I can see Top Fuel Bike around there, and I was looking at the qualifying order for Top Fuel Bike, and it really is all about the funny bikes this weekend. Only one Top Fuel Bike has out-qualified the funny bikes. It just happens that he's number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, but the fuel bikes, they were down. René van der Berg is head of the lanes, if you like, for Top Fuel Bike. Very frustrating day for him yesterday. But he's here to give it another go today.
I think you had Neil Midgley made it down yesterday. Midjo was in the mid-60s, I think. He did click it early, but he's in for now. But it's the conversation we were having yesterday with Ian King. It's about consistency or something that's potentially a lot quicker and faster.
I liked what he said as well, with a lot of the Top Fuel Bike riders came from the funny bikes.
Yep.
And most of them have the exact same reason to make the switches. I'm fed up of losing to the fuel bikes.
And then realise how easy it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that. So, yeah, we have 5 bike classes in FIM Europe. The first one is going to be Pro Stock bike, basically 2-wheel version of what you saw with the cars earlier on. We have Super Twins. Let's hope all of them make it out for this qualifying session as well, because that's going to be incredible to see as well. Top Fuel bike, again, 2-wheeled versions of Top Fuel cars, which you've just seen. An oversubscribed field as well, so everyone's going to be wanting to make it all the way down to get in. Behind them, Super Street bike, just incredibly close racing. 16 bike field. I think there was 22 entrants from all over Europe. Hungary, Greece, Netherlands, obviously from the UK as well, absolutely everywhere, and it's very, very close and exciting. And last but not least, absolutely definitely not least, is Junior Drag Bike, which will be on the end. And the man himself has just made it back up in the tower in time. Ian King, very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Everyone, I had a few messages. Everyone enjoyed your story about Guy Martin yesterday. They liked that one.
I could tell you another one, but I won't.
No, please do. It's fine. It's all on you. So, yeah. It's all right. There's a lot of stories in many years gone by of circuit racers trying to go drag racing, and that was just another one of them, I think, really, wasn't it, so to speak?
Yes. No, I mean, he is a great rider, there's no doubt about it.
Of course.
And, you know, he's big on land speed records now on two wheels. So I have, I don't know, a couple of calls from him every few months because he tries to find things outside of the normal box of land speed records. So he thinks if he speaks to, you know, drag racers, they'll have a different take on it and stuff like that. And then he'll speak to circuit guys. So, yeah, interesting chap.
Very interesting chap as well. So yeah, just explain for anyone that wasn't around yesterday.
Yeah.
How did you get hooked up with Guy Martin? What was it all about?
It was just his new, or at the time, his television series Speed Series 1. He was endeavouring to break a number of world records, and one of them was a toboggan, downhill toboggan speed record. But they were concerned about stopping. And they were concerned
especially going downhill, yeah.
Yeah, and they felt that he could do with talking to drag racers because we have to use our body English, as they call it, to steer effectively a bike that you can't steer because the front wheel's not on the ground. And so that was the analogy between downhill tobogganing and drag racing. So yeah, they asked me would I come along and would they allow him, or would I allow him to ride my bike? And I said, well, yes, but, you know, and the story, as I said yesterday, I had to get contracts drawn up, and I said, because if he falls off and, you know, it can't be my fault and I'm not paying. So he basically, they agreed to do all that, and of course, as soon as he turned up and I started the bike up, then he all of a sudden decided he didn't want to ride it anymore.
That's what confused me a little bit, because the week before, I think it was the week before that, you were at Goodwood, we were at Goodwood.
Yes.
Yeah, that year.
Yep.
2013 that
yes.
was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Correct.
And you'd just been racing in Finland and came back to run at the
yep.
Festival of Speed.
Yes.
And I guess he wasn't there to see the bike in real life that weekend.
No, he'd never
then.
seen one. He'd never seen a Top Fuel bike. I mean, he was fascinated. I mean, he spent about an hour and a half sitting on the floor just looking at my bike right next to it. It was just amazing. He's very on the spectrum with mechanical things. He loves it. You know, he really is fascinated by them.
Well, but that bike is an easy bike to be fascinated, especially if you've never seen anything like it before.
Yeah.
And it's so completely different, engineering-wise, design-wise. It's obviously made for the job of going from here to there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
But when they're used to totally different things, totally different.
But that was sort of interesting anyway, because at Goodwood Festival Speed, it was apparent all the Ferrari technicians there with the F1 cars were fascinated by the bike as well, more so than any of the other F1 teams. It seems that the F1 mechanics for Ferrari seem to be a little bit more into the mechanical things compared to the Williams and Mercedes that were there. I mean, they were all over it like that, having their pictures taken with it, and amazing.
Fantastic.
So we are on with Pro Stock Bike. It is Alex Hope taking on the Bish, Martin Bishop.
Currently you have 7 bikes in the field. It's good to see the numbers growing again in Pro Stock Bike racing. It's been dwindling for a number of years now. It's good to see them. I think everyone's had... Everyone still had the bikes at home. No one sold everything off, and perfect example of that is the machine that Alex Hope's on. His dad and his brother down there on the start line with him. Great to see him back. against Martin Bishop too, who we only ever really see at European rounds. One of my favourite stories about Martin has got nothing to do with drag racing, almost. We're in Alastaro and we had one of those absolutely massive thunderstorms, and he showed me the line where it flooded to on the bike, and it was like a good foot up the fairway. Alex not having a great weekend at all.
Well, Martin Bishop taking a huge move towards the centre line. He'll be close to the block. Doesn't get it, but does cross after the finish line. Going to be one for the race director on that one. 8.00, 166 miles an hour.
He does improve, actually, I think.
It does, but whether or not it stands, I'm not too sure.
I think Martin's probably just going to be glad to be upright up the other end, really, isn't he, after that? That was a very graphic definition of what happens when the wind gets hold of it, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah?
Well,
that's all we'll say about that.
Wasting no time at all. On with the next pair. Jerome Rougemont.
I think Martin's actually stopped on the track. He might need to be helped off before the next pair are let go. Two from France this time. Yeah, Jerome Rougemont and Bertrand Maurice. Bertrand is number one qualifier, 7:28 off the trailer yesterday. Normally aspirated both of these carburetors, race fuel. Just want to say a very good afternoon and hi as well to Jerry and Sharon Collier, who are watching in from their garden pub. Yes, you heard that correct, folks. Garden pub. All round Jerry and Sharon's house after racing today. Sad it's not round the corner though. Yeah, I think that there he goes. He's gone round the corner. So the next two, keep your fingers crossed they go nice and straight as well. As Ian said yesterday, the only way you can do is really anticipate it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Jerome's bike doing his absolute best to kick him off. Bertrand all the way through with a 7:17.
Excuse me.
185 miles an hour. He was already your number one qualifier, but he puts another 2/10 on the field.
That's incredible. And not only that, after the run we just saw from Martin, that was arrow straight.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a gust, or I mean, that could have been something mechanical. But the thing with the pro stock bikes is they've got very large surface area with the fairings, but they're quite light bikes, so they're more susceptible to winds
being caught
than the bigger top fuel bikes that are much heavier and less bodywork generally.
Good look. That's amazing as well. 7:17 at 185. That could well be on par with his quickest run ever for our friend from France. Well, we've got the Super Twins down behind the tower as well. I still, unfortunately, don't see our friend from Finland in the lineup. We've got Martin Buehler from Switzerland.
Well, your glide bomb then with the Buell. You can hear the bike sounds completely different to the ones you've already heard. It's because it's only got 2 cylinders.
Much bigger cylinders. That's the way they even them out.
Yeah, when you watch the Pro Stock bike in the States, you can see which combination has the advantage because everyone seems to flick and change between the 2 and the 4-cylinder bikes.
109 to 60 for Jorg. Straight and strong again, 7:24, picking up 2 on the Frenchman's heels at 179 miles an hour. Okay, we have Super Twin Top Fuel bikes underneath the tower. So he's here, but we still haven't seen Vesa Lipponen yet with the amazing supercharged Super Twin from Finland. I know they were thrashing to get it together yesterday. Still not in the lineup for this qualifying session. And he's not going to make this one, so there will be one more go later today. So from Switzerland, this is Martin Buehler. He didn't run yesterday at all either. Yeah, of the 6 or 7 bikes entered, we can see only 3 have got numbers on the board so far. So one very, very cool looking machine for Martin. This is his first, I think this could be his first stab ever at the quarter mile here at Santa Pod.
Well, it's as lazy as you like off the line, just trying to get a number on the board. Only takes it to the half track.
And then cracks it again through the finish line. 970, 130 miles an hour. These bikes can run in the 6s, so that's not quite there when it comes to elapsed time-wise, but still good to see him out here giving it a go. Your next pair, side by side. Chris van Nimmen from Belgium, who he hasn't got a run in either yet. He's been down to the start line twice, but didn't make it.
Well, he went into stage once, but got told he took too long, so had to back up, tried again, and then he had some sort of leak on the start line. Per Bexton in the other lane with the beast. Sending shockwaves through the tower.
So instead of being a V-twin with a supercharger, this is a parallel twin, based on an old Triumph design, I believe, yeah? Well, problems again for Chris van Nimmen. He's just absolutely snake-bitten this weekend.
So it's going to be a solo for Per Bexton. This, for all intents and purposes, is 2 cylinders out of a Hemi V8.
So this bike is as fearsome as it sounds. It's been down into the 6.2s before, on quite a few occasions.
Driving him towards the centre line, he's going to cross it before he reaches the stripe and obliterates the quarter mile blocks. He reads a 6.44 at 163 miles an hour. How honest that is, I'm not too sure.
Well, I think the 6.44 is correct. He lifted before the finish line. You can see that by the 163 mile an hour speed. The thing is, though, he was heading left as soon as he left the start line. Now, that wasn't all the way down, was it? Or that wasn't at the very end anyway, but absolutely destroyed a set of blocks. It's a good job there was no one in the other lane. Yeah. You've had some lively moments with people in the other lane or not in the other lane over the years, haven't you, Ian?
Yes, I mean, yeah. I mean,
if we're allowed to say that.
Actually, sadly, in my early days of Top Fuel, when I was running Chris Hampson at this very event 25 years ago, Chris, unfortunately, was put into my lane with the wind, and unfortunately he passed away due to the accident. So yeah, it's quite a important weekend.
I'd completely forgotten you were in the other lane when that happened. I remember it happening. Yeah, and it wasn't pleasant at all.
No, I mean, no, but it just, things happen, and as a result of that, I mean, this was pre-concrete walls in the top end. It's when we used to have Armco, and which was the norm across the world. So yes, it led to sort of increased safety here, and happily we have fantastic facilities here with walls all the way. So
they do make a big difference, don't they?
Absolutely.
It's a glancing blow as opposed to anything worse, isn't it? Go on, Colin. I know you want to.
Yeah, but it's a call out into the pairing lanes for Pro ET, please. Pro ET into the pairing lanes, because I know a few of the teams are messaging saying what's going on. Are we getting another qualifier? Are we into eliminations? It's a final qualifier. So Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Your last qualifier. Thank you.
Do I have enough time?
You do. I'm sure you do.
Just get somebody else to bring the car
That's
down.
the one. Yeah, come on. You have enough wherewithal these days to Yeah, chauffeur brings it down to the start line.
You've got enough time. You've got your race suit on anyway.
I know, just in case.
Yeah.
I actually hadn't even noticed that he was
I thought he had a smart coat on. I thought that's all that was. A smart coat.
I'll tell you what, you stay here and commentate over the bikes. I'll drive your car for you.
Thomas. I don't think Blag's like that work, mate. I'm really sorry.
I thought if I was subtle enough, he wouldn't notice.
The reason we're saying this is that Ian, who's up here, very
You try
kindly-
and find him in the pits because he's very well hidden.
Yeah.
I am. I'm in the Gaza Strip.
trying to. Ian's up here very kindly helping us talk through the bikes as well, because he's multi-time European champion in Top Fuel Bike. Also racing in Pro ET this weekend, which is proving to be a challenge.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, early days.
Yeah, drag racing is supposedly easy. Go from here to there as quick as you can. Not so with bracket racing.
Yeah,
obviously.
well, it was easy to bracket race the Top Fuel bike than the car, so.
In fact, it was probably more consistent as well, wasn't it? Yeah, very much so. But that speaks volumes about your team and your riding as well, more than anything else.
Absolutely, it's always a team thing, you know.
You got it. So up the top end, they are just replacing the blocks and doing a little bit of clean-up. Otto Kniebel underneath the tower. That's not Otto Kniebel, is it? I beg your pardon. That is...
It's Roman Sixter.
Thank you very much indeed. How did I do that? All the way from the Czech Republic against Marcus Christensen with the amazing twin. Marcus is such a nice guy, and it's just him and his dad, isn't it? We've got to say, we've mentioned this about engineers and people coming up with wild and different plans in Europe. They're a great example, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're always trying new innovations on the bike. They're making, you know, incredible performances with that. I was speaking to them earlier about the coffee pots on the exhausts, and they were explaining the science behind them. So, and it seems to be working because they're running better 60 foots than they have done before to get more downforce.
Is that what it's really for?
Well,
Is that what it's for?
I mean, it's for apparently, unless they're pulling my leg, of course, but apparently it's for downforce and also to provide a bit of extra scavenging from the cylinders.
Exhaust.
Yeah.
It helps. I think it helps. It helps pull. That's what Marcus told me yesterday too. Yeah. It helps pull the exhaust through, so it helps the engine and helps it stay lit as well. Hopefully,
correct,
which is always a main thing when you've only got 2 cylinders. You can't lose one because it's half the engine.
Absolutely.
But the uncanny thing with those 2 gentlemen down there, father and son, is that everything they seem. I don't want to say it out loud because I'm going to jinx it, but you know what I mean. Everything they seem to turn their hand to, it's not like it's unsuccessful. Completely different riding position. It's a different way they do a lot of stuff, and it really works.
Oh, absolutely.
Really. It's the most. We were talking about riding styles the other day. It's the most undramatic super twin I've ever seen.
Yes. Well, even the fact it's sitting position, you know, it's not a lay-down bike. It's more like a pro stock style bike than a traditional Top Fuel Harley or Twin.
Apparently, I'll say this in a minute.
They said it would never work.
And it works better than any other one. I know, like you said before, some riders prefer the, flamboyant style of riding. But that's not always quick.
No, definitely not.
No, what Marcus said yesterday, he's not allowed to put on any weight because his backside is right on those little coffee pots, as Ian called them. So the second quickest normally aspirated nitro bike on the planet in the Kestrel lane against Roman Sixter. I hope they both make it to the top end nice and safely. And quick as well. Marcus yesterday was in the 6.1s. I'm not sure. Do you know what the quickest normally aspirated run is? I think it's 6.0 something, isn't it? Slightly slower to the 60 for Marcus this time, and he's out of it. Good looking run though for Roman Sixter. 6.91, 158 miles an hour. And again, it's almost like pro stock bike. You get one run where the bike goes completely sideways, and another run where straight down the lane, no trouble at all. Slightly off pace for him anyway on the 60-foot 106 that time round for Marcus Christensen. But that's the first run where he hasn't made it all the way to the finish line under power. We move on to Top Fuel Bike. Did you miss racing Top Fuel Bike in?
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Which bits do you rate? Because that's the problem. It's not just the. If you could just turn up and get on the bike, be great. But it's never that straightforward, is it?
No.
It's all the other stuff that goes on behind the scenes.
I mean,
isn't
most of the stuff is, you know, between races, not at races, and it's always a huge team effort.
But you didn't just race in the UK as well, obviously, and Europe too. You went to the States a number of times, didn't you, to go and race?
I went to the States. I've been to Malta. I think I still hold the track record there for bike. Yeah, I do. Yeah, and well, I've been to India with a bike. I've been to the Middle East. Yeah, a lot of
they don't have drag strips in India. That was for an exhibition.
No, they built one for me.
They built one for you. How cool is that?
They did. Amazing.
Did your parents know that you'd be, a king at what you do when you were born? Is that why?
No. I mean, my dad wasn't even into motorbikes. He had one because he couldn't afford a car, but that was.
No, I was just saying that your name very much fits a lot of the things that you do. Let's put it that way. This is René van der Berg, who at the moment is one of the Top Fuel bikes not qualified, alongside Mark Smith, who's just warming the tyre down there. Now, as Ian said yesterday, riding any kind of big tyre bike with a breeze is a challenge, but you can do it, obviously, as we've just seen.
René's had some gearbox problems this weekend, and hopefully he's fixed them for this run.
So how on earth does a gearbox stand?
Well,
up
the thing
to something
is,
like that.
The gearbox in that bike's the same as in mine because we helped build that. Basically, it's a gearbox used in a drag boat.
Okay.
And it's 2-speed, planetary style, no sprags. So they're built for much higher horsepower than even we run.
Goodness me, yeah. Well, René's ready to go. Here comes Mark.
Mark off like a bandit all the way through. A bit of smoke at the stripe, still goes 693, 193 miles an hour.
René is not in. He will be down to one final pass to get in the show. The current bum spot, i.e. the last qualified position, is a comparatively soft 8.78.
Right, just a very quick one from security, actually. Sorry to interrupt this one. We have a tent in the electric hookup B field. It's blue and green. It's about 5 or 6 tents in. Unfortunately, it is pretty much blown down. So that is a notice to if you are camping in B field, which is the one-day, the electric tent hookup. There's not that many tents that have got electric hookup, but blue and green tent, it's about 5 or 6 down the line. It's pretty much blown away. You do need to go back to your tent and try and sort that one out. Thank you very much.
I was just going to say, did it start out in that field? That's, I thought, what was coming at the end of that. Yeah. So Mark Smith with smoke through the finish line, but the crew doing a check, and no one appears to be. No, we're firing up the next pair. So underneath us from Malta, great to have him back, Glenn Borg with the funny bike against another one of those Top Fuel bikes. Trying to get in the show. So the current bump spot, who's got the bump on it? Jimmy Luke's at the moment. As Tom correctly said, 3 of the bikes on the outside looking in are Top Fuel bikes. In Top Fuel bike. Well, I think they may have found something up there in the Kestrel Lane, because there are more people that have appeared over the wall. It's way better to make sure that everything's cleaned up correctly and get this right than it is to send someone down there and they have a problem because something is left on the racing surface. So Mark Smith's bike did look like it was breathing heavily. These two will get another chance. It's not their fault that they were shut down. It's nothing that they did. It's something up there past the finish line. So we're going to check that out. We've still got the rest of them to go. It might not be the worst idea. I hate to say this in the middle of the Top Fuel session. You might need to go and get your car. Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, Yeah, if we have any more delays, it might delay you. The only one good thing about Pro ET is it's such a massive class. Even if you join the back of it, you'd still be 20 minutes from the front, wouldn't you? I think.
I think there's some vehicles between.
You basically, just so Ian knows and everybody else knows, you got a Super Street bike coming up. Then it's the junior drag bikes coming up. Fire Force 3 and Firestorm, and then of course you got Graham Sykes with the steam bike. So there's plenty in between.
Yeah.
Well, I can see the clean-up truck rolling right down the very end of the top end. The one good thing about this is it's past the finish line, so hopefully it won't take too long at all to sort out, and we'll be back to qualifying in Top Fuel bike. So go on, Colin.
Yep, very quickly actually, it's 3 minutes to 2:30 in the afternoon. Live Action Arena, second show, just about to start over there. So those of you on the banking, if you just look over the other side, Live Action Arena, second show, just about to start over there. In actual fact, you can see them on the live stream and maybe on the big screen as well. They are just getting going over on the Live Action Arena.
DJ set 6 to about 10.
Right, okay. I reckon this clean-up, it'll be about 10 minutes. Not very long at all. So we're just going to gather our thoughts, actually, more than anything else. So Nitro FM, just for the moment, if you can take it over, and we will be back as soon as the action continues. Right, Liam's out there with the T-shirt cannon at the moment. Just in case you haven't seen it, well, you're not looking at the track. But yeah, Liam out there with the T-shirt cannon. So basically, if you want him to fire one your direction, you've got to wave like mad at him. So he's got a whole crate of T-shirts, which are going down rather rapidly at the moment. So yeah, the thing is, we don't know which side of the track he's going to go. No, he's going backside once again. Wave if you want one. Oh, Liam doesn't mess about. He just fires it straight away. No, I've got a feeling he could be swinging over to the grandstand this time. Now, what you got to do is really cheer like mad if he sends one over the back of the grandstand. Then it's a case of watch out if you are in the walkway behind the grandstand. But he's standing on literally on the centre line. Let's hope he's got enough gas in the T-shirt cannon to actually fire it that far. Whoa, that was low. That was very low. Right, just a few other, whilst Liam's out there just shooting everybody with the T-shirt cannon, a few birthday shout-outs actually. We had these earlier on, but just going to go through them again. Laura Grace Turbeville, happy 30th birthday today. Yannick Ricard, birthday here. Mick Elshaw's birthday. Reese Finney, Chris Shoots. And in the comp eliminator pits, will be coming down at some point, it's David Barton. He probably missed the birthday shout-out this morning because he's probably on USA time. There's maybe a little bit jet lag, but he'll certainly miss. He won't miss this one, though. David Barton, obviously with our Copo Camaro teams in the pits. Happy birthday to you, David. Right, the T-shirt cannon's still firing projectiles into the crowd. They got to around about 330-foot block now. Live Action Arena is up and running as well as the camera looks at the crowd to see where this next T-shirt is going to land. Just be advised, though, that there's lots of kids that try and chase these T-shirts. Just watch out for the youngsters around you, as I know you're rather keen to grab hold of one of these. So just be aware of the youngsters around it and knocking them all over. Right, this one's going into the grandstands. Aiming high, drops one in. Didn't see where that one landed actually. Actually, it's too far away for us to see actually. That's one thing, bizarrely, that we actually suffer with as the events progress throughout the year. Our windows get absolutely peppered with rubber and other deposits from cars, and it becomes a little bit difficult sometimes to actually see what's going on. So we then look at the live stream instead and see what's going on via the cameras. Right, so the bikes are coming round the corner. And I think Liam's going to hop over the wall now, actually, because we're getting ready to go once again. Indeed, he is.
That was quick. That was really good.
Yeah, that was quicker than we thought, actually.
Good
So the
prompt,
continuation of Top Fuel Bike.
So the pair that were shut off on the start line have been backed up. They're just going to cool down. They will get a chance to run again. One of them coming forward with the rocket, the 3-cylinder supercharged machine. The Phil Bainbridge is Jiri Lukes. Jiri's currently on the bump, not safe at all, with an 8.78 second run. He can run way quicker than that, has done before.
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of during the line. He was just like waving to Terry. Yeah, really good. He's really up for this.
Yep.
Really is up for this.
He's such a nice fella. I had a long chat
top
with him. Long chat with him yesterday at the finish line. He said that he was. I'm going to put the curse on it, but anyway, he said that the bike is now going straight, so they can now tune it to do what it's supposed to do. So he's definitely got the measure of riding it these days. It's going to be Thomas Pettersson underneath the tower from Sweden in the slick tricks lane against the aforementioned Jiri Lukes. We've got the rest of the Top Fuel bike. We've got Super Street bike to go, Junior drag bike, and the Jet car, and one more qualifying session, I do believe, for Pro ET. Is that correct?
Yep. And also Graham Sykes.
Yes, sorry.
Bike as well.
So the three on the outside looking in at the moment are three Top Fuel bikes. Phil Crossley, Samu, and Rene. Rene's already run. Also, thank you, Jiri. Also on the outside looking in is Thomas Pettersson. He hasn't actually put in a run yet in the slick tricks lane. The bike is 6 second capable, hence the fact he's here running, because funny bikes have to be 6.99 or quicker to be eligible to run in FIM Top Fuel bike. So good luck to Thomas. Long trek from Stockholm. Don't say he's got a problem again. Well, Jiri's ready to go. Dave's saying, come on, we've got to go. We've got to go. As in, like, right now. There we go. Thomas is a super nice guy. He was very happy to be back with us again. Blimey, that was healthy, Tom. After the issues, after COVID and not being able to travel. Good luck to him. Good luck to Jiri. Let's hope for both clean runs in both lanes. Top Fuel bike, funny bike. Czech Republic and Sweden. Good looking run for Jiri Lukes until he had to click it off about 1,000 foot. 7.19 at 1:36. That was a lot more like it all the way down. Problems for Thomas. Something broke on the bike just off the start line. You can see on the racetrack down there. For Jiri, 103 to 60 foot. 274 at 3:30. 8th mile, 4.17 at 1:64. I think he'd actually rolled off the throttle by then. That was a coasting 7.19. He actually moves up to the number 7 spot, which makes the bump now a 7:37.
Yeah, that's the main thing there. He got off the bump spot. You say it's not over yet, obviously, but every position that you can gain just puts you further into the field, obviously.
So that puts Martin Zylstra on the bump now. We've got the tractor rolling as well, just for a quick sweep, nothing major. So Phil Crossley is yet to run. Samu Kampainen is still to run with the Top Fuel Honda. In fact, it's Samu who's behind the tower in the water box right now. So I'm not sure what number Samu has actually run with the bike yet. I know he tested it a few times last year in Finland before shipping it here to run at this event. Now, that was my fault, wasn't it? Because I said this wouldn't be that long, but it really was. Well, whatever it was, Dave's walking up there with his arms out, being followed by a tractor, which is not a good sign. Fortunately, he got out of the way. So, yeah, whatever the problem was for Thomas, that was sort of fairly instantly catastrophic, sadly. I thought it was just something or a chain coming off, but it's a lot worse than that by the look of it. The cleanup team is rolling in the shutdown area. For the second time in this session of TFB, we have a cleanup, unfortunately, in the slick tricks lane. Again, the crack crew are pretty damn good at doing this. They get a lot of practice, sadly, and they shouldn't be too long, but we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can. If you wouldn't mind, Nitro FM, hopefully just for a few moments. We're going to try and find out how long this one's going to be, actually, to keep you lot up to date as well. So Nitro FM, we won't be long. Back soon.
Shake on both sides.
Well, he's another 500 kroner down. Michael goes 686. He was off it before the finish line. You could see that and hear it as well by the speed. 193 miles.
Shake for Jimmy. $661. Wow. Your new number one qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. The Narend
Absolutely.
team.
Wow.
And they go into stage, then hit that loud pedal. Best of luck. Here we go.
Suzanne's made it all the way down to a 3.90, 312 miles an hour from not even staging the car to your new number one qualifier.
Of course, Liam Jones.
Side by side, Dennis has gone quiet, no issues at all for Liam. Lifts early, still goes 399, only 244 miles an hour.
What were the numbers quickly?
Now. Terry's gone, lift just before the 8th. Issues for the Undertaker, no improvement for Terry, goes 4.62. There's bits on the track down there, Daryl. Well, the car driving him towards the wall. He tried to pedal it, but we all know what happens when you try and pedal a nitro car. Well, it's arrow straight the whole way down to a 609, 240 miles. Well, I'm going to have Paul about his reaction times because that is horrendous for him, 0.13.
No, they had a reason for that as well. 8:10, 164. So I had a chat with Paul this morning.
Well, it's as lazy as you like off the line, just trying to get a number on the board. Only takes it to the half track.
And then cracks it again through the finish line. 970, 130 miles an hour, these bikes.
Driving him towards the centre line. He's going to cross it before he reaches the stripe and obliterates the quarter mile blocks. He reads a 6.44 at 100.
Something as well. Slightly slower to the 60 for Marcus this time. He's out of it. Good looking run though for Roman Sixter. 691. 158 miles an hour. And again, it's almost like pro stock bike. You get one run where the bike goes.
Mark off like a bandit all the way through. A bit of smoke at the stripe, still goes 693, 193 miles an hour.
Rene, Czech Republic and Sweden. Good looking run for Jimmy Lukes until he had to click it off about 1,000 foot. 719 at 136. That was a lot more like it all the way down. Problems for Thomas. Something broke on the bike.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. Darryl Bradford is down there, going to try and catch up with some bike riders, and absolutely awesome. He got one straight away.
One I have standing right next to me at the moment, well, way above me actually. Samu Kampainen, all the way from Finland. First, before we get to the amazing Honda, Samu, you've ridden Super Twins for many years. You've just been racing in the States. Tell us about how that went last week, first of all.
Well, last week was really windy conditions like here, so we could only run left lane in first day. And we were like number 4 qualifier. And Sunday morning they got our third qualification round, and we got position number 2 qualifier. And we went round by round all the way to the final. In the finals, I was against my teammate Jordan Pedersen, and we had really tight race, like hundreds of second difference in the finish line. Jordan won and I was second, but I lost during the run air on the bike, so I couldn't shut the motor down or launch the parachute, and I was so close to the wall, so I went over the sand pit, actually almost to the public road end of the track.
Was this at National Trail?
Yeah, National Trail, raced by Ohio. So, but it was luckily hardly no damage to the bike. My back is sore, so makes me a little difficult to stand. But when I'm riding this one, I don't feel anything. So anyway, so I don't care.
Well, you just said so. You hurt yourself in the States last weekend, but you still flew home to come over here and ride this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, we flew home Tuesday, and flights were delayed and everything. We sat 15 hours on the plane. Then I was a few hours home and started my truck and drove here 52 hours with my sore back. So
you still drove your rig all the way from Finland over here?
Yes, all the way from Finland.
Goodness me. Winter must be long in Finland that you want to do this all summer. So just tell me a little bit about this bike as well. So this is a Honda Top Fuel bike. We have seen Hondas in Top Fuel bike, but so many years ago, not for a long time. Tell me about it. What is it? How does it work? Yeah,
for me, Honda was a national choice. I've been working Honda Finland already 23 years, almost 24 years. So when we decided to go 4-cylinder Top Fuel bikes, we said, okay, its only option is to make Honda. So I took Honda CP 1300 head gasket, and we took bolt pattern from there, and then we ordered 340 kilos aluminium and started to make motor. And I ordered pipes from ME Racing from Sweden, and we made a frame by ourselves and motor ourselves, fairings, everything is made by our team or our friends. So I bought like con rods and pistons, but pretty much everything else is made by our team or friends.
So Ian King mentioned yesterday, because everything's a bit offset, isn't it? Why is that? How does that work?
Yeah, it's first, like Jaska Salakari has in V-twin, we have direct drive, so clutch is straight to the crank, no primary, nothing. So it rotates together, so I have to move motor so much right to make change. Yeah, fit in. And you can't make, if I put motor normal place, the rear end would be so wide I couldn't sit there.
That makes perfect sense. So we've seen you run many times in the 60s on your Super Twin. How quick have you been on this? I know it's a new bike. It's a very difficult thing, especially if you start from nothing. But how quick have you been on the bike so far?
We have done this is actually first race and first try for full pull. So I have done only 8-mile run a couple of times, and we have been like maybe 780s or something, nothing. But because I had new bike ramblings, what we had here yesterday. We have to yesterday take the motor pin apart, and after the last run, so a lot of work, I know.
A hell of a lot of work, but it's not just that. It's the amount of effort it takes you to come here from Finland as well, and considering what happened to you last week as well, that's real dedication.
Well, yeah, this is our sport. So, and summer is short, so we have a long winter. We must do all the events you can, and the winter time we have like 9 months, nothing to do. So we do crazy stuff like this. So, but I enjoy it. This is the best track in Europe, and a lot of big audience, and people seems to be liking us. So
very much so. Well, I was mentioning this because you entered. I was mentioning this at the last event, saying I was really looking forward to seeing it, and it does look like a work of art. How did you? Just tell me, how did you get Honda involved with the project? Because you've been working with them.
Yeah, working there, and I tried to get some money from Honda Europe, but they don't. It's only MotoGP and motocross for Honda. So it's Honda Finland, our company, and they said, okay, if you want to do it, we help you much as we can. So I get some parts for them and a little bit help for traveling and everything. So I want to and of course, they give me days off work to come here. So this takes me this year 65 days traveling for USA and this. So you have to have good place to work to make that happen.
What do you think, what's the ultimate goal with the bike? I mean, obviously, the first goal is to get from here to there without any trouble, but then what do you think it can do?
We would like to give some competition to Neil and Rickard. That's the goal.
That would be really, really good. I mean, there are a number of Finnish top fuel bikes, aren't there? But we haven't had I don't think the last time a Finn has won the top fuel bike championship before, quite a few years ago. Nice if you could do it.
Yeah, Petri Paljakka won it. I can't remember, maybe 2009, 10 something, when he bought Ian King's old bike. So that's last. And we have top fuel bikes in Finland. Mikko Rajaniemen is running really well, so he's doing the Nordic this year, and I believe he's going to be maybe in Hockenheim and maybe in finals if he get the numbers what he's looking for. But he knows how fast bikes are here, so he wants to stay at local tracks and test it and make sure that he's ready to travel.
It's very brave of you as well to bring this bike all this way, especially after last week, and especially if you haven't had a chance to test it as well. But we're unbelievably grateful for you bringing it over here and showing it off for us as well. Do you think you can get in the show? It's still going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be tough. So I'm just happy to get one full run with straight. Then I'm happy. Then we can start to tune in it. We are quite low on the power, and because we don't know what it's going to do. So still hurt some parts in the motor yesterday. So I'm just one good clean run, no matter what the clock says. And I believe it should be in the field if it's the clean run.
One quick bit of advice. Yesterday, John Webster, he had a very sore back. He had really bad tyre shake in his door car, cured it. So maybe if you have tyre shake, you never know, it might happen.
Yeah, it might even heal me. I don't know, hopefully. So.
Samu, thank you very much again. Good luck from everyone here.
Thank you. And remember, drink beer because it's a sunny day.
Well, maybe not yet, but thank you. That has to be that has to be a Finn. Samu, thank you very much indeed. How are we getting on, Colin, by the way? He's tuned out.
Hello, my name's Colin.
Hello, my name's Colin. You sound like a Colin, you really do. Well, Samu is strapping himself back together. That was obviously a much, much bigger oil down, unfortunately, than we thought we might have. I'm going to see who else I might be able to grab hold of while we're standing down here. There's a lot of people milling about.
Yeah, we're just getting some final word from the race directors about what the plans are with sportsmen.
Eliminations or qualifying, yeah?
Potentially, yes.
Okay.
They're just finalising the details now.
No problem at all. Okay, one guy I want to talk to, if you don't mind coming over here. Thank you very much indeed. Really quickly. Sorry, guys. Look, everyone just goes, okay, no, not me. No, Rickard, it's got to be you. Come on, you're number one qualifier. We had a talk. This is Rickard Gustafsson, everybody. We had a talk at the top end yesterday. Some new stuff on the bike, but working really well.
Yeah, it seems so.
Seems so far. So your personal best is in the 570s. Do you think you can get the bike in the 560s? You're one of the quickest in the world, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
This is going to be a short conversation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rickard Gustafsson. There we go. Interview of the day. Well done, sir. Thank you very much. Right behind. Oh, goodness me. Look, what a bunch of reprobates we got standing here talking. Right, Neil. Come here, mate. Just very quickly. It's all right, it was Stu's go yesterday. Standing here with Neil Midgley as well. Your bike looking fantastic. That was a really good run yesterday up until the point you clicked it off, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm progressing back. The bike's running fine now. As most people know, I had a bit of an accident.
A bit.
2023, and I'm still trying to get my confidence back to get the bike further down the track. So yeah, we're just trying to go a bit further each time to get back to the decent times.
Well, it was only a couple of years ago, wasn't it? You and Rickard were trading 570s.
2 years ago was when I did my quick 5.70, my quickest time, and he was a few hundredths behind me.
Yeah, he was happy and upset at the same time because he ran quicker than he'd ever done, but he was still behind you, wasn't he?
That's right, yeah. We were having a good laugh at the top end.
So how do you prepare yourself for getting back on the bike again? Because like you said, you had a bit of an off, a rather serious off, out in Tierp in Sweden. Bike was rebuilt, you were rebuilt as well. What brings you back, or what brought you back?
I don't know why we do this sport. It doesn't make any sense. It's in my blood. It's what I've always done. Yeah. So once I decided to rebuild the bike, because obviously there's a lot of value in it being rebuilt. And in that time, I healed, and I said, well, I'll see if I can ride it again. And hopefully I will get there.
Well, you are getting back to where you were before, weren't you?
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get there, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Good luck this weekend. That's Neil Midgley, everybody. Let's see who else I can run into if you wouldn't mind coming with me. Eric, how's your English, sir? He speaks no English. This must be a shorter interview. No, it's all right. That's Eric Ricard, everybody. He's a pretty face. Just give him a wave. It's okay, no problem. That might have been a shorter interview than the one I just had with Ricard too. Okay, actually, one chap I will have a quick word with, if that's okay. So we were chatting with his mum and sister. Sorry, mate. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt. Jake Michelle. A lot of people struggling yesterday, other than you. That was still a pretty good day.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, it wasn't the easiest of rides getting down there. Track's a little bit off for our street tyres, and then with the wind on top of that, it's making it a little bit difficult. But yeah, just try and stay tucked in and keep it to the finish line.
Well, it's really we've been watching in the tower and everywhere else as well. Some bikes straight down the lane, no trouble, even with the side breeze. Some of them, obviously, they catch the wind and go out of shape. How was it for you?
It's very similar, to be fair. Like it's more like when we're losing traction, it's kind of like you get a bit of spin, then it dead hooks, picks the front up, and whilst the front's in the air with the crosswind, it kind of pushes the front across, tries to lay the bike over a bit. So it's just a bit of a rider reaction really to get the front down as quickly as possible, just to get some grip back on the front tyre, so you can actually steer the things then.
So you just said spinning the tyre at the finish line at like 220 miles an hour. Is that right?
Yeah, that's kind of normal for our class. Yeah.
Well, it's an incredibly competitive class as well, because not only have you got all of the English guys like you're in front at the moment, but you've got all the competitors from Hungary, from Greece, from everywhere else as well. Thank you very much indeed, whoever that was. But everywhere else too. It's such a great class, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a fantastic turnout, and it's great to get the numbers back in the class, have some good competition. You know, everyone is very, very good at what they do. So when you get out there for Q1, there's no easing yourself into it. You got to go all out straight away. You know, it's all about the points. We get like a bonus system for the top 3 qualifiers. So you've got to kind of play the long game a little bit and just take what you can whilst you can. Yeah.
And this season too, you have been so successful here and successful abroad as well. Are you running the whole series this summer?
Here we are, yeah. So, yeah, we haven't done it in the past. Just Sweden's just a little bit too much time out of work, really. But we've come close, done quite well in the championship in the past. So, whilst we can do it, we're going to make the most of it and make that journey to Sweden this year and just see how it goes, I suppose.
Well, it's great to see, and it's so good to see the class. Like you said, the numbers back, the competition is back, everything is just outstandingly good.
It is, yeah. Really pleased for everyone making the effort to come out and make Super Street Bike great.
How long before your boy's on one?
Oh. He's got to save up a bit of money first.
So you weren't ready for that question, sorry mate. Anyway, Jake Michelle, everybody, thank you very much indeed, Jake.
Thank you very much.
No trouble at all. How far away are we, Colin?
Looking pretty good, actually.
Okay.
Track, I would say, is there. It's just that little last bit in the shutdown area. So, yeah, looking pretty good indeed out there. But say it's certainly warming up out there. That wind is still pretty strong. But the sun, I would say, is definitely putting some heat in the track, which I'm sure all of these riders are going to try and make full use of.
Okay, so how long we got roughly, do you think? Just so I know.
5.
Okay, so
maybe a bit longer.
Time to bother a few more. Actually, why not? It's all right. Everybody deserves their time in the sun. Richard Wilcox, how you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
Good man. We still think the only person to double class in both junior dragster and junior drag bike as well. Is that right?
We believe so, yes.
And that's at the same event too?
Yes, for an entire season now.
And you do pretty well at it too as well. What's most fun to ride or drive?
The bike.
Definitely the bike, yeah? Well, you're in FIM competition this weekend, and there is a lot of competition again, isn't there?
Yeah, it's definitely grown a lot. I remember it being like 2 or 3 bikes, and now we're at like 12 bikes now, so it's definitely grown a lot quicker.
The UK rounds get a lot too, and it's a good stepping stone. What do you fancy doing next? As long as your dad's not here to listen to what I'm saying, he is standing right there, sorry. But what do you fancy doing next after junior drag bike?
We're currently looking at going into ET bike at the moment and then moving up from there, get a grips for a new bike and then work our way up there.
Good idea, mate. Anyway, it's great to see you doing it for the UK, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
No problem. Richard Wilcox, everybody. Thank you, sir. Sorry, excuse me, wrong hand. There you go, mate. Thank you very much.
He's a very good young lad, actually.
Absolutely. He just had to walk the wrong way at the wrong time then, didn't he?
Yeah, right or wrong, but he promotes himself very well, and a good lad.
Okay, I think we have suited riders and everyone's moving forward, so I'm going to come and take my place back up there again. Thank you all to who participated, and thank you to Rikard Gustafsson for the shortest interview ever. That was fun.
He lets his bike do the talking. I think that is the way you put that,
The really
isn't
funny
it?
thing about Rikard is if you see him at the top end after a run, you can't shut him up. He's a totally different bloke. It's a good thing, but he's a totally different bloke. So anyway, that was fun. And it's always nice as well to get a couple of words, especially from one of the juniors as well, such as Richard's such a good lad, and the fact that he runs in 2 different classes at the same weekend as well, I think that's definitely worthy.
Well, tractor heading down towards the start line again, and our track crew really do give a phenomenal racing surface to all of our teams out there, and a lot of other tracks around the world can look at Santapod and go, yeah, these guys do it right. And I had the absolute pleasure of obviously going over to Florida end of February, early March, and we looked at Bradenton and Gainesville, and Ian was just looking at both tracks and picking up tips of how they do things out there, what he could incorporate into what he does over here, just seeing how track prep goes on around the world. Some things that he would do differently, some things that he does the same as them, but whatever he does and what the track team do out there, Santapod Raceway is recognised as one of the best prepared tracks in the world. And when I say the real word, I include absolutely everywhere in that. A lot of the overseas visitors that come and see us here look at our track and go, wow, it's so well prepared. Not only that, it's, how can I put this, it's a wide groove here. A lot of the tracks have what they call a groove, but you know, they don't prep the full width of the lane. Here the whole track is prepped, and that does make a huge difference. A car or bike can get out of shape and still be on what we call the racing surface. If you get out the groove on some of the other tracks in the world, you know, you're not on a prep surface, and it's just not quite as good. So you can save more runs here than you can pretty much anywhere else. And that's what they're doing. They sled the whole width of the track right up to the centre line. That's exactly where the tractor is at the moment. So we're not far away from Top Fuel Bike continuing. And I'd say it's only going to be a very, very short time indeed. Live Action Arena, that is on the go at the moment over there. And one thing I will say to people, I know it's probably a bit late in the day to say this, considering the length of time the sun has been out, but please make sure that you do get some sunblock, as you'll have that wonderful affliction called pod face. And it shows where you've been over the course of a weekend sometimes. And you see a few very red-faced people in Fuelers Bar in the evening. So they've even named a beer after it. Pod face, one of our wonderful terms we use here at the racetrack. Don't forget to please visit all of our traders behind the tower as well, and also pay a visit to the pod shop. We've got 3 of them on site. You've got the main one in the pits just opposite half track. You have the secondary unit in the catering area here, and the third one just past Live Action Arena. And Live Action Arena is running at the moment. Terry Grant is down there strutting his stuff, and he'll be followed by monster trucks, flattening things that are left behind over there. Unfortunately, fortunately there's only flattened cars in the middle at the moment, which were deliberately put there, but if you parked in the wrong location, you never know, you could end up there as well. The race weekend programme is available from the pod shops as well, including the FIA merchandise as well. The new range was launched earlier on this year, but if you want to get the FIA range of merchandise, that's available in the pod shops. And you can actually pre-order jackets as well. So sometimes if you haven't got the size required, you can actually order it in. A big shout out to some of our sponsors that are represented here this weekend. Old Hall Performance, Turbo Smart and VP, just outside the pod shop. we have separate areas for our sponsors this weekend. And I do know TurboSmart are doing some quite competitive deals this weekend, so please pop over and see them there. One other thing, if you're on social media and you post pictures and everything, and please obviously tag Santapod in your social media posts. It helps us spread the word, and it lets us see some of the images and memories that you have as well. We can incorporate into our feeds as well. So if you're on the socials, please push these, and people posting it on the Santapod page as well. Don't forget, this evening after racing, we do have live music over on the stage. And if I look at today's lineup, at 7 o'clock it's Hard to Handle, and then at 9 o'clock this evening it's The Killers over on the stage. Very, very busy over there last night, and I will be surprised if it's not just as busy tonight as well. Just another reminder, lots of people on the banking. I hope you all do realise that this venue is horseshoe shaped. In other words, you can go round the back of the catering area here behind the start line and then go into the pits. The pits are open for you to go and have a wander around, go and see what's going on over there. Go and have a chat with the teams. They'd be more than happy to have a word with you, as long as you're not in their face when they're actually just ready to pull out. So bear that in mind, folks, but the teams would be more than willing to have a chat and show you around their cars and bikes. We've got a bit of a parish notice.
Yeah. It's a happy birthday to Gemma Harrison, who's 41. So happy birthday, Gemma, if you're out there somewhere.
I'm delighted with that message.
You said that, yeah. Well done.
Oh, dear,
Thank you for the birthday mention, but go away in polite versions anyway. Okay, folks, so I think they're about to be called forward one more time. We have ladders, do we, Colin?
Yes. And now then, this is a bit of a bizarre situation that's happened. Pro ET are already in the lanes for a qualifier, so they haven't come down in any order at all. But the rest of the sportsman classes are now into eliminations, but we can't shuffle Pro ET because when they were called, we didn't have 2 oil downs. So it was just a bit of a weird situation, but I'm sure once they realise that, they'll understand.
Here we go then, back into Top Fuel Bike. Samu Kapainen on the Honda.
And Martin Zalstra. That's his number on the board at the top end. So what we're mentioning about, what we're talking about during qualifying is they are trying to get into the 8-bike field. There are 12 machines looking for a spot on the ladder in eliminations tomorrow. Samu on the Honda is one of them in the Kestrel lane. However, as he said in that interview, the bike is lightly tested, shall we say.
Fresh.
And Top Fuel bikes are not the easiest things to get the hang of, but if anyone can, Samu can. He's got loads of experience on nitro machines, just not a blown fuel one. Well, that's not a bad looking run for Samu. Drags it away from the centre line. 7:46 at 1:55. Not particularly quick, and almost quick enough to get in, actually. 7:46 at 1:55. The bike didn't really leave like the others, but again, it is testing. Martin Zastra, no improvement. He stays put on the bump for now. Track crew out there checking the track. They've just cleaned up to see if there's anything else on it.
Yeah, the bike was missing a cylinder the whole way up, sort of intermittently, and then just as he got to the top end, it billowed smoke out. As you say, there are all the spotters out at the top end. Just having a quick check. Good news, the tractor's not going anywhere.
Yeah, the tractor's still going backwards into place. Now we just need all the people past the finish line to go back into place too, and we'll be fine. So I think everybody that's going to... Oh no, Phil Crossley still isn't in at the moment, is he?
No.
Well, unfortunately, the couple of oil downs that we've had, the tractor's moving forwards again. The couple of oil downs that we've had in this session make that 3. really, unfortunately, have completely shot holes in the run order. Good and proper.
Yeah, so just to reiterate for all of you out there who didn't hear, all sportsman races, apart from Pro ET, you're now into eliminations. Of course, Pro ET would have been part of that, except for the fact that they're in the pairing lanes already.
Yeah, they were called before the first oil down, and the idea was just to try and give all of our sportsmen another qualifier, and we were on course to do that, but then obviously the situation changed out there, and as Pro ET were in the lanes, you try and shuffle 50-odd cars around into pairings, it ain't happening.
It's not easy.
So, yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately. So,
well, the thing is, everybody knows their pairings before they come down, so they
yes.
make sure they match up.
That's
don't they?
right, that's right.
However, unfortunately, poor track crew who have just done 2 in a row make that 3 in a row now, unfortunately. Some days it just goes really smoothly, and some classes just go really smoothly. We had no issues with all the fuel cars, with absolutely everything else, and just this session for Top Fuel Bike has been snake bit, unfortunately. So the tractor starts before the finish line. It's a good job Angie took a load more oil dry stuff up there. Although saying that, there isn't anyone else out on the track.
Top end crew, apart from being at the very, very end, there's nobody else out there at the moment.
And not only that, Dave has not moved off the start line, which is a good sign. And everyone's still on their bikes, ready to go. So apologies for the delay once again, folks. It looks like it might just be a really quick touch-up in the Kestrel lane, which would be nice if we can do that. Anyway.
Yeah, all the spotters in the shutdown area that we can see and you can't have all disappeared back over the wall. And it's just the tractor and one spotter on the track at the minute. Shouldn't be too long at all. The riders, as we say, are not going anywhere. The officials standing near the bikes aren't telling them to go anywhere.
Which is a good thing. So, Jimmy Luke's improved off the bump. He is at 7.19. Phil Crossley is still behind the tower. Go on, Colin.
Yeah, good news. Shutdown area is clear. Just sorting out the little bit there where the tractor is, and that is a very short area. So, yeah, this will be quite a quick one.
Good. Thank goodness for that. Well, as we said, nobody's moving, which is always a good sign.
So we have Top Fuel Bike in the lanes already. We've run half the class. We've got 4-ish bikes left, and by 4-ish I mean 6. Followed by Super Street Bike, then Junior Drag Bike, and then side-by-side jet cars. Before we move back into one last round of sportsman qualifying. And by round I mean just Pro ET.
And that's it, and then it will be sportsman eliminations and Moyle Pro qualifying to finish out the day. Probably kind of like we did yesterday. Go on.
Also, Comp Eliminator are into eliminations as well, actually. So we do have the pairings for Comp Eliminator. Quickly go through those, actually, if you've got a moment.
Well, yeah, of course.
Reuven Dawson gets a bye from being number 1. Scott Liebescher will be taking on Spencer Tran. This is going to be a very interesting one. Dave Barton and Ben Mace. So you've got the co-pair going alongside that wonderful little altered. Belinda Bull taking on Dave Swift. Dan Williams has got Kev Jenkins. Julian Bayer has got Marcus Felt.
You're joking.
No.
How did that happen?
I've just seen that happen. Gary Carr's got Matt Davison. Emma Goddard has got Simon Crowley. Terry Newton against Lloyd Perkins. Ahmed Jamshed has got Mr. Dewhurst, so you've got 2 front-wheel drives against each other there. Nick Williams has got the Petros Taxopoulou Sayat, and Rob Smallworth would have Luke Stevenson, but I know that Luke is broken, so Rob will actually be on a solo there. Interesting matchups there. Very interesting.
Really good matchups indeed. Absolutely. So have you got some of the others as well?
So yeah, I've got the ladders for Super Pro. Just seeing if the tractor's coming back. I don't think we're far away. Elodie Dubois has got Alan Schofield. Sylvia Novak has got Phil O'Brien. Tom Axingham's got Sean Law. Dave Russell has got Ashley Bell. Bernard Saz and Matt Peters. Fabian Dubois has got Steve Saunders. Paul Marston against Pete Brown. Daniel Giles against Phil Toppen. Franz Aschenbrenner has got Bailey Ashdown. Callum Swinchart against Ian Brown. The 2 dragsters, Alan Didwell against Nick Good. Robert Gasser against Scott Hauser. Mark Bailey against Christian Schneebly. Patrick Dubois against Rennie Erschman, Lee Huxley against Jens Konecki, and Josh Duncan against Bob Doyle.
Awesome matchups, which we'll be seeing, hopefully,
later this
today.
afternoon. Yeah.
You got it. So, Neil Midgley with the Cannon Motorsport Top Fuel bike. Just had a chat with Neil behind the start line. Going further and further down the track on each run. Getting himself settled on the machine. The incident he had at TF a couple of years ago was pretty horrible, frankly. We heard him mention this yesterday about bumps in the shutdown area, unsettling the bike or unsettling cars. And unfortunately, I think Neil hit a couple of bumps in the shutdown area at TF, and yeah, you don't want to be doing that on a top fuel bike. It's good to see Neil healed and back out there on a rebuilt machine. He's currently number 4 in the order with a 6.67. In the other lane is one of Europe's quickest funny bikes, Eric Richard, who very sensibly said, "I don't speak English," when I went near him. That's quite a hefty dose of nitro, isn't it?
It's true, is it? Wow, that'll clear your nostrils out.
So, good luck to both Neil Midgley and Eric. Both of these two are in the show at the moment. They'd like something a little better than the mid-60s they've got at the moment. Both of them more than capable. Neil's quickest time on the fuel bike is a 5:70. I don't expect that from him on this run, but hopefully a bit further down the track and maybe a bit lower into the 60s.
So you could really see the difference in reaction times between the two bikes. Eric really did leave hard. Both lifted at about the same point, around 330 feet out.
When you say left hard, Neil Midgley's 60 foot was a 0.98. That thing is an absolute rocket ship for a top fuel bike off the start line. That really is. So, needless to say, no improvement for either, unfortunately. But Neil's bike was shaking the tyre, and that's what, actually, from our vantage point up here, it shook almost instantly, then shook from about 60 to 330, and that's where he got off it because it was knocking him sideways, so to speak.
Well, good news, we're actually going to keep running.
Yay! More than one pair.
So, Rikard Gustafsson with the world's quickest Indian, as it's being called now.
Against Stu Crane. You know, Stu had that oil down in the burnout box yesterday. It was just one. It was just one ring, one rubber ring on the oil. Now, Rikard Gustafsson on the Indian top fuel bike in the Kestrel Lane. He's one of those who used to run a funny bike and basically got fed up of being beaten by Ian, which is why he built a top fuel machine. Ever since he stepped onto this bike, he has been almost unstoppable. He is by far the quickest bike on the property this weekend, down in the 570s. Absolutely world class from the bike from Sweden in the Kestrel Lane. Stu Crane yesterday, when I spoke to him at the top end, he's number 2 qualifier, 6:41. Yeah, you heard that right. Ricard's got about 6/10 on the field at the moment. Once again, good luck to both of them. I'm sure both of them will try to step up a little bit from what they've already ran.
Ricard actually spins the wheels as the front end comes back down from the sky. Goes 586, 245 miles an hour. A good 650 from Stu Crane, but no improvement for either.
What's hilarious about that, that's Ricard's slowest run of the weekend. Every other run he's been quicker than that. His first run he was quicker than that. You're right, Tom. The bike, see, this is what I mean about the difference. 104 to 60 foot. Sorry?
Both of them were 104.
104 to 60 foot. Yeah, Stu Crane wasn't hanging about. But Ricard spun the tyre, punched high gear, and then it was off. But the speed was better that time round.
So your last pair in top fuel bike. Phil Crossley and Glenn Borg. Glenn all the way from Malta.
So Phil Crossley is one of those on the outside looking in at the moment. Glenn Borg is currently number 5 with a 6.85, doing it for the island. And hopefully doing it for our little island is Phil Crossley. Phil's best elapsed time, he starts with a 9. He's been in the low 6s with that bike already. If it goes to plan, we will have another bike in the 6s hopefully. Big if though. Big
yeah,
if.
it needs to go all the way through. It's not going to happen here either.
Well,
really does lean the bike over. That was all the way over. Glenn goes 6:59, 208 miles an hour.
Judging by the reaction, that's one of their quickest times ever, if not the quickest. And ironically, Glenn had the opposite problem to everyone else. He went to the right. He got close to the wall in the shutdown area, but he's absolutely A-OK and slowing down. They were delighted with that. He's also number 4 qualifier now as well with that number. So we've got one more session of Top Fuel Bike. We have 3 Top Fuel bikes on the outside looking in.
Crazy, isn't
it's
it?
mad. Well, again, consistency or power, what do you do? That's kind of how it is, really. So, Super Street Bike, they're qualifying for a 16-bike field. The bump spot at the moment
is a 7:79.
Thank you very much. I'm glad someone's eyes work.
Time to hold your breaths, because Super Street Bike, they push hard at the best of times, let alone when they're trying to get in a field. And you've got 5 bikes who will not qualify.
Clemens Rallier is the first one up. He's number 15 at the moment with a 7.77. That is in no means, or no way, shape or form, is that safe. Wants to improve on that to make sure he's in with a shout of it tomorrow.
Yeah, expect the bump to drop to about a 7.2, 7.3, somewhere in there. Much smoother on the launch. Little bit of wheel spin coming out of first gear, but it's going to go through with a 7.62. Yep. He does improve, but only to 13th.
That is an improvement. Might not be safe, though. Might not. We will see.
Next pair is supposed to be Luke Ferrugia.
It is.
He's down there, but his bike doesn't sound healthy at all.
He just went to crack the throttle for the burnout and it stopped. It's just done it 2 times in a row. He is in at the moment. He's currently number 6. Went 7.15 yesterday. He's got to hurry it up. Really, really hurry it up. Otherwise, it will be Ioannis Lamperoulis on his own. That sounds better. He doesn't have much time, though. He's got to line it up. Doesn't stop him from doing a Larry burnout, though. So, again, current bump, 7.79. Ioannis Lamperoulis from Greece in the Slicktrix lane is number 18 right now. Anything mid-7 or below at the moment will be safe, but that won't last long. So, Luke Ferrugia has been down in the 6s on this machine in Malta and was last November when we were there.
Very, very lazy 60 foots from both sides of the track. Only a 140 for Luke, but all the way through goes 7.12. That is an improvement for him, and a 7.61 for Yannis.
Look
that
at the
puts him
speed
in the field.
Yeah, 7.61 at 206 miles an hour. That mile an hour does not match that ET. That was very, very fast for that ET. So he's in for the moment. The bump spot moves to a 7.73. One of the guys not in, I think he's coming up right now, which is a big shock to anyone who knows anything. Actually, both of them aren't in about Super Street Bike. Mogens Lund, previous winner of the European finals and perennial 6-second runner from Denmark in the Slicktrix lane, is not in yet. 2 times he's been on the start line, 2 times he's gone nowhere. Against Eric Gruber. Eric is 19.
Well, you can see almost instantly Morgan sit up as he knew the bike was going to come up. He's feathered the throttle and he's sat up again.
Still not happening at all for Morgan's. Well, the bike worked off the start line, but he's not in with 1 to go. Goodness me, this is lively, isn't it? It's almost like we planned it this way. Jack Shook is on the bump at the moment. 7.73, that's his number on the board. He'd like to get a bit further in than that. Dan Diath in the other lane is number 12, but with a 7.59, he might need a bit more than that with everyone that's behind him.
Yeah, Jack can run into the low 7s, has been into the 7.2s, if not the 7.0s before, and over 200 miles an hour. He's not run a 6 yet, but the bike's got everything in it to be able to do that.
I think it's also Dan's first time in Super Street this weekend too.
Yeah, Dan can run 7.2s easily.
Jack Shook, oh, good lad, keeping it off the wall, but only just. 7.61, he does improve off the bump up to number 13. Dan stays 12, the bump drops to a 7.66. Try and keep up, not easy, is it?
Yeah, so the bump is now Brad Head.
Well, there's 4 of them in the 60s now. And like I said, it's not comfy. Well, one of them that isn't in is Boyce in the Slick Tricks lane with the Hayabusa. He was in a good mood at the top end yesterday, but he said, I can't start drinking yet because I've broken something, was the exact quote. Up against Kostas Giannopoulos, who is from the UK, believe it or not, even though his name isn't.
Yeah, Kostas has been in the 60s before. He can do it again at any moment. Keep your eyes on the bike in the Kestrel lane.
Well, that won't get Boyce in either. It's a bit better down the track, but not off the start line. Good looking run for Kostas. 7.06, 198. Boyce, same speed. Unfortunately, he'd have liked the ET as well. 8.35. Chris Reed is down to one last chance to get in, unfortunately. I think this event this time last year, he was number 1. He's also leading the ACU Championship, I think,
he's
as
the
well,
winner
isn't
at
he?
Easter, yeah.
He was. Martin Hallett is in at 11 at the moment.
Should have been alongside Nicholas, but hasn't made the call, unfortunately.
Martin Hallett is 11, 7.44. That might be enough to get him in, but he'd still like to improve anyway.
Yeah, shame we can't see Nicholas with the Triumph down here for one more. But it's all up to Pack. Can go low 7s, maybe even high 6s. We've seen a 7.0 already. Very soft launch as the front wheel comes in the air just before 330 foot.
Front wheel came in the air just at half track, which is not where you want it to happen. Like Jake was explaining earlier, when if they spin the tyre anywhere on a gear change and then the bike dead hooks, it picks the front end up, which is not comfortable at nearly a couple of 100 miles an hour, I'm sure. So, Ionis Martsikalis. Sounds like I practiced that, didn't it? In the Kestrel lane from Greece against Danny Cockerell from Essex. There we go, what a combination. Dan is currently number 18. He was in the 7.0s back at Easter when he was running in comp bike. Good luck to both of them. Ionis is quite safe.
Danny's bike's spinning, driving him towards the centre line. You've got to keep it off it, which he does by rolling off the throttle. Yanis goes 7.10 at 201 miles an hour, moves him up to number 7.
And for now, Danny Cockerell is down to one last chance to get in the 16-car ladder, bike ladder, to race tomorrow. I'm sure watching him from around the world, we've got many Super Street bike fans. Just want to say a big good afternoon to Lawrence, who I know helps a lot of Super Street bike riders out. Thanks for the info and help, as always, sir. Very much appreciated. Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands in the Slick Tricks lane, having a much better weekend than she did back at the Festival of Power at Easter. She's qualified to start with. Number 9 with the 7.0. Sorry, that wasn't a 7-0. Her number is 721. I apologise. Rudy Zorzi in the other lane is the chap who got up close and personal with the wall yesterday in the shutdown area. He was fine, his crew weren't.
Yeah, Rudy went 7-0 yesterday. You can see him feathering the throttle on the handlebars as the bike spins the wheels. Both go through 748 and a 777. Track conditions aren't favourable at the minute. It's way too hot for these bikes to really get the grip going.
Problem, an issue we don't often have.
No, the issue is when you get the heat on the track, the big tyre machines with all the slicks really do enjoy it because the rubber gets nice and soft. The issue when you get that on a street tyre is it's got nothing to rub against. It doesn't need the wheel speed like you have on the big time machines.
Brad Head in the Slick Tricks lane is on the bump at the moment against Al Morrison Jr.
Well, they're side by side. Al Morrison rolls off the throttle. Brad's going to go all the way through to a 750.
He's in for now.
Moves himself off the bump.
Number 12. The bump is now 7.62. It belongs to Clemens Valier, who went through earlier on, who was safe, and now he's not safe again. There you go. Who'd have thought? On the outside at the moment, Danny Cockle, Eric Gruber, and Boyce, and our friend from Denmark as well. Daniel Lentz and Ricardo Grau. Ricardo is well in at the moment, up to number 10. He was delighted yesterday. That 7.3 was his new personal best against Daniel Lentz from Hungary.
Danny been down into the mid-6s before, ran a 6.5 a couple of years ago. One of the most impressively engineered machines here this weekend. Has got a BMW head on a Suzuki block, arrow straight, drifts over the wall at the finish line, goes 678, 221 miles an hour. Only good enough for number 2.
Ricardo backs up his 7.3 from yesterday with a 7.41 at 192. It's really funny as well because Danny's bike was drifting to the left and there was never a point where he didn't have it covered, even in the shutdown area. Reminds me very much of Steve Venables. Steve Venables used to get all kinds of out of shape sometimes, but he always had it covered. There was never a point where it was in doubt.
So as we look down onto the start line, we see a member from pretty much every single crew for every single Super Street Bike team down here waiting to see the next pair. These boys have both been 6.6 seconds, and they know it because they did it next to each other in eliminations at the Festival of Power. Your number 1 qualifier, Jake Michel, has been 6.75 already this weekend. Ross sits in the number 3 spot. He's the other 6-second bike. What can they do here?
Yeah, Ross went 6.91 yesterday. These two put on the best race we've ever seen in Super Street Bike, both in the 6.6s. Back at Easter, Jake had to feather the throttle. That will not improve him. Ross coming up towards the finish line as well, goes 6.89 at 199. How do they run those numbers backing off? It's unbelievable, isn't it? 7.03 at 211 for Jake. He was 1.20 to 60 foot. Ross Morrison was 1.18 to 60. Mental. One more session to go. Lots of riders on the outside looking in with one more chance. Okay, junior drag bike.
Okay, we got 6 pairs coming up. You first pair. Looking down on there, we can see it's going to be Holly King and Anouk Bergering.
So this is qualification number 3 for the junior drag bikes. They qualify on dial-ins, so you'll see those pop up at the top end. Dial-in for Anouk Bergering, 13.49. Dial-in for Holly King, 8.60. They're all on a pro tree, so similar tree to what you've just been seeing, where all 3 bulbs come on and then the green light. In eliminations, they will stagger the bulbs, but for right now, they'll drop down together. Holly King currently in the number 10 position, Anouk currently number 12. Anouk been having issues all weekend on the bike from Holland. As Holly goes through 9.26. And Anouk goes 13.73. That moves Anouk up to number 8 and bumps Holly down to number 11. And there's Jackson King. Give him a wave. He's having a wave at you.
Just make you wonder if he's going to carry that on throughout his whole bike career. He's a good lad.
So, Richard Wilcox, who we heard earlier, is in the slick tricks lane, dials 9.80, and Jackson, who you've just all waved at, dials 13.76. Lots of wheel spin for Richard. So he's not going to be hitting his number here on the two-stroke machine. And in fact, rolls off early to a 10.66 and a 14.1 for Jackson.
I'll tell you what, Jackson going 14.10, considering he's normally in the mid-13s, I think that's purely wind that is slowing him down there. That headwind, very difficult for the youngsters with very small engines to actually punch a hole in the air. So, yeah, very totally different on the ET. Brad Morrison and Leaf Eric Braun, your next pair. Well, it would have been a pair, but no sign of Leaf on this one, so Brad has got the track to himself.
I did see him earlier down with the bike. Not too sure what the problem was for him. But Brad dials 9.80. Currently sitting in the number 7 spot. That's 7 of 12. Runs through with a 9.72 breakout, unfortunately.
Yeah, 800ths too quick there, unfortunately. Right, Declan Butt and Leah Morrison, your next pair. 8.15, the dial in for Leah. Declan is 8.60. .809 breakout, too quick for Leah, but Declan moves up. 8.66 on that 60, goes from 6 to 3. Nicely done. 2 pairs to go. Harry Isaacs and Sophie Pollen. Harry in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and Sophie is in Slick Tricks. $9.85 and $8.23. The dial-ins.
Issues for Sophie as the bike conks out on the line. Harry's going to run through, looking for a 9.85, goes 9.81 breakout, no improvement for him. He's going to have to stay number 2.
Okay, so a reset for Sophie.
There we go.
Looking for an 8.23, gets an 8.60, stays put number 5. As we go to the last pair, Maggie Smallman and Alia Lester.
So Maggie, your current number 1 qualifier. And Alia sits number 4. Alia looking for 9.58 in the Slick Tricks lane. Maggie looking for an 8.20 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Maggie's going to get there first to an 8.09. Huge breakout. And a 9.49 on the 58 for Alia. Breakout for her too. Right, to round off the procession then, 2 jet funny cars. Firestorm and Roger Goring taking on Martin Hill with Fire Force. 2 completely different styles of running a jet funny car. Martin sits next to his jet, Roger in front. one of only a handful of jet cars in the world, especially with a funny car body on it, where you actually sit in front of the jet. Of course, after this, we'll be moving back into sportsman qualifying.
Yeah, it was just a weird situation we had. We called Pro ET into the lanes for their final qualifier, and the plan was to give everybody a final qualifier. But then we had some oil downs, which really put a dent on the proceedings. So it was too late to send Pro ET back to the pits, because obviously the pairing lanes do get rather chock-a-block, especially when you've got 50 cars down there. So the rest of the sportsman classes will be into eliminations. And obviously, after Pro ET run, they will be into eliminations themselves as well. So, Roger with Firestorm. And of course, Martin with Fire Force, our two jet funny cars, side by side here at the main event. The 1,000-foot markers have gone up there. That's where we race the jet cars to. When they're on a solo pass, they do the full quarter mile, but when they side by side, we've run them to 1,000 foot. Those of you tuned into the live screen can see the big screen as well. There you can see Martin Hill sat beside the jet in his car. And then when you look at Firestorm, then you can see Roger, he's sat in front. The wheelbase on the cars is very, very different indeed. Firestorm is much longer than Fire Force. As anything that is on the top of the counter, we can keep an eye on it, make sure it's not going to go flying. We lost a fan yesterday, that took a dive. That's why it's sat on the floor now. It didn't survive.
I'm surprised when it landed, it didn't fix it.
Oh, well, we don't know yet. We haven't tried it.
Okay.
Cracking shots there of the inside of the Fire Force machine. You can see Martin looking around, making all the checks, checking all the crew, done all of theirs. Fire Force and Firestorm having a barking match beneath us now, as they get the signals to wind up the jet. Martin putting his full stop on the end of that transaction. So Firestorm and Fire Force only to 1,000 foot this time. Two jet funny cars coming your way. Martin creeping in now. Look at how much smoke's coming out the back of that. Behind the tower's gone white. Here we go. Martin Hill making a move towards the centre line as we get a flame out in the Kestrel beer lane. 492 at 238 miles an hour for Fire Force, and a 535 at only 178.
Great entertainment though, barking at each other with the flames coming out the back of the jet engines, and good runs from both of them.
So to cap off this session, give him a big round of applause, everybody. To cap off this session, we have the ever incredible Mr. Graham Sykes with the even more incredible force of nature. Could we have Top Methanol into the lanes, please? Top Methanol for your final qualifying session, please. Into the pairing lanes right now.
Well, there goes the Fire Force support transit van. Going up to the top end, as I say, we welcome Graham Sykes down onto the start line. We think Graham had an absolutely phenomenal run yesterday. It just took off and it went, but unfortunately it didn't give us the speed or ET. It was such a shame that he just rolled out of stage, and then when Graham hit the go button, we just didn't get any numbers. It's on the mothership at the moment. This is the, it's the mothership is what they keep the bike on in the pits, and that's where they do all of the work on the machine. And this is the mothership that heats all of the water. So just to go through a very quick process, the concept is to heat the water in the pressure vessel to a temperature of 250 degrees. It's absolutely incredible. At a pressure of 40 bar or 580 psi. The water expands at a rate of 1,600 to 1, and it pushes the nozzle away, propelling the bike forward. The more water heavy the bike is on the line, the faster it will accelerate as the G-force acts on the mass of the water. It pulls approximately 6 G, which is 0 to 120 miles an hour in 1 second. It's the 13th year of the project for Graham, and of course the Force of Nature steam rocket bike. And Graham does most of the engineering work himself. It includes the hub center steering, the monocoque chassis, wheels and braking system, the valve controls. In fact, everything apart from the tyres, the pressure vessel itself, and the operating valves, Graham has done himself.
That includes the mothership, actually, because
Yes.
that started off life, believe it or not, as a hospital bed.
Yeah, but I think every component has changed by now. But yeah, that's where the concept came from. The record numbers are outstanding. 60-foot time of 0.723. No human being has accelerated faster than Graham. 330 foot, it's 1.968 seconds. And it's basically out of power at that point. The 8th mile, 3.28, coasting. And at the quarter mile, 6.054, again, coasting. His fastest speed at the 8th mile, his fastest ET at the 8th mile is 3.28, and at the quarter mile is 6.05. Graham desperately wants that 5-second run. Ladies and gentlemen, raise the roof, the one and only Mr. Graham Sykes. Phenomenal engineer, a very talented rider, and let's see what he has got for us here. The world record for a standing 8th mile bike is 3.878 at 163 miles an hour. He broke that record in May 23 at Speedway. Do you believe it or not, it takes 3 to 4 hours to heat that water in that bike to get it up to temperature.
Hence the one run a day. So Graham is getting himself settled on the machine. If you notice, it's actually moulded to his shape.
Yeah.
To make sure he stays on.
Yeah, Jim is the man who's brought the bike up to the line there. And then Diane has pulled the safety tags. And the last one was obviously the parachute tag for Graham. So we keep an eye on Graham. When he gives us the nod, it's a very quick countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we shout go as loud as we can. So we keep an eye on Graham. We wait for the nod. And then hold on tight. Great run yesterday with no numbers. Fingers crossed for today. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 0.76. Let's look at the quarter mile. 6:07 at 155 miles an hour. Oh, so close to that magical 5. To the 60 foot, he was 0.76 of a second. The 330 was 2 seconds flat. At the 8th mile, 3.29 at 172. That was almost a record. His record to the 8th was 3.28. And obviously at the top end there, 6:07 at 155. Unbelievable machine. And if you're looking at the track, seeing what that is, that's just water because it came out as steam.
Incredible stuff. The cleanup won't take long at all, really, only a couple of minutes and we'll be on with racing. We've just called Top Methanol, so we're about to go with another pro session once again, after, I think probably after Pro ET have run, actually. Is that the plan?
Yes, it is, yeah. Straight into Top Methanol.
Okay, but Graham and the whole team, that thing is an absolute engineering marvel. Give the team a massive round of applause.
Yeah, Diane up the back there, Jim, well done, folks. Absolutely phenomenal.
And I said this before, I still think the single most amazing stat of that is he ran 6:07 to the quarter mile and he was only under power. So quarter mile is 1,320 feet. He was coasting for 1,000 of those.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a machine.
Okay, just a couple of moments. We have Pro ET coming your way, followed by all of our big stuff once again. Nitro FM for a couple of moments, if you don't mind. We've got, actually, just have a quick check of the time. Next live action arena, Cole, is about.
Oh, no, that's, yeah, live action are done for today.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Okay, well, if you've done with live action arena,
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Get yourselves back over here. Where did 4 o'clock, how did that turn up?
Because, well, we've got lost time this morning, so
yeah, I know.
We are not jet lagged, but we are just behind, which means we're going to have a late night. Happy days.
Absolutely that. Lots of entertainment for everybody going on. So don't go too far away. Quick 2-seater ride, Pro ET, Top Methanol once again.
All right, we're just going to see who our passenger is today. Right, this is Jeff from Clacton, I understand. 60th birthday present for this one. So Jeff Buck from Clacton. What a way to celebrate 60 years on this planet and for a passenger ride in our 2-seater. There come the family. Going to film this and play it back to him and laugh at him all the time. When he gets his certificate of speed after his run. Photographs, great memento and a memory that will live forever. O's around about 165 miles an hour is where the 2-seater is at the moment. Too struggling with a headwind. Cracking 004 light. Paul will be happy with that one. And to the top end, 809 at 164 miles an hour. Okay, the bun fight of Pro ET up next. Their last qualifying session.
Yeah, and believe it or not, the water's almost already up.
Well, that's one advantage of having a nice warm racetrack. I must make an apology, actually. I think I've bitten my tongue. So I seem to have developed a slight lisp today. Or whether that or I've been stung or whatever, I don't know. But for some reason, I picked up a lisp today. And yeah, tongue is slightly swollen. So if you think I'm sounding a bit odd, that's why.
And here we go then. Last qualifying.
Yeah, last, definitely last.
Pro ET. This is the last qualifiers for our sportsman racers. Next time you see the sportsman cars round, they'll be into eliminations. And first pair, Thomas Bublitz and Chris Newsom. Every single Pro ET racer has taken a sigh of relief as they realise that they're all qualified thanks to the 64 car field, as 50 cars have made a pass down the track.
Yeah, there was a few people asking the question last night as to, oh, hang on a minute, we have we've only got 49 in, but they were thinking that the 50th car didn't count. But what they'd forgotten was David Barton put a run in the Copo, which made them a genuine 50 car field. And once again, happy birthday, David Barton, all the way here from the USA this weekend. We'll be getting ready for Comp Eliminator coming up after our FIA car classes. Right, first pair, Chris Newsom and Thomas Bublitz. They are 44 and 18 at the moment. Dial it, 989, 1038. .982 breakout. Oh, Thomas Bublitz goes 1037 on 38. It's a breakout for him as well. Ronnie Mercer, currently number 13. Don Scott, number 8. Let's see how many of these are in the perfect club. Oh, goodness me, there's 11 of them that have hit their number. There's only one breakout, and that's the man who's only had one run. And that is John Bean. Right, Ronnie, 992. Dom, 981. Numbers on the scoreboards. You can see them up there. Oh, 004 light there for Ronnie. That's the reaction time. Don Scott goes 981 with a 0. Perfect ET for Don Scott. Ronnie stays 13, but Don Scott, top of the pile. Unfortunately, the money's already gone, but perfect ET for Don Scott. Doesn't get any better than that. Right, Vic Parsons, John Turner. Vic currently number 28. John Turner number 35. 9.86 for Vic. 9.10 the target for John. So John Turner will get to the strike first. Goes 906 breakout. How about Vic Parsons? 986 with an 8. On a 986 goes to number 12. That means 12 of the racers have hit their number now, but nobody's done it better than Don Scott. Alan Medley with the old timer, looking for a 1087. And Roy Walker with My Nanny and Me, the Cortina, 10.76. So Alan Medley from Scunthorpe. Roy Walker resides in Northampton but runs Complete Auto Care in Wellingborough, so a local business.
So a quick check on the inside of the automobile. All good now though.
Oh, a little bit of a miscue off the line there for Roy, so he's not going to get the number he wants. 1087 the target. Oh, 1089. Alan Medley moves up from 39 to 24. 1122 for Roy, but a little bit of a miscue off the start line there. That cost him his ET. Sarah Unsworth with the lemon drizzle, and once again, many thanks indeed to the team for the lovely lemon drizzle cake that we've got up here from you. Going alongside Simon Ennis with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. The target numbers then, the darlings as we call it, 964 for Sarah and 1078 for Simon. .960 breakout for Sarah and another breakout, 1075 for Simon Ennis. They stay put, 45 and 38 respectively.
Yeah, it's Pod's law for Sarah there. She's been dialing 960 all weekend, changes it to a 64 and runs a 60.
Yeah. Right, now drop to number 2, Kirsty Tram. And Stevie Gates now down to number 7. Both of them have already hit their numbers in qualifying. Going to be very difficult to do it twice, but you never know. 1198 and 883 the target numbers for these two. The 3 and 1203 they put. Kirsty number 2, Stevie number 7. Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bulb 1955 Chevy going along the side. Jack McClure with Goldilocks 1148 the 100E. Well, Jack having a really good weekend, to be fair. He's been hitting his number there or thereabouts all weekend long. Bit of an up and down one for Jason. The car's normally in the 9.8s, but 10.0s is where he is this weekend. Whoa. Beautiful wheelie. That'll be back in the 9s. No, 10.06. Clicked it early, 120. And 11.44 breakout for Jack.
Yeah, Jason obviously felt how good that launch was. Clicked it just slightly heavy at the top end. And to be fair, did a really good job of it.
Jake Fronda, 11.84. And Conrad Stanley looking for a 9.90.
The Ventura not sounding healthy at all. Looking for a 9.90.
11.91 there for Jake. Stays 39. 11.89 for Conrad. No help him. Stays 41. Lee Morris. Green with Envy going to E-type. And the Nightmare Dragster making its way forward. Just having a look at the dial-ins actually whilst the cars line up. Jess Bishop looking for a 9.17. There we are. 9.86 for Lee Morris.
Yeah, both these cars have been around for a long, long time. One with only one owner, that being Lee Morris with the E-Type. The Dragster in the Kestrel beer lane's been through a numerous number of hands, like Paul Brown, Conrad Stanley, Craig Wright has had a go in it. But now it's Jess Bishop's turn, currently number 21. And she's going to stay there.
Yeah, breaks out a little bit too quick there. Likewise for Lee Morris. Right, dead on Dave. Dave Fulton. He's only 100th of a second off where he wants to be. Jess Cowley, number 32, dialing this time 8.94.
I've got to ask, what's with the clips and the hat? Start line. He's got washing up clips on his.
Yeah. Well, Kelvin making a fashion statement down there. Well, Dave Fault hits the number, but unbelievably doesn't improve. He stays 13. He's part of the Cool Kids Club with the perfect, well, when he's hit his number, but it's just the third digit along, was a 9. Matthew Dowdy, Anthony Mitchell, next pair. Matthew, 11.26. 10.80 for Anthony. Oh, 10.80. Anthony Mitchell hits his number. 11.24 breakout for Matthew, just by 200ths. But that is another driver to hit his number. That's 14 of them now. And the next 7 are only 100th off. Brilliant performance from Pro ET. Right, Colin Morris, Bob Molden. $8.68 and 9.45. 8.62 breakout, 9.42 breakout. No help, they stay put. Bill Wilson and Darren Huxley. 10.79 and 11.25. Target numbers. Bill is 25, Darren is 34. $10.94, Bill stays 25. Breakout for Darren there, goes a bit too quick by 300 of a second. So he stays 34.
Yeah, 002 red for Bill there as well.
Yeah, lots of red lights appearing in this session actually. Charlie Seaward with the bracketeer going alongside Billy Everett, who very kindly lent his car to Leah Kellett to try and get a number in Super Comp. Billy looking for a 9. What? 9 flat? That car can't go that quick. Or have they tuned it to try if they can get a Super Comp number out of it? That's a good point.
Well, he's keeping up with Charlie Seaward.
Yeah. 8.95 for Charlie, 9.52 for Billy. I thought 9 flat was a bit brave. But yeah, that's where I thought the car would be. Dave Rudd, Mr. Qualifying. Coming about 18, wants 9.83. Alfie Ratton with me, Julie. Wants 11.50. That car can go quicker.
I was going to say, I'm convinced that car's running the 8s before.
Yeah. Well, they know something we don't.
It may be that they just hurt.
Or they normally run nitrous and haven't got it. I don't know the setup on the car.
But Mr. Qualifying, Dave Rudd in the other lane.
Yeah, Alfie definitely wounded.
That was a strong launch from Majuli. A 9.86 for Dave.
No help though, going to stay 18. All right, Paul Marston and John Bean. Well, the Herculean effort from John Bean, from Hauser Race Cars, from Andy Robinson, the team themselves, everybody that was involved getting this car fixed. Obviously Nick Garrett as well. The list is long, but every single one of them, huge thanks from John Bean. Looking for a 959? Paul Marston wants a 9 flat. No nitrous for John. Oh, 957. Breakout for John Bean. Very well judged, but not quite. Stays on. Oh, he's had 2 breakout runners, work it out. Gavin Jackson and Susie McClure. They are both in the 40s at the moment, i.e. 43 and 46 on the qualified order. 1075 and 950 is what they want.
Gavin double steps it off the line. This isn't going to be a 1075, and he's running on his own fluid at the minute. Pulls over to one side, lots and lots of smoke bellowing out of the duster.
995 for Susie McClure. But yeah, Gavin stops the car.
Yeah, very well driven there for Gavin, because it was twitchy at the best.
Yeah, something let go there. My guess, water.
Yeah, it's looking very steam related.
It is, yeah.
Well, you've got a quad coming from the start line and a quad coming from the finish line now to meet them in the middle. Crew aren't rushing too quickly to him, so fingers crossed everything will be tidied up nice and quickly. As the crew are checking the track all the way up to where Gavin's parked himself. Time now is currently 17 minutes past 4. We have plenty more Pro ET cars round the corner before we then get going with the second Pro session today, which will be their last qualifiers to get in the field.
All right, whilst that one's taking place, if you are in E-Field family camping, and your vehicle registration number is T661KGH, or KCH, sorry, T661KCH, return to your vehicle on the campsite immediately. Your awning is blowing away. So you need to get that sorted out. Our teams on site have found that information out for you. So if you're on E-Field family camping, and you've got an awning, you better get back to it. The registration number of the vehicle concerned is T661KCH. Right, so the quad has appeared from the top end.
Yeah, and the tractor's going out to join all of our spotters out there. For you who are wondering, the minute you see any of our crew members stand with their legs apart, that means there's a trail of fluid running between their legs, which is never a good sign.
But we don't know what the fluid is, that's the thing. I will endeavour to find out very quickly what that is. But if the tractor's just gone out there, yeah, so hopefully it's just water. But it's going to take a moment to retrieve the car as well. As our teams are actually, hang on a minute, they're underneath there with rags. Oh, what a shame. Right, let's have a look at the lanes. Obviously, we've still got plenty more Pro ET cars down there, including Ian King, actually lined up to go next. Ian King, of course, he was up here for the bikes doing colour commentary. 10 times European champion in top fuel bike. And retired from bike riding now and bought this Chevelle and has fun with it in Pro ET and also Nostalgia Superstock. Tell you what, I'm just going to go and find out how things are up there. Nitro FIM, just for the moment, if you can take it over, and we'll take it back very, very shortly indeed. Thanks very much. just sat on the floor now. It didn't survive.
I'm surprised when it landed, it didn't fix it.
Oh, well, we don't know yet. We haven't tried it.
Okay.
Cracking shots there of the inside of the 5-horse machine. You can see Martin looking around, making all the checks, checking all the crews, done all of theirs. Force and Firestorm having a barking match beneath us now as they get the signals to wind up the jet. Martin putting his full stop on the end of that transaction. So Firestorm and Fire Force only to 1,000 foot this time. Two Jet Funny Cars coming your way. Martin creeping in now. Look at how much smoke's coming out the back of that. Behind the tower's gone white. Here we go. Martin Hill making a move towards the centre line as we get a flame out in the Kestrel beer lane. 492 at 238 miles an hour for Fire Force and a 530.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 0.76. Let's look at the quarter mile. 6:07 at 155 miles an hour. Oh, so close to that magical for the headwind. Cracking 004 light. Paul will be happy with that one. And to the top end, 8:09 at 164 miles an hour. They are 44 and 18 at the moment. Darlings, 9:89, 10:38. .982 breakout. Oh, 004 light there for Ronnie. That's the reaction time. Oh, Don Scott goes 981 with a 0. Perfect ET. So John Turner will get to the stripe first. Goes 906 breakout. How about Vic Parsons? Oh, a little bit of a miscue off the line there for Roy. So he's not going to get the number he wants. 1087 the target. Oh, 1089. Alan Medley moves up from 39 to 24. nasty breakout for Sarah, and another breakout. With a 3 and 12.03 day is where he is this weekend.
Whoa.
Beautiful wheelie, that'll be back in the 9s. No, 10.06, clicked it early, 120.
Ventura not sounding healthy at all. Looking for a 9.90.
91 there for Jake. Stays 39.
Craig Wright has had a go in it. But now it's Jess Bishop's turn, currently number 21.
Well, Kelvin making a fashion statement down there. And they go into stage, then hit that loud pedal. Best of luck, here we go.
Suzanne's made it all the way down to a 3.90, 312 miles an hour from not even staging the car to your new #1 qualifier.
Of course, Liam Jones.
Side by side, Dennis has gone quiet, no issues at all for Liam. Lifts early, still goes 3.99, only 244 miles an hour.
What were the numbers quickly?
Now. Terry's gone, lift just before the 8th. Issues for the Undertaker, no improvement for Terry, goes 4.62. There's bits on the track down there, Daryl. Well, the car driving him towards the wall. He tried to pedal it, but we all know what happens when you try and pedal a nitro car. Well, it's arrow straight the whole way down to a 6.09.
Here we go. Pro ET, the final qualifying session for our sportsman racers. And it is Laura Bainton and Ian King. .40 the dial-in for Laura with the Capri. 10.48 for Ian King with that beautiful Chevelle.
Yeah, two completely different ways of running 10.4s. So big tyre versus small tyre, stock suspension versus completely modified. Ian King's car launches in the most bizarre way. It squats and picks the front end up, and the front wheels look like they're about to fall off.
It's all about running the number, so Laura has already hit her number. And she's done it again. 1040 with a 9 on a 1040 dial. Ian King goes 1059 on the 48, stays number 31. Right, Nova Scotia of Brett Featherstone, currently number 20, alongside Tom Kay, number 28. Right, the top, unbelievably, top 14 have all hit their number.
A few of those have done it twice.
Well, Laura Bainton just did that, didn't she?
So Brett Featherstone and Tom Kay. Tom looking for a 10.17. Brett looking for a 9.47. Tom and Brett unbelievably in the 20s in terms of qualified positions. Both of these have got what it takes to get up into the top 10, maybe even in the top 2. Brett breaks out and Tom goes just a little bit too slow. 0.5 of his diamond. So they both stay put.
Dave Cherritt with a Dark Revenger, looking for 9.90. And it is another one of those little junior comp dragsters. This one belonging to Nick Mugridge. He's looking for a 10.21.
Yeah, Nick's car will be for sale at the end of the season. So if you like the look of the little junior comp dragster, very, very cheap way of going quite quickly. Looking for a 10.21. In fact, both of these drop their diamonds down a little bit. Really, really affected by the wind. One because they're just so light, and the other one because it's built like a barn door.
Yeah, the difference here, he's got a 1 litre engine in the Castrol, got an 8 litre engine in the slick tricks lane. .16, 10.20. Oh, Nick Mugridge breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Dave Cherritt just a little bit off where he'd been, but he's already run his number, has our Dave. All right, next up, Mason Griffiths. And so good to see Philippa Turton making an appearance on the start line. Now then, it's going to be quite confusing for Philippa because the new transmission that she's got is a forward pattern, and the one that came out broken was a reverse pattern. So she's really got to start thinking about this.
Yeah, it's very easy to go back into autopilot. Well, she's gone through all the gears, and I think she might be breaking out here too. And she does. A huge personal best for Philippa. Her first 10 ever in the car, 10.86, 124 miles an hour. Unfortunately, he doesn't do a 2-1 in Pro T.
They don't care less. That's a PB. Well done. And the relief, because I saw that team last night and this morning. Last night, they had a tarpaulin under the car, just drowning in transmission fluid. Yuck. Right, the birthday boy, David Barton. Many happy returns to him. He's down there in the Copo Camaro with Ray Barton on the side of it, of course. David Barton is the family business there. Going alongside Doug McClure, the insult king against his family. 11.67, the darling for the Ford Pop.
Yeah, he doesn't insult many people. What he does, he's probably married to them.
Yeah.
Look at the wheels up launch from the Copo. Looking for the 8.5, goes 8.3. Well, it's going to stand him in good stead for comp eliminator later on when Scott gets behind the wheel.
Yeah. 64 and a 67 double breakout, actually. No help for either of them. As we look at your number 3 qualifier, Marie Mills and Neil Watkins. Only number 17. He's only 100th of his dial-in. And he's number 17. Top end camera shots on the live stream as well. We've got it all today. 10.53 plays 11.48.
Well, 003 red for Neil.
.10.59 for Marie, stage number 3. And Neil goes 11.56 on that 48. No help. Tom Watkins, well, he's already hit his number. See if he can do it again. Dial in this time 909. Ryan Garrett looking for 884. Two of the quicker cars in the class. Perfect light, and I mean perfect quad zero light for Ryan Garrett. Goes 903 against the 919. But I tell you what, okay, forget about the ET. That reaction time, Ryan Garrett, you want to frame that one, mate. You don't get many like that. Quad zero on the reaction time.
Yeah, I'd like to see the next digit on that one, actually.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Next up, Reuben Dawson. Dialing in 888. And Amy Watkins looking for 960. Reuben, again, he's already hit his number. Amy, and that's right, they both have.
One of the spotters just running down the track. Obviously, something has been spotted. In fact, it's just a quick track check, but all seems okay.
So Reuben Dawson for the GTM racing team. Reuben told me the story about GTM. I didn't ask Reuben if I could tell the story, but it's quite a good one. Amy Watkins with That a Bird.
Well, Reuben's getting very close to the wall. Kept his foot in it, looking for an 888, goes 886 breakout and a 961, only 100ths off, but she's already hit a number before, so no improvement for either.
That sounds like Josh Duncan down there. It is, with the Squire. And the last car in the class to run.
Again, not sounding healthy at all.
It sounded like all weekend, to be fair. I think they're nursing it, to be honest.
So that is Josh out front of the car. He's running his Rover in Super Pro. He'll be into eliminations next time you see him on track.
Yeah, doing very, very well, actually.
Well, that was a two-step launch then from Zach. Car just gently gets out of shape. Zach gathers it up nicely, though, and coasts on through to a 12.36. Car sounded much better going down the track that time.
It did, actually, yeah. It cleared its throat, which was the best bit. Well, those of you looking at the live feed there, that's Philippa Turton's Dragster, and boy, oh boy, what a PB that was. Yeah, running in 10.8 on 11.3 dial. Right, we look round the corner to see Fire Force number 5, the Jet Dragster.
Oh boy,
being pushed into position. Great timing, Mr. Costa.
It's not.
Have you ever been up here for the Jet car before?
He has.
Oh, yes.
And every time he goes, why did I come up here?
Well, looking on the big screens at the minute, we can see Philippa Turton's car, fresh off a PB. Yeah,
abandoned, or is it stuck? I don't know.
Or the camera's frozen. But there we go, back to the Jet car. As the crew do a quick glue in the Kestrel beer lane. Martin Hill sitting below the tower now. He did a really good job on Friday, I think it was, of really rocking the tower. Felt like one of the windows was about to blow in with how much everything was rocking and moving around. He also destroyed our fan we had up here as well.
Yeah. Just whilst we're looking at the Glue Bird out there, that car is, 35 years old now. And people say, what's that old Nissan doing out there? But that Bluebird is folklore. It really is. It's very well maintained up here, to be honest. It's done over 108,000 miles. And for the last, well, ever since I've been commentating up here, and that's 18 years now, that car has been a mainstay here. It's getting difficult to get parts for these now, but they still managed to keep this going. It had a refresh on the paint job, well, I think it was about 10 years ago, actually. As going to park it out of the way of the Jet, otherwise might need another paint job on it.
It even has a sunroof.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's the luxury model.
Yeah, it's a 1.6 LX 4-door. I used to have one of them as a company car way back when.
Did you also used to tow around a glue trailer?
No.
Fire Force number 5 is what you can hear running underneath the tower. Unfortunately, we've got those faces that we can look shocked at because hopefully you've all seen it already today. He ran once this morning.
After this is FIA Top Methanol, to be followed by Pro Modified. Nick only came up here for the jacket.
Doing a very good job of roasting my back at the minute as I lean against the rear window. Those of you watching on the live stream, you wonder where the commentators commentate from. We're just above the S, the A and the M. Hello, that's us. You may notice that we stood directly above the Jet here.
So Martin blips the afterburner, the car goes into pre-stage, he'll roll it into stage and then he'll bring that turbine up to full RPM. You'll see some smoke go out the back and then he's going to let it go. Goes through 5:36 at 261 miles an hour. And unbelievably, Martin's car is one of the quickest to slow down in the shutdown area. And we'll always roll around the corner and we will be good to go with Top Methanol Dragster and Top Methanol Funny Car. That's fact, Martin has taken the second turn off. He hasn't even gone down to the end of the shutdown area. He's cleared the track already. Unbelievable.
So that's 0 to 261 miles an hour and then back to 0 again in half a mile.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Okay, we look down into the pairing lanes to see Top Methanol in lane number 5 and all the other lanes chock-a-block with Pro Modified. Dowler's made his way to the top end for the interviews from the last qualifying session for our pros. I've got all the pairings here as well, so I'm going to shuffle the paperwork around. The Bluebird has gone out there to now finish doing the Slick Tricks lane. If we can just get the pairings for FIA Top Methanol.
Well, up first, I can almost guarantee it's going to be Silvio Strauch.
You are correct.
As he is at the head of the lanes. I can't quite see who's in the near side. I'm going to say it's going to be Tina Hosnedregard, or is it going to be Tony Brinterson?
No, Tina is still in the pits. I noticed when I walked this way. I don't know why. So. But Johnny Lack is standing behind Silvio.
Yeah, you can see there on the shots on the big screen and on the live stream. We're talking about the cars on the furthest away from the camera. You can see the Engine Ghost Dragster there on the left-hand side. Johnny Lagg's NGK Fuel Dragster on the right-hand side. And the car just a bit closer to us is the Bill Sport machine of Tony Brinterson. as we've got a smattering of pro mods filling the front of the page as well.
Yeah, it's certainly an important session for Pro Modified as well. People that trying to put their stamp of authority on the championship. Because don't forget, we're looking at these little points as well. And Dave Vector has had a nice haul of points so far, certainly helping his cause this year.
6 already.
Unbelievably, Andrew Zarnovas looked like he's going to be one of the first pairs. For those of you who don't know, the way we run qualifying and the way we do the pairings, it starts on previous championship year position, and then from there on, it's the quickest of the previous rounds go to the back, the slowest to the front. And a car like Andrew Zarnova has never been described as the slowest before.
We do know that, unfortunately, Dave Smith is out for the weekend. Spun a main bearing, unfortunately. He did call in to see the team last night. So we're not going to see that beautiful Tri-Chevy, which is a great shame. I've got Pro ET ladder to have a look at as well, so I can do some homework.
Yeah, the tractor just doing its final passes up and down the track now.
$50 cars in Pro ET.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? So, as I say, just a little bit of track prep going on there. And we should be good for the rest of the afternoon then.
I think someone has to wake up Daryl. I think he's
No,
sleeping.
he's at the
in
top
garage.
end. He will be waiting patiently for the cars and the bikes to come round at the top end. Right, here we go. I've actually lost the list of competitors for the weekend, which I need. Now, the great thing is, our timing crew do fantastic work. And we always had to scribble out all the ladders for a 32-car field, but they've got that sorted now, absolutely no problem at all. But it can't do a 64. It just puts numbers up, so I have to put all the names down. So, so I have a little bit of homework to do here. Don't forget, folks, just whilst we've got a quiet moment out there, live entertainment this evening. We've had live entertainment every evening. And tonight we'll wrap up basically our live music. At 7 o'clock this evening on the live stage, it's Hard to Handle. And 9 o'clock tonight, it will be The Killers. That is on the main stage. If you're wondering where it is, if you look at spectator banking, then you'll see the Ferris wheel. Then you go behind that, a little bit further on, you'll see the big stage over there. A lot of people were there last night for the music. And good performances indeed from Overdrive and the 80s band. But tonight, it's Hard to Handle and The Killers. Fuelers Bar will be open till late, as will all of our catering outlets down there. A lot of people sort of do get their dinner before they go off wandering to the music stage and everything.
Do we get fireworks?
I don't know. No, we haven't actually. I'd be surprised if we do, because I haven't seen them listed. I think we save those for the European finals, to be honest. Cool. The problem we have with fireworks at this event, because it gets dark so late.
Yeah.
9 o'clock it's still light. So, like, what time do you do a fireworks display? It's too late. So, we save those for the European finals.
Silvio has parked himself underneath the tower now as all the crew do the final check. And he's parked himself. He's been put there. He hasn't really got much choice, really.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're back to go.
Yep. Sylvia's had the thumbs up, just waiting for the crew to get themselves ready, give all the fist pumps out that they usually do. Fingers crossed for a representative run like he did earlier, with shoots out like they weren't earlier. Here we go. Final qualifying session then for Top Methanol. Kick-started with the engine ghost machine. He ran 5.64 earlier. He's going to need to dip into the 5.3s if he wants to improve his qualifying position. Which would be a new personal best by a country mile for Silvio. He was a regular visitor into the 5.5s with the previous dragster, but that rapidly unbolted itself, shall we say, with lots and lots of tyre shake last year.
Yeah, that's how he ruined the dragster. That's why he has a new one.
Well, he's got himself just to the left of the Citrix lane.
Yeah, but he's on his own burnout mark lines. So I think they choose for that.
So Silvio Strauch for Germany and Engine Ghost Racing, your first of the last qualifiers here at the main event. This is Top Methanol. Here we go. Huge wheel stand again as it goes into tyre shake. Silvio did a cracking job of getting out of it and getting it back under control. Those wheels were miles in the air.
Wow.
I can see Callum Pudge down there on the start line. Did you get a picture of that? Because, wow. In fact, all of the photographers by the wall there, by the Slicktrix lane, he was coming at you for most of that.
Struth, that was a... Those of you just seen the live stream and maybe the big screen as well, just got a replay of that. But goodness me.
Oh, just missed it.
Play it again, Sam.
Here we go. Check the big screen.
Yeah,
Have a look at this.
Big screen. Look at the live stream.
Oh. Yeah, in case you're wondering, that's about 5 feet higher than you actually want the front wheels to
Yeah,
go.
you don't want the car to be doing that at all.
No, no. One wheel off the ground is more than enough.
Yeah.
We've got Max Frost up here, one of the race directors, who got a cracking video of that from Bankside VIP. No doubt that'll be going up on his social media soon. If you follow Wired on Fuel on Instagram and TikTok.
Keeps on climbing.
Oh, shake and wheelie at the same time. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, went to the Dom Toretto School of Drag
That'll be on the
Racing.
Santa Bob page. Yeah, it's heading there. Well done, Max.
Here we go then, Johnny Lag, first of the Fuel Dragsters. Johnny is your number 3 qualifier. He wears the number 1 on the car from last year. He's been down into the 5.3 second zone. But he's going to need to improve by nearly 1/10 of a second to gain a position. If he runs a 5.35, he'll be your number 2 qualifier. If he runs anything quicker than a 5.31, he will be your number 1 qualifier. Number 1 is currently held by the man coming around the back of the tower at the minute. That's Tony Brinson. Number 2 by the man who's already there in Sandro Bellio. As the crew do the final adjustments to the injection system. So Johnny Lag going to put the fuel pump to the high side. There he goes. What can he do here? Blaze the tyres almost instantly. It shook from the hit and then span. So he's going to idle the thing up the track. Turn off for the first turn off. No improvement for him, unfortunately, on that run. Good news, he's qualified. But not what he wanted to do at all. So, Dick, have you had much to do with any of the nitro cars of the class? I know you've got a lot to do with the supercharged machines.
The nitro cars, you mean?
Nitro.
In top alcohol? No, just the regular MSD Pro Max stuff and the raceback data logger stuff. But yeah, in some parts, but not tuning-wise.
Ah, okay.
I'm afraid of it. No, that's something else.
So we should be having Daryl at the top end. I don't know if you can hear me yet, Daryl. No.
I don't think anybody's got down to him yet, have they?
No. I was just going to let him know why. But behind the tower, we have some of the best in the world at what they do. Tony Brinton for Bill Sport and NGK from Sweden with the A Fuel machine. Sandro Bellio with, as Dick says, the more normal top alcohol car. But in this part of the world, we call it top methanol. Of course, the funny car, which will be coming underneath the tower and going into the Dictrix lane. Supercharged, running on methanol, only the one mag. So only one spark plug per cylinder. Taking on the A Fuel Dragster. 2 spark plugs per cylinder, 2 mags, no supercharger, that runs on nitro methane. Quickest and fastest naturally aspirated vehicles on Earth. Well, here comes Sandro. Here comes Tony. So these are your current number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. They're going to stay that way. But who's going to be the number 1 at the end of this run? Sandro has to run anything quicker than a 5.53. Tony just needs to improve on his 5.31 if Sandro does. There's just 400s between them at the minute when you take into account the 0.22 deficit that the Dragsters get. Part of the way of balancing the two different machines. Two very different ways of staging that you're going to see here. Sandro's going to bring the RPMs up on the clutch, and you'll see the tail lights of the funny car start bellowing in the wind, but he's struggling to get the RPMs up. Here he comes. Lots of tyre shake for Sandro, but they're going to go across the line almost identical. 5.40 and a 5.50 for Sandro. Sandro takes the number 1 qualifier by less than 0.2 of a second. 200th.
200th, yeah.
Look at the speed for Tony as well. 272 miles an hour compared to Sandro's 260. Very well done indeed.
That was a storming speed for Sandro. 260. Don't forget, it's a funny car as well. So very, very good indeed.
So after that round then, your number 1 qualifier, Sandro Bellio. Number 2, Tony Brinton. And number 3, Johnny Lag.
Okay, it's FIA Pro Modified.
Can somebody look for Daryl?
Well, he's up there. He's either he could have a microphone issue up there, but as I say, this is the first time he's had a couple of cars come down there to see him. Head of the lanes, it is Norbert Kuhner, and should be going alongside John Webster, but John not down there. I know John has had a huge amount of work to do overnight. and got that done, but no sign of him in the lanes for the final qualifying session. And then it's pair number 2. Looking forward to that. Kim Christensen and Andre Arnover.
Well, give Sandro's team a round of applause. They've taken the number 1 qualifying spot at the first round of the European Championship. I think that gives him a bye run coming into tomorrow's racing.
It will do, yeah.
As all of you out there on the banking, if you turn around, you're going to see all of the Street Eliminator cars going out on their cruise.
Oh, very well spotted, yeah.
So just to prove that they really are street cars, they go on a 26-mile cruise, go fill up with some fuel. You'll see them returning very shortly. But on track is Pro Modified. Norbert Kuno needs to get into the field.
Hopefully he has his parachutes covered right now. Last run they popped out in the burnout, or one of them did.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre really, because you'd have thought with the launcher system that he's got, if parachute's going to come out, it'd be both, not just the one. Oh, very short burnout for the Dodge Avenger. Seems to be idling quite high.
Yeah.
So he gives
That's
it a
fixed.
wrap of the throttle to get it back down again. He's still not coming back though.
Well, he is, but very slowly. Now picking up a little bit of speed though. Right, Norbert Kuhner makes it behind the start line. He is your number 16 qualifier. He's currently on a 9.75. He is qualified.
Yeah.
As we started the weekend with 16 cars, and 16 cars have put qualifying runs in, although we haven't got 16 left running.
No, but look at the number 13, number 911, Anders Arnover.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's going to be a very interesting round.
Very much so.
As I know, David wants to get the number 1 spot back. Aylin said otherwise he has to sleep outside under the car tonight.
So any improvement on that 975 will be an improvement for Norbert. He needs to run better than a 798 to improve in qualifying. I can almost guarantee that's not going to be safe. Another huge wheel stand. Front wheel's coming way up in the air. He nearly actually got onto the blue on the left-hand side of the start line, just gently brought it down.
Yeah, these are 4-link issues.
We do a little thing between all of the staff here. Whoever picked 975 for the number 16 spot in Pro Modified, well done to you.
Yeah.
I think, because I don't think anybody would have got that.
No. That's a shame.
Yeah, coasting through with a 17-19. Challenging weekend indeed for Norbert, and obviously John Webster not making it down for that pairing. All right, but hold on tight. Look at our next pairing then. Kim Christensen and Andre Arnover. One turbo car, one blown car. One Mustang, one Pontiac. One Estonian. And one Dane.
This is Last Chance Saloon, don't forget. For all of these drivers, this is their final qualifier of the weekend. There's no more playing it safe. There's no more turning it down to just get down the track. You have to put a number in now.
Well, not the ideal burnout for Kim there. Didn't strike the tyres at all.
Yeah, he started way too early. He started before the water box.
Yeah. But all eyes will be on Andre Arnover at the start.
Well,
he is Europe's quickest and fastest car. We want to see if he gets off the line. Kim Christensen, again, we need good numbers from him as well. We know that car can absolutely fly.
Yeah. Also capable of running 80s.
They are 13 and 14. They're both in a 7-second zone at the moment. Would dearly love to be both in the 5s. Final qualifying session, FIA Pro Modified.
All eyes sit on the red Mustang in the Slip Tricks lane. Has not been able to put in a pass at all this weekend, but has every capability of taking the #1 spot. And he's away and running under
Much
power.
better for both of them. It's going to be Andre with a 590. 246 goes to #3. Kim Christensen goes 764, moves up 1 spot, 14 to 13.
With a big backfire.
Yeah, only 112 miles an hour at the stripe there for Kim. But 246, 590. Andre Arnover gets the number, not the ideal number he wanted, but he's up to #3.
Yeah, nowhere near the performance that that Mustang we know has in it. Good speed though, 246 miles an hour. And I would say he was playing it safe off the line, but he still went 0.98.
Well, it's a sub-2 second back half as well. 391, 196 at the 8th.
Yeah, should be a lot more in it.
Yeah.
But it was probably just a safe run.
But
It's safe to run a 590.
it puts him in the top half of the draw as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, sprinting for the tractor, so hopefully. I think
Yeah, well, there was a big boom.
Oh, of course,
in the
Kim's
boom
lane. Kimberley, yeah, in actual fact, unfortunately, that legs astride stance in the Kestrel lane. Right.
Well, in the meantime, maybe somebody can look for Daryl now. I'm getting worried. Maybe he got lost.
Not worried.
Not worried.
Worried, not worried. Pairings to come at you then. Michael Winter and Marcus Hilt. Dave Smith would have been in the lanes against Bruno Barda, but we know Dave won't be there. We haven't seen Kev Slyfield since Q1.
He's in the lanes.
He will be
there,
there,
now.
That's good.
He had oil pressure issues.
Ah, good stuff. Well, he's got Bruno Barda for company and his pairing. Oh, no, sorry, Dave Smith would have had Bruno Barda. Bruno will be on his own. Kev Slyfield will be going alongside John Tebenham, an all-UK matchup. Andy Robinson, who's got last year's champ, Yeri. And then Michel Turenne and Mats Eriksson. And the final pair, it's too much Dutch, if you like. Dave Vector and
never
Mark
too much Dutch. Yeah, it would be good if we had a 1, 2, 3 Dutch.
I'll dream on.
Well, it can still happen. One and two are still Dutch.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars capable of taking the #1 spot still. It sits at 587, which is a really good number, but it's not usually a good enough number for #1.
No, 581, 587 with a 1 for Mark and a 587 with a 6 for David.
Well, just looking at the track out there, obviously the track crew have got a better handle on what's going on out there. But obviously the car cleared the track very quickly indeed. We're just waiting for word on the actual racing surface itself. I'll go and find out, actually. Bear with me.
So as we look around the back of the tower, we can see Michael Winter with the red beast crackingly turned out car. Obviously, it's always been in a very, very attractive car when it was the Blown Nugget.
Yeah, and then it was gold.
Driven by
Gold
Rolf
top.
Amann. The more you look at that car, the more details you see.
Yeah.
It's got loads of little different ghost decals on it. You can see the claws hanging around the front. You can see the beast written on the side of it. Very, very good looking car indeed.
It's called the Red Beast.
All right, word is it should be just a couple of sleds over with the tractor and should be pretty much okay after that. So, yeah, this one won't take very long at all. Give you a time check. It is 5:15 here in the afternoon.
A lot more racing to come.
Yeah, right. Actually, talking of racing, I do have a ladder for Comp Eliminator whilst we've got a little bit of quiet time. Just got to find it.
There's so much paperwork.
Oh, I know, because we get all of the ladders. Right, Comp Eliminator, here we go. Reuben Dawson, #1 qualifier, he gets the bye run. Scott Liebescher will be taking on Spencer Tram. It's an all Camaro affair, but one is from 1969 and one's for much later than that. I don't actually know what year Scott's car is. Dave Barton, the birthday boy, has got Ben Mace. Belinda Bull will be racing Dave Swift. Dan Williams with these Chevelle will be taking on the fraudster of Kev Jenkins. I can't believe this pairing though. Julian Bayer and Marcus Velt, the two Golfs. They'll be racing each other for a spot in round number 2. Gary Carr with the Bourney Point Nova will be taking on Matt Davison with the Honda Civic. Emma Goddard with the Glitch taking on Simon Crowley with the front-wheel drive Golf. Terry Newton with the incredible van, the Escort van, taking on Lloyd Perkins. An all front-wheel drive affair, Ahmed Jamshid taking on Darren Dewhurst. Nick Williams has got another front-wheel drive car to deal with, but that is Petros Taxopoulos from Greece. And then the last pairing, well, it would have been a pairing, Rob Smallworth against Luke Stevenson, but Luke unfortunately has retired the car, taken it back to the workshops and stripped it down. So yeah, those are the pairings for Comp Eliminator. So they will be following our FIA classes. So that's what's going to come at you. We've also got ladders for, well, I've now got the ladders for Pro ET as well, and all of our other sportsman classes. As engines fire, as we look behind us to see Michael Winter and Marcus Hilt, your next pair.
Yeah, Marcus not actually made it down the track yet. Had vicious tyre shake in the round this morning. Just waiting for the red beast to come around the corner. Here he comes.
That car's done that before, but a little bit earlier. Love the entertainment value, though. Michael Winter getting a little bit crossed up on the burnout.
A little bit.
45-degree angle.
Only just. Michael Winter did it 60 degrees.
And yeah, Marcus Hilt with the Camaro. Corvette, sorry.
Yeah, both drivers testing out Dick's stressometer. I think.
Yeah, that's not good for my heartbeat.
And if you don't know what we're on about when we say the car's done it before, just Google Blown Nugget on YouTube and just type Sadpod Raceway with it. You'll see exactly what he did with the last idea of this car in the Kestrel beer lane.
Put it this way, you don't normally take down the Christmas tree in a race event, you wait until after Christmas, don't you?
Yeah, it was a bit too early.
Michael currently sits number 12 with a 679. That was launching off idle. You never see that in Pro Mod. You haven't seen that since, well, the late 80s, really. Taking on Marcus Hilt. He's currently sitting number 14. Vicious tyre shaking the run this morning. tyres again. And in fact, he crosses the centre line. Luckily, Michael's already gone past go. 6:48, 211 miles an hour.
Wow.
That moves Michael up to number 11, but a new personal best for him.
Yeah, by a bunch.
And the reason I say luckily that Michael's already gone round is because that time will still stand because he got there first.
Yeah.
Oh, he just missed a PB on the speed, but the ET was certainly his personal best. 6.48. Well done.
Well, what was his best?
On speed, 211.92.
And
he
the
went 211.11.
And the ET?
He was 6:51 with a 3. He's
Okay.
gone 6:48, so 300s off.
Nice.
Yeah, Marcus trying to drive through vicious tyre shake, lifts, got back on it, and the car just got loose and loose and loose before he took out the speed cone at the 8th mile and then the time cone at 1,000 foot.
Well, cameras from the top end. He's about to find out what. Yeah, personal best. He's delighted with that. He really, really is.
There he is.
Oh, no. We now know that Darryl doesn't have a. Well, he has a microphone, but he hasn't got a link to us. What a shame.
Well, you can always call us, Daryl.
But, congratulations to Michael Winter up there. Great run. Very, very happy man indeed. Good to get that screenshot, actually.
Happy for the whole team.
Yeah.
They worked really hard and a lot of issues. And now they're finally there. Too bad we can't connect to Daryl, because that would be a good interview.
Probably got a few expletives in it as well, but car looking good out there.
A bit late on the
Ooh,
shoot.
yeah, and a little bit close to the wall at the same time. I think he was concentrating on his driving before he pulled the chutes there. And that's another thing, actually. If you're close to the wall and you pull the chutes, it could pull you in.
Yep.
So maybe a sensible thing to do.
Yeah, and probably you're busier than staying out of the wall than pulling your chutes.
Yeah, you want two hands on the wheel to try and turn it away. Okay, Bruno Barda on solo. As I say, we would have been alongside Dave Smith, but big commiserations to the team. The stranger thing, Chevy, they're not able to make this call. So from one Corvette to another.
Yeah, and in fact, both Corvettes are from Switzerland as well.
Yeah.
It's, of course, Bruno Barda with the Gotham City vet. Again, capable of taking that number 1 spot. He's been there before previously. It's been a good few years since he's been in the 580s. I think that was probably that one European finals a few years ago where the conditions were just absolutely perfect. Everyone was setting PB after PB that weekend.
Yeah, Bruno has a 584. His quickest time.
Yeah, main event 2023 he did that. Also 245 miles an hour. It's no slouch either, that car.
No.
Bruno, one of the shrewdest racers out there, does it obviously on a budget. I remember the days, I mean, yeah, he's obviously got an Arctic lorry now. He used to bring a container on the back of a lorry, used to drop it into the pits. It was a great way of doing it. It was almost like a mobile workshop, not a car transporter.
Yeah, and it was like Tetris, how they put everything in that container.
Yeah.
There was no millimeter left before they lift it up.
Yeah.
Bruno currently sits number 9 with a 625. That is nowhere near the standard that Bruno usually runs to.
He's definitely qualified.
Oh.
As
the crew guy,
the way things stand at the moment, if there's no improvements from anybody, he would be racing John Tevenham in the next round. But let's see. There's number 8 races number 9.
No tyre shake, just a bit of a wiggle. all the way through. Come on, Bruno, give us a 5. Oh, 6.003. 233 miles an hour. That moves him up to the number 8 spot.
He drove through quite some.
Moved him up
shake.
one spot. One spot. So from being behind John Tebenham, he's just gone in front of him.
I think that still means he gets John Tebenham.
As it stands at the moment, the only difference is you get lane choice.
He gets lane choice now,
That'll
but
be the
John
only
is still
difference.
to come.
Yeah.
So if John goes anywhere between a 598.2 and a 6.003, he's still got Bruno in the morning.
Yeah. We will see.
So just waiting for the signal to fire. In fact, we're still waiting for Bruno to get off the track.
Yeah. Well, be John Tebenham. Oh. John Tebenham and Kev Slyfield, your next pair, and all UK affair. 2 supercharged cars. One Corvette, but a different vintage to the ones you've just seen. And one Ford Thunderbird, the blown bird.
Bruno's car is just around the corner now.
Perfect timing. 2 of the best looking British pro mods we have to offer. John Tebenham with the fabulous Lightning McQueen Corvette, and Kev Slyfield with the T-Bird.
There you go.
Nice strong burnout for Kev. He doesn't know the meaning of a short burnout. Just going to give a quick shout out to James Woodford. I know you're out there somewhere. You should have been crewing on the car. It should have been here this weekend. But don't worry, the car is in capable hands of Tony.
So Kev Slyfield celebrating his birthday. He's currently the number 10 spot with a 6.39. John Tebenham, 1 place ahead, 6.09 as things stand at the moment.
Kev can run into the 5s. And in fact, so can John. Can we see the top half qualifiers in Pro Model 5? Kev drives through shake. They're side by side across the finish line. John goes 5.98 and it's a 6.15 for Kev.
And it's happened.
Yeah.
Thomas, it's happened. 5.98 with a 7. John Tebenham goes back in front of Bruno Barda. So in effect, he gets lane choice against Bruno in eliminations. Kev Slyfield, 6.15, 232. And Kev will stay number 10. Great pairing, though.
So Bruno took lane choice off John, and John's taking it back again.
Yeah. Yeah, it stays this way. It looks like the first number, the first 4 qualifying should have an easier first round tomorrow, because it's a big gap between their qualifying times and the number 13 to 16.
They say top 8 in the 5s, the next 4 in the 6s, then the rest follow on.
So both these drivers already in the 5s. These are your number 6 and 7 qualifiers. Andy Robinson in the Kestrel Beer Lane, currently number 7 with a 5.98.2. Yeri Ranyemi, 5.96.5.
Well, quickest of the round so far, Andre Arnover with a 5.904. John Tebenham, second quickest on a 5.98.
But we have quite a few bullets to come.
We certainly do.
Again, both these drivers capable of knocking a 10th off their times. Jere playing it safe this weekend. He had lots and lots of damage at the door slammers last weekend. He's on a spare engine, spare cam, spare gearbox, spare rear axle.
Spare money.
Spare money.
Good point.
Andy Robinson on the other side of the track. Huge miles an hour in the previous round, up into the north at 245, but only a 598. They were disappointed with that. Looking for a bit more here. So for Finland, in the slick tricks lane, Jere Räikkönen, and for England and NGK, in the Kestrel lane, Andy Robinson. With a bit of a wiggle, but they're side by side across the strop. Jere's off the throttle at 595, 244 miles an hour. That moves Andy Robinson into the number 6 spot and demotes Jere to number 7. He was off the throttle early, was Jere. A bit slow the whole way down, really, for him. 1 flat 60.402 to the 8th, but no issues at all for Andy Robinson.
So that means that round 1 tomorrow, Jere will get Kev Slyfield, and Andy Robinson will get Michael Winter. Just having a look at the advanced pairings. As we know, those can't change around now.
Right, have you caught your breaths? Because we're going again. Mats Eriksson from Sweden with the Ford Crown Victoria. And who's in the other lane, Dick?
Don't know. Michel Toren from Holland. Never seen him before.
Yeah, Michel's currently...
Must be a rookie. The Pro Dutch guy.
Michel currently trailing the pack of the Dutchman back in the number 5 qualifying spot.
With the most sophisticated engine, or, well, car actually. Everything is electronically controlled in that car. It's amazing. The shock absorbers, fuel injectors, everything.
The car does look really, really smart too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The aerodynamics are perfect. Everything is carbon fiber.
Two more pairs of Pro Modified, including this one. Then it will be FIA Pro Stock, and then, of course, Top Fuel Dragster will follow them.
These are currently number 4 and 5 qualifiers. Matt's number 4 in the Slick Tricks lane with the Crown Victoria. Michel, number 5 in the Kestrel Beer lane. Both can move up rapidly here. Michel wants to join the other Dutchman in the top 2.
What, 587 for with the 1 is the target.
Matt's taking a huge move to the centre line, and again, an awesome side-by-side race. 588 misses number 1 by just that much. Does Michel Toren, a 593 for Mats Eriksson in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, Michel goes up to number 3 though. That's the big news there. So it will be a Dutch 1, 2, 3, which has made Dick Costa very happy indeed. Mats Eriksson drops to number 5.
There's less than 0.02 of a second that spread all 3 Dutchmen.
But we're not done yet.
We are not done
we
yet.
Have 2 Dutchmen to come.
Wow, wow, wow.
What awesome driving from Mats Eriksson there too. You can see the tyre tracks from here.
Yeah, but
hello.
he didn't look at the left
Hello.
lane. Michel did exactly the same
Have
at
you
the
seen
same time.
Michel's reaction time?
Oh, wow.
003 off the line.
There was a pink light.
Yeah, yeah, that is almost doing a bad job of red lighting there. That is fantastic light. Do that in eliminations, and that could be worth a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm just watching the replay there. You're right, Dick. Michel made a huge move over towards the wall.
Yeah,
and kept his
exactly at
foot
the same time as
absolutely
Mats
pinned.
did.
Well, he's really going to like that timing slip. I bet he wishes there was another 100th off the ET to take him to number 1. But 00 light and 5.8, that'll do.
Well, your number 1 qualifier is going to be one of these two men. Mark Hartveld, who's fresh off of a year's retirement, taking on David Vector. So are all of the 3 Dutchmen running the same heads now as well?
No. Only Mark and Michel running the Dutch main head from Porsche and Drosch. David has a complete Noonan engine.
Okay.
Noonan block, Noonan heads, Noonan manifold, and a Hammer supercharger blower.
Yeah, so that's just to match what they run in the States then, I assume?
Yeah, yeah.
I had the joy of seeing that brand new block that they're
From
preparing.
Noonan?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
what
a piece of art.
It is art.
It's
a
almost
shame
a waste to
build it.
race it. You should make a big table of it.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous piece of engineering.
So 2 very different styles of pro modified car here.
David with the new sponsor on the car this year, Race Winning Brands Europe. Very, very proud to have that label on the side of the car.
Yeah, and Redline oil.
Of course, yeah. So Dave Vector, number 2. Mark Hartveld wears the number 1 in qualifying, of course. But who is going to be top of the pile at the end of this? Whoever can go quicker than 5.871, unless they both do it, will be number 1.
Yeah, and it's important to go down to those minuscule digits because they're so close already. They're within 100th of each other. Mark gets the jump. David very close to the wall, lifts off the throttle there because he sort of had to. Mark all the way through, 5.89, no improvement. He stays number 1.
Good job, guys. Congratulations.
Is that their first number 1
I think
qualifier?
that's the first time. And another 3 points.
No.
Oh, no.
Michel
No,
Turenne,
of course,
588, gets the 3 points.
Yeah.
Mark Hartveld gets the 2 points, and Andre Arnover
gets 1.
Gets the 1 point. See, my new task is to find the little points. Excellent job. But no, what a fantastic qualifying for Pro Modified.
Look at the David 60 foot, 0.95, but went all the way to the left. So he had to lift. He was really close to the wall.
Yeah.
Right. See you guys all tomorrow.
Thank you very so much indeed. Dick
You're
Costa,
welcome.
more than welcome to join us any time up here in the tower. And it's a huge amount of knowledge that Dick has of these cars. It is FIA Pro Stock up next.
And it's the man who makes a Pro Stock car do everything a Pro Stock car shouldn't in Slick Tricks Lane. That's Lasse Britsma.
Against Simon Eckengren. So we do not have for this session Henry Rill with the Mercedes. What a shame.
I also can't see Jimmy Orland yet. Oh, there he is. He was hiding behind a van. So he is there.
Yeah, so just 3 pairs of Pro Stock, and then it is top Fuel Dragster. You can see Liam Jones's car in the pairing lanes there. The others will be there as well.
So the Retro Dodge in the Kestrel beer lane. Team been around for a long, long time and had the same driver for a long, long time. But this was a new car to them a few years ago now. Running very, very well indeed. Lasse, new car for him again a couple of years ago. Bought the car off Robin Loren, got it stolen off him by Robin Loren for one event. But been running it very, very successfully ever since, beating Jimmy Orland.
Now that I must put everybody correct, it's pronounced Noreen.
Ah, Noreen.
Noreen, yes.
Here we go then, your final qualifier for Pro Stock car. Anything with a 6 that starts with a 6? Lass's car's pushing him through stage and drives him towards the centre line. He's all over the place for a pro stock car, across the line with a 6.87 and a 6.82 for Simon Eckengren.
Yeah, they both stay put. 681 as well as had already been. Simon had already been 682.
That was all over the place.
Yeah.
I've never seen a pro stock car move that much and stay planted.
I think I just heard something.
So your next pair, and it's another GTO. And it's another Dodge Dart.
So Stefan Enred, Michael Malcolm, your next pair.
And I tell a lie, it's not GTO, it's a GXP. I do apologise.
So Stefan Enred is currently your number 4 qualifier. Michael Malcolm currently number 3. 6.70 is where Stefan is. And in the number 3 spot, .64 is where you find Michael Malcolm. Now we've still got Darrell at the top end. I can only assume they're going to be doing hopefully some recording of interviews for the live stream and everything. I thought I did hear a tap on a microphone a moment ago, but let's see. Your penultimate pair in FIA Pro Stock qualifying then. Stefan Enred and Michael Malcolm. In fact, I've got Michael's number on the screen at the moment. There we go. Darrell is up there.
Oh, yes. How cool is that? I've just missed Mark Hartveld, who's a very happy boy because he's number 1 qualifier. Never done that before.
Tyre shake for Michael Malcolm. This is all Stefan Enred. 670, 202 miles an hour. Unfortunately, no improvement on what he ran earlier. He's got a bracket 670 car, but no improvement.
Yeah, put that man in Super Pro. He's run 6.70 twice now.
Yeah. So Michael Malcolm just coasted across the line there in 24 seconds. Not what he wanted at all. So it'll be down to our final pairing then. Robin Noreen and Jimmy Olland lining up behind us.
Well, this will be the first time in a long while that Jim isn't number 1 if he doesn't beat that 661.
And that 661 was an absolute stormer. The team was saying that they had the performance in the car, they just had to get it.
Yeah, it's always fine-tuning. I'm just going to try and nab it. Now I can actually talk to people and you can hear it as well, which is what I've been doing the whole time.
So this is the fight for number 1 then.
These two drivers have put themselves nearly a 1/10 of a second quicker than the rest. Robin Noreen, 661. Jimmy Olland, 664.
Yeah, apologies. The screen was giving me incorrect information a little while ago, but Thomas absolutely spot on there with those numbers.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee that Michael Malcolm didn't run a -5.
No, got 2 of them actually.
All I can say is, knowing Jimmy would have taken it personally, having a challenge for number 1.
Well, not only that, is the money in these 2 cars still. You know, they're 500 kroner.
So final adjustments made to the cars. Robin Noreen is ready, just waiting for the thumbs up. There it is.
Yeah, when we say final adjustments, it's always to the wheelie bars. Need to be at a set height. They predetermine that in the pits so they know where it's going to be. Here we go. Robin Noreen, Jimmy Ulland. It's an all Swedish affair here. One of these two is going to be number one.
Well, Robin Noreen had the jump on the line. It's going to be very close to the stripe. I think Jimmy's got the performance on him. 6:62 doesn't take number one from Robin
Noreen. Robin Noreen holds on to that number one. He wasn't quickest in the round, but over the 4 qualifiers, he takes the number one spot.
So what did Robin run that time around?
6:64.
He went 64, Jim went 62 up, something with Stefan Enrud. So, yeah, Pro Stock's always fun, isn't it? But a couple of 670s, you're probably looking for a little bit more, I guess.
For sure, yes. We should be in the low 60s as these guys. So we're not really there yet, but then again, it's the first race of the season. So we have some new stuff in the car. Did some minor testing 2 weeks ago in TR. The track was too cold back then, so we didn't really profit anything from that test. So we are pretty much at square one now, but still, I'm happy to get down in Q4. It's not fun to end up Saturday night or Sunday night this time with not coming down. So it's good for the confidence for tomorrow, and anything can happen tomorrow.
Good stuff. We'll see you in round one.
Thank you very much.
That's Stefan Enrud, everybody. Try and get a chat with Robin Noreen as well in second because he's number one qualifier.
He is indeed. He also gets 2 points for his work there. Jimmy Ulland gets 3, and Stefan Enrud picks up 1 point for that qualifying session.
The only problem is, every time I need to interview Robin, I need a stepladder. Has anyone got one hanging around that I can borrow? Anyway, yeah, so apologies for the silence for a while. It was because everything was working apart from the microphone, which most people were probably quite happy about, but when the idea of coming up here is talking to everybody, it was a little bit of a pain, but there we go. What have we got coming up next, chaps?
It's Top Fuel.
Okay, are they there?
They are indeed, yeah.
Okay.
Just being pushed into position.
No problem. So I'll try. Have I got time to have a quick chat with Robin before we get to Top Fuel?
If you're quick, yeah.
I'll be really, really quick. Okay, your number one qualifier in FIA Pro Stock. There you go. This is backside, folks. Look, what do you think of that? Climbing out the car, Robin Noreen, you stuck the number one qualifying spot. Jimmy went 62 in that one. You went 64, so you are number one qualifier with your 61 from earlier.
Yeah, it was a fantastic round, the first round we did today, and to back it up with a 64 now, and Jimmy running at 62, it's really close out there.
Yeah. It's going to be all about your left foot tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, it's gonna depends on the left foot. I think I've had pretty good reaction times all weekend long, about 100 to 300s. So I think that will be the magical for me tomorrow.
It's good to see, and we'll see you in round one.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Robin Noreen, everybody. Back to you guys, because I'm sure you've got more cars coming our way.
We have indeed. Top Fuel Dragsters lined up in the lanes. Right behind us, sorry. We have India Urbacher and Liam Jones. The squirt buckle's just going into the injector hats, and they're about to fire them up.
Let's hope India doesn't do what she did last year, which is knock out the internet when she went through the finish line.
Mm-hmm. Well, not much of a burnout there at all for India Urbacher. It was literally on the throttle for about, what, not even half a second. And there is a lot of raw fuel coming out of those pipes.
Yeah, that's a lot of real fuel. Everybody up on the VIP banking and on the grandstands, you're going to be covered in it. I can actually already see people start covering their noses.
Yeah. That is what they call fat.
Look at the VIP, now look covered in it.
Yeah. Get this in the tower as well. So India Urbacher, well, 14 seconds for her coasting run earlier on. She is qualified, but absolutely nowhere near where she wants to be. Liam Jones in the number 2 spot went 3.99 earlier on. This one of 2 pairs in Top Fuel you're going to see.
So India did this back at the European finals last year, didn't make a run right up until the last qualifier of the weekend. Well, we're here there again. This is the last qualifier. She's not made a run yet. Needs to do it here and now. Liam's been in the threes, wants to improve. What have they got for us now?
That is more like, oh, they both, well, blower belt comes flying off India's car. She goes 468 at 163. Liam goes 574. But the blower belt, a casualty there just before half track. But the short numbers, 0.86 for Liam, 0.85 for India. The only thing I can give you a positive there is that India moved up from 4 to 3.
Yeah, but
on
that
the
means,
list.
so that means she gets the number 2 qualifier, which at the moment is Liam.
Liam, yeah.
And Suzanne and Dennis are the only ones left that can change that order. I don't think India's going to make it all the way down to the top end where we are.
No, she's going through the second exit. You can see it from here.
The second exit is the last exit, I've been reliably informed, Cole.
She's going off the scrutineering then.
Oh, apologies, yeah.
That's it, yeah, no, it's okay. It's all right. Angie gave me a clip round the ear earlier. She says, stop saying second exit. So...
Well, the first exit is screw-steering, then the second one's halfway down.
No, the first exit is screw... No, it's all right. Because they radio each other all the time. So there's scrutineering, then there's exit 1, and exit 2 is right up this end. So,
sorry, Ange, for about the last 18 years.
So I said the same thing as well. The thing is, I got the clip round the ear that I've got to pass on when I get back, all right?
Okay, well, that's all right. It's coming for you. It won't hurt. Well, you can't reach, can you?
Yeah, mind your ankles.
Right, your next pair lined up behind the tower then. Dennis Nilsson and, of course, your number 1 qualifier, as things stand at the moment, Suzanne Kalin for Santipod Raceway for Slick Tricks. Put in a fantastic run earlier on, 3.90, over 300. Let's get the exact speed so we can get it to you precisely. Get the button to stop on the right spot. 312.16 miles an hour. It's not Suzanne's quickest run, but as things stand, nobody else has been quicker this weekend.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else has actually made a full pull yet this weekend.
Well, Liam got close. He went into the threes, but he was only through the lights at around about 240 miles an hour. He had a wounded car at the stripe. So we do have one car stuck on the track. That is, of course, is the Monster Energy car of India Erbacher. And once that's cleared, then we can run our other pair. After that, it will be Fuel Funny Car. And I can also see Nostalgia Funny Car in the lanes, and I can also see Jet Cars in the lanes. Those pairing lanes looking very, very attractive indeed. The 2-seater is down for another run as well. Then we've also got to come Comp Eliminator and our bikes for their final qualifying session. Comp Eliminator are in eliminations, as we've already know, and of course the FIM bikes, it will be their last qualifying session. Then we go into sportsman racing, and all classes are eliminations. Well, Dennis Nilsson down there with the canopy car. It is a fabulous looking machine, it really is. It is so good to have Dennis with us. He's waving to us in the cockpit of the car. He is one cool customer, he really is. And the team themselves looking resplendent in the team shirts, and to match the car, it really is a pucker outfit, it really is. Talking of team shirts, new design actually for Slick Tricks Racing this year. The yellow has turned into a beautiful dusty gold colour, and that car looking sharp as ever. And as sharp as ever are the two drivers. Great to have two very experienced Top Fuel drivers here. Going to be putting on a heck of a show for you very shortly indeed. The top end has cleared. India Erbacher's car has moved around the corner. Just a little bit of sledding in the Slick Tricks lane, and then our final pair of Top Fuel Dragsters in qualifying will go down the track. To be followed by Nitro Funny Car. Dale Leaks heads the lanes on those, but we'll see one bad Texan team down there as well. And we hope that the Undertaker team, and of course, Showtime.
So the track is clear of Fuel Dragsters, just waiting for the nod to go to the crew chiefs of the two cars behind the tower at the minute. Suzanne still sat in her car, currently getting shaded by the crew.
Yeah, that sign is very bright out there considering the time of day. Let's have a quick look then, coming up to 5 to 6. Yeah, just, the soft of the shoes there, just making sure that everything is good. So they're still working on that lane there, where literally where India's blower belt came flying off. It's not the first blower belt to go this weekend, won't be the last either.
No.
We have had a few of those go. Nice memento for somebody. In actual fact, I would love to have those blower belts autographed and we can put them into a charity auction for the Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. That's what I'd really like. Should have said that earlier, actually. But, dear. Yeah, shameless plug for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. We look after racers, crew, track staff, you name it. It's the racing family looking after the racing family, it really is. Find me in the pits this evening, and for £5 you can get a couple of Benevolent Fund stickers for your race car or your toolbox at home, for your sticker wall at home, whatever. And all the funds go straight to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund charity. Paid out 6 times last year to help the racing family, a couple of times this year already as well. So we really do thank everybody that buys the stickers for a £5 donation. And not only that, we're on Just Giving as well now, so if you just want to make a donation directly, you certainly can, and we can put gift aid on it and get some extra funds that way as well. But find me in the pits after racing, and I've got plenty of stickers with me. Also, Nikki in Nitro FM has the stickers as well. And they've got them up at York Raceway as well, so people up there can get it. Right, here we go. Last pair of top fuelers about to fire up. In fact, one of them has already. That is Suzanne's car. And Dennis's car does the same. That's why the commentary box at Sandpod is so good. You can look down and wave to the drivers, they can communicate with you. Not many other tracks in the world you can do that. No.
Well, we were talking about raw fuel before. Wow. Look at the fuel coming out of the auto art machine. Filling the start line already. With the nectar of the gods. Comes back to the start line. Suzanne's made her burn out as well. She comes back. They're going to arrive at pretty much the same time.
So Suzanne has that number 1 spot, 3.90 at the moment. Dennis would need to go quicker than that to claim number 1 if Suzanne doesn't. If Dennis basically can run a 3, he'll take the number 2 spot. But if he goes quicker than 4.68, he will move up to 3rd. But one thing we will know, straight after this pair, who will be racing who tomorrow.
Suzanne as well this weekend, rocking one of the youngest Top Fuel crew chiefs in the world with Harry Gibson. He's down there making the final adjustments on the Slick Tricks machine. Dennis Nielsen has had the nod from his crew chief. Here we go then, fingers crossed for side-by-side threes. Any improvement on a 4.8 for Dennis will be an improvement. They're going all the way through, 2 side-by-side. 200 miles an hour, 398 for Suzanne. Solidifies her number 1 spot. I thought that could have been a 3 for Dennis, but it wasn't just. 4.20 at 240 for him. He moves up to number 3.
Yeah, so the pairings for tomorrow. Suzanne will be taking on India Urbacher, and it is going to be Liam Jones taking on Dennis Nielsen. An all-male affair on one side, all-female affair the other side, and it will be a race of the sexes in the final. Not that it matters. We just got 4 brilliant drivers here. So 4.20, 240 for Dennis there. 0.89 to 60 foot and 329 at 248 at the 8th.
I think they're going to be very happy with that, because I think that's personal best numbers all the way down for Dennis, actually. Yeah. Well done. I'm going to try and catch up with Suze, but I've got to pedal to the other exit because they both stopped so quickly.
398 with an 8 for Suzanne, 265 at the stripe. She was 315 at 273 at the 8th at a 0.87 60 foot. Whew, that was exciting stuff. Dennis Nilsson has previously been 411 at 281, so not quite a PB, but he was certainly on it there.
Yeah, as Daryl said, both drivers just stopped before exit 1.
Yeah, to give it its correct name.
One of which has already been pushed round the corner. You've got to keep these cars rolling, otherwise the clutches weld themselves together and then you have to disconnect the coupler on the rear end to get them to actually move. It's a lot easier to do on a dragster because the body doesn't have to be out of the way compared to the funny cars, of which I can see round the corner coming up next.
Yeah, we don't know who is actually going to be first around the corner. I'll have a look at the pairings just to see what order they are coming around.
I can guarantee you it's a funny car because at the front of the lanes every single one of them is. It's an awesome sight around the tower at the minute because you've got Venom with Tony Betts on the far side. Then it goes Fire Force number 3 with Martin Hill. Then I can see the Beast from the East, Dale Leakes. I can see the One Bad Texan crew down there as well. Both of those teams need to run 4.90 or quicker to be able to play with the rest of them tomorrow.
Well, from what I understand, it will be Dale Leakes around the corner first. Looking at the paperwork that I've got up here. Let the tractor get into position first. But having said that, the Venom team are on the start line, so I think it's going to be Tony Betts. I'm going to run him before the Fuel Funny Cars. Otherwise, they've come around the corner a little bit too soon.
Right, well, if you can hear me, which I don't think you can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Very faint, but we can hear you.
Well, I'm here. Very faint, very small. It's all right, it's because I'm in a different position, because both Suzanne and Dennis stopped really quickly. Suzanne, #1 qualifier from your run earlier today, 2 3-second runs as well. A lot better than 24 hours ago.
A lot better. In the beginning, I was just happy to actually stage and get to the track, but now we've done really well.
Yeah. So both runs quite smooth?
Very smooth. Well, not on this last one, but for me, it was good.
And most importantly, #1 qualifier. Actually, I think you've got a rematch with Dennis. No, you've got India now in round 1.
Of course.
You get the chance to get your own back after last year.
Really hope I will.
She really hopes she will. She said that with gritted teeth. Anyway, well done, Suze.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Daryl. And we look down at the pairing lanes to see Venom will be the next car to come around the corner. No sign of Apache, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's been missing the action.
No, is it, no, sorry, I thought it was another funny car there, but no, got that confused.
No, that's a Golf.
With Martin Hill.
So a solo for Tony Betts. He made a solo run this morning as well. I'm not too sure what's up with Apache.
I'm sure we'll get news in due course.
Yeah, it's very rare for him to ever have issues with that.
Also in the lanes, Comp Eliminator for round 1 eliminations. We can see them tucked behind, and they will be running after Funny Car.
Nice low RPM burnout for the car with the snake in the butterflies. Something I just noticed as he pulls around the corner. Really, really cool graphic. A lot of drivers write little notes or names or little bits like that on the butterflies. Tony opts to have a snake.
Well, as things stands, Tony is your number 2 qualifier out of the 2 Nitro Nostalgia Funny Cars. He's on a 6.09 with the 2. Apache is on a 6.08 with the 4. Tony is the quickest of the Nostalgia cars. He's got the class record, which stands at 5.895 at 250 miles an hour. As usual, final adjustment is to the wheelie bar. And then crew chief John Wright just makes final air adjustment, if you like, on top of the supercharger injector hat there. The bug catcher, as we call it. So Tony Betts and the Venom team, what have they got for us here this afternoon?
Well, he's moving around his lane, all sorts of stuff. Goes 6.05, takes number 1 spot off Tim Garlick. Another run over 200 miles an hour using every bit of the lane. He was sub 4 seconds to the 8th mile.
Yeah, short numbers, 104 to 60 foot, 399 with a 7 to the 8th. And at the stripe, as we know, 605 at 227.89 miles an hour. Right, as we spin round, it's Dale Lightning Leaks with the Beast from the East, the Fuel Funny Car lining up below us in the Slick Tricks lane. And to all of the team, really do wish you all the best on this pass. To Mark and Jackie Hawkins, probably tuned in from home over in Suffolk. Just switching everything on in the control box there. Track is clear, so they are pretty much ready. The start is attached, spins it over, and the engine fires.
Extremely low RPM burnout. You can see how wide the tyre tracks remain as Dave runs out with the mop. A little bit of fluid on the track. That'll just be fuel. As it evaporates extremely quickly.
Very quickly indeed.
So we have to see a 4.9 or quicker for Dale to come and play tomorrow. The car can do it, the driver can do it.
Well, they want to do it right now. This is where it counts.
Everybody on site and everybody on the live streams willing Dale Leaks on.
They push the car forward as to not to put any more heat into the drivetrain. Final. It's all down to Dale. The beast from the east, the Toyota Camry.
Well, the car smokes the tyres just slightly further past 60 foot. He was rattling the tyres before then. You can see he was trying his damnedest to stay with it as the tyre shake gets more and more aggressive. You can actually see the spaces between the paddle marks on the track get further and further apart. And then the car just lights the wheels up. He was not intending to lift then.
Yeah. 0.94 to 60 foot. 284 to 330, and at the 8th was 536. 84 miles an hour, just literally coasting across the 1,000-foot markers with 8.17. Just for you number buffs out there, had to give you the numbers. There is no question that Dale can drive that car. It's getting it set to give him the numbers that he really wants.
Yeah, we know the car can do it. We know he can do it. It's just getting them to both be able to do it at the same time.
Right, one bad Texan driven by Andy Raw this weekend. Andy Raw used to Nitro. He's got the Nitro bug as his race car, but this weekend, the pilot, the driver, the man behind the wheel of one bad Texan. Rob Elsom's car. Again, it's another Toyota. And the same thing applies to Andy. It's a crossover license. Well done to the Beast from the East team. They're going to go up to the top end to collect their man. They worked tirelessly to get this combination sorted. And they'll be out again tomorrow. So the Showtime car being brought round to be put into position whilst Andy Raw gets ready to do his run.
So as you say, Colin, Andy has to run 4.9, the same as Dale attempted to. Andy with issues on the run this morning. An oil fitting was loose, spilling oil along the track.
Lovely bird out.
Yeah, I have no doubts that ever since that run this morning, the team's been ready and biting at the bit to get back down and attempt the run again.
Well, they're giving Andy every opportunity possible to get a number on the board.
So Andy puts the car back into drive, the body comes up. The final checks are made underneath. Everybody watching at home on the live stream or looking at the big screen, you can get a really good view now of what the crew chiefs are doing under the body. Here we go then for the UK. Andy Raw behind the wheel of Rob Elsom's funny car. Aptly named the one bad Texan, looking to run 4.9 or quicker. It needs to be north of 230 miles an hour as well. But it just blazes the tyre off the hit, exactly the same as we saw some of the cars do earlier. Very well held by Andy Raw there as the car turns sideways with the wheel speed not wanting to come down. We can see from here how tiny those tyre tracks got at the back.
It's not for the lack of trying, without a shadow of a doubt. It really isn't. I think probably the two of the most frustrated men on site this weekend will be Dale Leakes and Andy Raw. as Andy takes the scrutineering gate and goes through the gap up there. Well, almost. Didn't quite have the angle to get through there. There he is, goes through now.
We still have one more big show funny car coming your way. That is Terry Haddock. He sat in the car behind the tower just waiting for the nod to go.
Thumbs up already given, no messing. Unfortunately, no one to take a car for Steve Ashdown in this session. So the Showtime funny car bursts into life. Stonking burnout once again for Terry Haddock with the Showtime machine. Here's your number 1 qualifier, 4.40. That ain't going to change. Well, the number 1 qualifier spot isn't. Maybe the ET will drop a little bit more. One of those remaining barriers left in drag racing in Europe is the first 3-second pass in Fuel Funny Car. It's getting tantalisingly close each year. Last year was a real good assault on it. And then Terry Haddock got behind the wheel of the Showtime car and has dropped it down to 4.12. He is the fastest funny car in Europe over any distance of 307.88 miles an hour. And fair to say, one of the best looking cars around at the moment. Well, folks, it's showtime. What could Terry do? Absolutely beautiful looking pass. Just clicked it past half track. Coasting to a 468, 183. It was a 0.91 to 60 foot, but it was already struggling at the 8th mile, 348 at 205. But nevertheless, great entertainment once again from the Showtime team.
Well, that's us done for Nitro for the day.
For the moment, yeah. Well, yeah, it's for the day, actually. We still have a jet car to run, and I believe that it will be next. It's Martin Hill with Fire Force. And we then got Comp Eliminator round 1. We've also got the 2-seater Dragster down there as well, which I believe will be its final passenger ride of the day. It's all happening here. There's loads more still to come.
Yeah, don't forget we've still got all of the FIM Europe bike classes to go for their last qualifiers of the day. In fact, I was wrong. We're not done with Nitro yet because we've got all the Nitro bike classes to come. I can see Comp Eliminator in the lanes, some cracking matchups coming our way with that. The 2-seaters there as well, with driver and passenger already strapped in. Martin Hill's in his car ready to come round. So ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere. The action is only just beginning.
Well, the time is 6:15 in the evening. We've still got all of our bike classes to go. And hopefully, if all goes well, we'll still get some more eliminations in as well. As we've got our sportsman classes we would like to whittle down as best as we can. So it will be a late one for us tonight. As long as track conditions allow, then I'm sure we will just keep on going. But as I say, watch this space, listen out for pit announcements. We've just got to see how things go. Right, I do believe, as I say, it will be, it's either going to be the 2-seater or Martin next, because obviously there's cars surrounding Martin in the lanes, and they're not going to Sunday swing around him, so it will be either Martin or the 2-seater putting and running next. But then it will be round 1 Comp Eliminator and then we will be into our bikes after that. The final qualifying session for FIM Europe, for Pro Stock bike, for the Super Twins, for Top Fuel bike, the youngsters, and the crazy squad that is Super Street bike. I reckon it's going to be a phenomenal session because we've had a fair bit of sun on the track. Although it's clouding over a little bit now, there's some nice heat. The air's getting better. So I think they could be licking their lips at this. Just a reminder to everybody, don't forget live music on the station light site at 7 o'clock this evening. And your band for entertainment then is Hard to Handle. And 9 o'clock, the live band tonight is The Killers. Obviously there is Fuelers Bar as well. You still have all of our caterers. The fairground will be open as a course. And the big wheel there. And all the other entertainment around there. So that's a good place to hang out in the evenings. Also the pits. There'll be a lot of teams working late in the night, and when it's a pleasant evening like this, they'll be up around quite late, so the place will not go to sleep. It'll be buzzing. There will be a complete vibe of everything going on. Right, top end is totally clear. As
the two-seater dragster
it
comes
is the
alive.
two-seater. Yeah, I was going to say, if it's an engine, it's got to be the two-seater. So Paul Brown has been taking passengers up the track. And this is his fourth one today. This is Lisa Law from Peterborough. She's been basically coming up for years, seen this car for years running, and finally gets a chance to have a go in the back of it. She wanted to try it. Simple as that. If you fancy a go in the back of this car, pop round and see the team in the pits. They are just past the grandstand. They are the first team that you come to when you go around the back of the grandstand, and have a word with the team and they'll advise you accordingly. One thing I didn't mention, and I wish I had earlier, have you seen I think a little Crazy Golf
I have.
Unit there? I'm desperate to go and have a go at that. And that's fact, I should call out Ian Marshall to go and play Crazy Golf. And that's fact, Dave Smith, John Sternham, Ian Marshall, myself and Liam, we should all go and play Crazy Golf, because the last time we did that, we were in Daytona Beach. Oh dear. Yeah, a mobile Crazy Golf course. Looks really, really good in there. So yeah, go check that one out.
So, bucket list item then for the passenger. Of the Thrill Ride Dragster.
Lisa Law from Peterborough. About to go faster in the car than she's ever likely to have been before. Goes 8:05 at 164 miles an hour. Right, it's jet car time. And it is Fire Force number 3.
Yeah, solo for him this time, which means he can take it all the way through to the quarter mile.
There's the two-seater just coming around the corner at the top.
And for those of you who don't know, the part that's the other side of the drag strip, that's the end of the drag strip. If you go off the end of the track, that's where you're going, into that field. And yes, we have had cars go around the windmill before. By cars, I mean one.
Yeah, never forget that one from Ollie. A long time ago, actually. I don't know how long ago that was. It was quite a few years ago now. Yeah, what we're talking about is the distance record, yeah?
Yes, that's
it. Going down in the shutdown area.
Yeah, how long can you make a
Laura
quarter mile?
Turbeville had a very good go at it, actually. I think she went past the turbine. But yeah, the racetrack as we know is a quarter mile. Shutdown area is half a mile. I think it's about another half a mile to the trees. But yeah, the record is owned by James Oliver and likely never to be beaten. He went down in the shutdown area in his Firebird in a Pro ET, and what they do in that car is they put the car into safe neutral and switch the engine off. which he did, went for the brake pedal, and the pedal dropped out of its holder. So he had 0 brakes, no way of stopping it, and was just freewheeling forever. Because it's a suspension car, it just rode all the ruts, went sailing past the wind turbine, heading towards the ditch at the end of the field. He goes, hang on a minute, I've got to start turning left. He did, and almost when he finished, he was coming back up towards the start line, but around the corner, totally out of sight. Unbelievable.
Here we go then, Fire Force number 3 this time. Martin Hill still behind the wheel, as he has been for many, many years now.
35 plus.
Yeah, recognised by the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
In actual fact, if you're here for Dragstalgia, end of June, that's when we announce this year's inductees, and we look forward to doing that.
If you look to the big screens, you can see the man behind the wheel. That's Martin Hill himself sat in the car. They are live pictures. As you see him checking with all of the different marshals. If that wasn't loud enough, we're going to make it even louder as Martin turns up the jet.
So Fire Force number 3 of Martin Hill comes up to the line. He's already in stage. He's going to bring that turbine right up, smoke out the back, and then off he'll go. Great looking pass once again. 6 flat, only 188 miles now. Clicked it slightly early there, but nevertheless, great entertainment once again from Fire Force.
And now the time I have been waiting for. This is first round of eliminations that you guys are going to be seeing, and it's Comp Eliminator.
We did have Luke Stevenson up here a moment ago.
He disappeared.
Oh, he disappeared, did he? I would love to have him as colour commentary on this, but it'd be very, very interesting indeed to see how this lot get on.
Okay, so what you're going to see here is a staggered start. You're going to be seeing one car leave first, the other cars start to chase them down, and then apart from that, it is first to the finish line wins. There's a couple of other rules splattered in, like if you go way under the time you'll see at the top of the scoreboards, we'll get to those in a minute. It will then change for the next race. That's why you might see some of the slower cars lifting or some of the quicker cars lifting to win by the least amount possible.
Right. Interestingly, Gary Carr is at the front, and he should be taking on Matty Davison, but I can't see Matty's Honda down there. You can see the two Golfs. They're due to race each other. Rob Smallworth, we know he's got a solo because next to him is an empty spot, and that's where Luke Stevenson would have been. So maybe Matty Davison hasn't made it down. That is a great shame. He's had a half-decent weekend, to be fair, but if the car has let him down going into eliminations, that's a great shame.
So this is a class where the style of racing is derived from a class called Stock Eliminator. They used to do it back in the day before the Christmas tree was even invented through car lengths. So you used to see one car sometimes halfway down the track as both would leave together, and it was still first to finish line wins like it is now, but now rather than do we do it in car lengths, we do it in time staggered on the Christmas tree.
So Rob Smallworth then with the Dirty Dog, the 55 Chevy. Going to be the first car in eliminations in any class this weekend at the main event.
And what you'll most likely see here, you'll see him maybe take it to the 8th mile, maybe 1,000 foot, but he does not want to damage the index, which for him is 7.99.
Not only that, save it for tomorrow. So last weekend, Rob Smallworth was racing in 760 heads up at the Door Slammers. Left it all here. Went home for a couple of days, came back, and then prepped the car ready for first round qualifying, which was on Friday, which he did. Got 4 qualifiers in, but this is eliminations now. He knows what the car can do. There'll be a low 7.6, possibly a high 7.5, but will he run it all the way through? That's the question.
So a quick purge over the nitrous. It was an incredibly small burnout for Rob.
Yeah, which to me tells me he probably won't run it all the way through, but let's see.
Well, he certainly launches like he means it.
Yeah, he is. 767. So Rob Smallworth into round number 2. Right, as sort of predicted, Gary Carr on his own. No, Matt Davison. Gary qualified with all the ones, 11.111. His index is 1161. So that was easy to work out. Went 6 tenths under. Nice wheels up launch.
Yeah, a bit of smoke coming out of the back.
Yeah, he clicks it early. Good boy.
And finally, we have a race, and what a race it is. Nick Williams taking on Petros Tektopoulos. Both of these cars are 7-second machines, and 2 of the most bizarre ways of doing it. Nick Williams with the Central Office Purchase Order Camaro. That's what COPO stands for.
Well remembered.
He's only got a 9-inch slick on the back. Supercharged 350 cubic inch engine under the bonnet.
Now you see what Nick is doing. We know that Petros and the team have a certain start line routine. And it does take him a while to set the traction bar at the back. So Nick will do his burnout in a moment. He'll roll forward. Yeah, a very important part of the tuning for Petros. This is lift the back of the car. I still can't get my head around that.
Yeah, and it may look like a Seat, but underneath this is a complete space frame chassis. It's a one-off. This is the only one in the world.
Now here Nick start his car up now. He'll do his burnout roll forward. That's good communication between the 2 teams.
Now, Dan will be leaving first by... Nick will be leaving first by just under half a second. And then it's the Seat's job to chase him down. Both these cars can go over 180 miles an hour.
Well, best of luck to both of them. Our first actual race in Comp Eliminator.
Petros has gone straight into full stage. You can't do that. You have to put courtesy stage, which means you turn on the pre-stage bulbs first, let the other person join you, and then you can both roll into stage one after the other. In fact, Nick's gone into pre-stage already. So a car known for pulling its front wheels in the air, and a car that physically cannot. The green Copa will be leaving first. Assuming 2 green lights, it means it will be first to finish line wins. Wheel spin for the Copo.
Oh,
and a huge leak for the Petros as he turns left and hits the wall. Nick gets back on the throttle to take the stride.
Nick wasn't sure what was going on there at all. Well, Nick takes a bizarre win there, 11.77. But Petros's car, well, a little bit over the place, did actually nose into the wall.
Yeah, it started to leak just after the 60 foot got on its own fluid and turned left. There was nothing Petros could have done there. In fact, he's already out of the car.
He's just hopped over the wall, actually, so Petros is absolutely fine.
Give that man a round of applause as he steps out of the car. He's come all the way from Greece to entertain you guys this weekend. He's not had a dream trip here like he was wanting. He's been in the sevens, but that's not the way he wanted to end his trip. So ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for him.
Now, obviously, we'll let our track crew deal with the clean-up there. There is a big pile of fluid, unfortunately, underneath the car where it sat now and where it actually tagged the wall as well. So we are going to be down for a little while. And Nitro FM, if you can take over the airways, we'll give you an update as soon as we possibly can. Thank you very much indeed.
Doing a very good job of roasting my back at the minute as I lean against the rear window. Those of you watching on the live stream, you wonder where the commentators commentate from. We're just above the S, the A, and the M. Hello, that's us. You may notice that we stood directly above the jet here.
So Martin blips the afterburner, the car goes into pre-stage, he'll roll it into stage and then he'll bring that turbine up to full RPM. You'll see smoke go out the back and then he's going to let it go. Goes through 5:36 at 261 miles an hour.
Huge wheel stand again as it goes into tyre shake. Sylvia did a cracking job of getting out of it and getting it back under control. Those wheels were miles in the air. What can you do here? Blazed the tyres almost instantly. It shook from the hit and then span. Here he comes. Lots of tyre shake for Sandro, but they're going to go across the line almost identical. 5.40 and a 5.50 for Sandro. Sandro takes the #1 qualifier. Another huge wheel stand. Front wheel's coming way up in the air. He nearly actually got onto the blue on the left-hand side of the start line, just gently brought it down.
Yeah, these are four-link issues.
And he's away and running under
Much
power.
better for both of them. It's going to be Andre with a 590. 246 goes to #3.
This morning. Shakes the tyres again. And in fact, he crosses the centre line. Luckily, Michael's already gone past. Goes 648. 211 miles an hour.
Wow.
That moves Michael up to #11, but a new personal best for him.
Yeah, by a bunch.
And the reason I say luckily that Michael's already gone round is because that time will still stand because he got there first. No tyre shake, just a bit of a wiggle all the way through. Come on, Bruno, give us a 5. Oh, 6.003. 233 miles an hour. Kev drives through shake. They're side by side across the finish line. John goes 5.98 and it's a 6.15 for Kev.
And it's happened.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeri with a bit of a wiggle, but they're side by side across the stripe. Yeri's off the throttle at 5.95. 244 miles an hour. That... Matt's taking a huge move to the centre line, and again, an awesome side-by-side race. 5.88 misses number 1 by just that much. Does Michel Torren, a 5.93 for Matt. Mark gets the jump. David very close to the wall, lifts off the throttle there because he sort of had to. Mark all the way through. 5.89, no improvement. He stays number 1. Starts with a 6. Lasse's car is pushing him through stage and drives him towards the centre line. He's all over the place for a pro stock car, across the line with a 6.87 and a 6.82 for Simon Eckengren. Robin Noreen had the jump on the line. It's going to be very close to the stripe. I think Jimmy's got the performance on him. 6.62 doesn't take number 1 from Robin
Noreen. That is more like, oh, they both, well, Blower Belt comes flying off India's car. She goes 4.68 at 163. Liam goes 5.74.
They're going all the way through, 2 side by side. 200 miles an hour, 3.98 for Suzanne.
Okay, time to have some fun. Look at the big screen, folks. Get your phones out, scan the QR code, and in about 15 seconds' time, oh no, a little bit longer than that, we're going to fill the grid with 30 racers going to take part in our racing game. Look at the big screen, folks. Get your phones out, scan the code, log yourselves in, and let's do some racing. This is, if you look at the race program, it tells you a little bit about this. It's the experiment on page 26. Big screen games by Ping. There we go, that's what we're doing. Oh, the grid's nearly full.
I'll tell you what, that guy with the front row with the orange car, I bet he's really good looking, he is.
No idea.
It's me, John.
I know it's you. Right, the race is about to start in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Off we go. The best of luck, all the you racers. Once again, I can't believe I'm commentating on a video game, but there we go. Thomas, you're not doing very well.
I'm being pushed.
Come on, Thomas, find a way through. Oh, he has. Oh, I see how you're doing it now. You can beat your horn, look, if you know that.
Get out of the way.
Oh, I got wiped out there, Tom. Have a look at the big screen, folks. You can see what we're looking at. Oh, Thomas in the lead. Oh, come on, Tom. Oh, he's fighting them all off.
Oh, I died.
Toasted.
So the record distance at the minute is 1,600 metres. We're on set to beat that. We've got
Is
Neelius
it Rice or Neelius? No, it's going to be Rice. Takes it. Well done, Rice. All right, let's do another one. And how good is it to have the race from Yellow as the music? Very well chosen indeed by Nitro FM. And here they all come. Flossie. I wonder if it is that team from the VWDRC. Doris is in there. That's Dave Nelson. Got to be Dave Nelson. Hardy J's in there, look. Are you in this time, Thomas?
I don't really know, if I'm honest.
No. The race is going to start in 5, 4, 3. Oh yeah, you're over there on the left-hand side.
Oh, well, I haven't got a screen. Right, if I win, guys, it's not me.
We've got no control whatsoever.
No, it's...
He's fallen back. Right, let's have a look then. It is Nitro Junkie. I wonder if that is.
It's got to be Charman, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be one of the Charmans. Right, is that Nicky from Nitro FM down there? Oh dear.
Right, Nitro Junkie's hit a wall.
Oh, we've got new leader. Close. Dave Manu, with the only thing that Manu lift this year. Oh, got wiped out by Ben, but here comes Manu again. Oh,
Dave Manu.
He's on his own. Dave Manu
win.
wins it. Well done. Manu finally wins something this year. Well done. In the meantime, Petros' car has disappeared. They're just cleaning up there. Right, let's do another one. A lot of the same racers taking it again. My Daddy Drive, Daniel, Emily, Norby, Alfie, Big Charles, Booster, Mark F, Callie, Sophie, Rice, Morgan, Sam, John, Chris, Smurf, Gaz, Matthew, Ben, Nikki, Flossie, Doris, Jake, and the rest of them. Off we go. They're all fighting each other here. It's difficult to pick a leader out of this lot. Oh, Smurf just went straight into the central bit there. So, Rice, Booster, Josh. Just so, My Dad Drive. Oh, Gaz nearly took the lead then. So these two, Just So and My Dad Drive.
Well, that was a quick one, wasn't it?
Oh, nobody else there. Well done, My Dad Drive. Got to say, everybody that did the quiz this morning, well done to you. Thomas is in this time.
Maybe.
So Alfie Gaz,
Oh,
Matthew,
my car's
Flossie,
purple.
Dude, Ben, Media Room is in there again. Josh, Tom, Coxie. Looking for some other names that I recognise. David Dubbs. Right, here we go. Come on, TCA. Don't let us down.
I'm winning. Sorry, Rice, I just killed you then.
Oh, Thomas is doing all right. Watch out for the central bit. Oh.
Dead again. Well, it's between two yellow cars. It's going to be a tie.
Yeah, where are they all? Matthew wins, even though he didn't cross the line. Asphalt the track coming on very nicely indeed. We don't think we're going to be far away, actually. We've got the two Golfs lined up behind us.
Well, we've got one more.
Right, this could be the last race. Let's see. They're all in. I don't think you're in this one, Tom.
Nope.
The lights go green and off they go. Hardy J is in this one. Just spotted him.
I've got people messaging in telling me that it's only them if it wins.
Oh, right, okay. Well, Hardy J is doing all right.
Well, you've got the media room in there as well. I assume that's Kerry.
Oh, Harley just got... Oh, Harley back where he wants to be at the front. Oh, there's a bit of blocking there. Oh, Harley, you should know there's something in the middle there. Is it Smurf? Prism. Oh, what if that Prism Paintworks? Is that John Priz?
Prism's going to take the win.
Yeah, well done.
And a new record distance as well.
Yeah, 1645 metres. Well done. One more race. Okay. I don't think we're that far away, actually, as the track crew getting ready, hopefully, to come back down onto start line. Give you a quick time check here. 10 to 7 in the evening. We've still got all of our bikes to go yet. I've just been told Flossie was Trevor.
Ah, okay.
This is the last one. Right, okay, this is the last one. Off we go. Thomas, you're in this one. You're in the green car, the left-hand side. Come on, Thomas. Do it for the commentary team.
You should know by now, I have no idea what I'm doing.
And on this game as well. Well, you're fourth. Oh, he's fighting for the lead. Come on, TCA. Oh,
that was attempted murder.
Wipeout
Right.
from Junior. Oh, it's between TCA, Onyx and Junior. There's nothing between them. Oh, come on, Thomas, you can do it. You can do it. Come on, Thomas.
Yes!
Come on, come on. Yay!
I won something!
Thomas wins the last race. Look at the distance, 17:02. Okay, that's it. We're done. We're back to the action. And it is Julian Baer, Marcus Velt, the two Golfs. I cannot believe the way this actually worked out. These two meet in round number 1. The 4-cylinder and the 6-cylinder. Right, the indexes. This is where it all makes a difference. Julian Baer in the Kestrel lane has a 759 index. Marcus Velt has a 698 index. The reason being that this makes it fun is there will be a difference on the tree.
Yeah, so the way Comp Eliminator pans out means that the quicker of these two cars, aka the Dayglow yellow one in the Slick Tricks lane, actually is at a disadvantage here. He didn't come into this with lane choice. He didn't come into this as the higher of the two qualified cars. Julian Baer has run 7.1s with the 4-cylinder Golf, the grey car in the Kestrel B lane. He will be leaving first, and then just over half a second afterwards, Marcus Velt is going to have to try and chase him down in a 7.0 second Golf. Both these guys recently converted from 4 to 2-wheel drive. Both of them doing extremely well considering it's completely different ways of tuning.
It's two fabulous cars to watch as well.
Do you know, the thing that's almost a shame is they're not in the same class so they could have a heads-up race.
Yeah.
As in, green comes on at the same time and go, because there's not a lot between them. Performance advantage on the index goes to the black Golf in the Kestrel lane. That's Julian Baer. Doesn't mean Marcus Welt's not going to be trying, though.
Well, both are in full stage. Here we go.
Well,
there's your heads-up race. Julian way over towards the wall. Marcus trying to hit his one too. Marcus is going to get there first. 7:21 to a 7:16 loss for Julian. He did everything he could to throw that race then. The only thing he didn't do was get outran, but he got beat to the finish line.
I think the straightforward, honest version was he was not ready when the tree ran.
No,
not even close.
1.47 reaction time tells the story there.
That's not even a reaction time to be. But however, storming run, 7.16, second best of the weekend. Speed again, 186 miles an hour. Marcus Velt with the TTK Golf moves on.
Right, Dave Swift and Belinda Bull, your next pairing.
Again, another matchup where the quicker of the two cars is at a disadvantage. Dave Swift can run down into the 7-0s. He wants that number that starts with the 1, just one number down from a 7. Taking on Belinda Ball. Belinda Ball's truck, not Belinda's Ball. Belinda Ball's truck has been in the 60s before, but just with a different engine and a slightly different combination.
Yeah, this is all about the Supermod combo. She won the 760 heads-up class a week ago like right now, actually, at the Door Slammers. She would be going first, and if it goes to form, big if, there's no way Dave Swift's going to run her down. But
no,
sometimes it doesn't pan out like that.
Yeah, when you look at the indexes, Belinda's truck has been 7.5s this weekend with an index of a 7.99. Dave Swift not been on form really, hasn't really been down into the low 7s yet, but can go 7-0s. Aim of the game is to beat the index you see on the scoreboard, not match it.
Well, Dave Swift had a 0.4 light. He's not going to catch Belinda. He doesn't. 7.36. Bit on pace actually this weekend. Belinda was 0-1 on the tree, just to add insult to injury, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a bit close for comfort, really, on the reaction times for Belinda. She didn't really need to cut a light that well.
Well, she's used to running 760 heads up, so
that's a pro tree.
Exactly. Okay, so Darren Dewhurst taking on Ahmed Jamshed. A couple of front-wheel drive cars. I think Darren has got problems underneath this.
Well, looking down, I can see all of the crew are diving in the doors. Trying to get the car refired. I don't think it's got any life in it. I can see the crew down there with jump packs. Ahmed's doing the sportsman thing and waiting on.
Yeah, even Gordon came over and said, you know, well, hang on a minute.
Yeah, they want to race. That's what they want to do. Gordon Darby down there, crew chief for Ahmed, and also at the SPRC Awards earlier on this year, crew chief of the year. In actual fact, it is going to be a solo after all that. Darren tried everything they could with the car. So it's going to be Ahmed Jamshed with the mid-ranting Silver Surfer Civic.
Say that quickly.
The Silver Surfer Civic.
Yeah. That's pretty good. 151 to 60 foot while Ahmed lifts. He needs to lift. No, he pulls the chute instead. It goes 9 flat. That'll work.
That works, yeah.
Well, they'll know from the short numbers what the car can do. And he wants to be around for race day. Well, he is around for race day, hence he's racing.
Right, breaking news from Terry Newton, actually. Let's have a look, see who should have been Lloyd Perkins. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Lloyd for a little while. Terry messaged and say, after this weekend's runs, I'm selling all merchandise of cheap T-shirts for £15 each and hoodies for £25. If I could give that little mention, consider that one done, Terry.
Terry just taking a quick poodle up the track. He is on world record pace this weekend, but you do that in eliminations, you're going to drop your index and essentially lose your head start that you get on everyone. So
interesting one. It'll be Terry against Ahmed next round.
One of the front, one of them's going to be moving on.
Yeah.
One of them's going to be destroying their index. Well, they maybe both do. Who knows? Be a good race though. So side by side this time, Dan Williams and the Fraudster.
So after racing, pop round to see Terry Newton get some cheap garb, I think they call it, isn't it? The merch.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Obviously, we've still got all of the FIM bikes to come. With some very crucial runs coming up in some of the classes to get qualified.
And then if we've got time, I haven't heard anything else yet, maybe get some sportsman racing in as well, but we'll have to wait and see. Haven't been advised yet. So Kev Jenkins, index 789. Dan Williams, index 1085. Dan was your number 3 qualifier, went low as 10.08, but did damage some valve springs in the process. Kev Jenkins went 7.54 in his qualifying. On paper, Dan Williams is ahead, but we don't race on paper, we race out there. And it's a red light for Kev. Dan will see the wind light on in his lane. Clicks it early, you can hear it click it. 7.55 for Kev. 10.63 for Dan, but Dan was off the throttle at the strike. The wind light was already on in his lane. Kev 0-2 red.
Yeah, no shoot as well. He's a long way down the shutdown area, but I think he'll probably get it stopped okay. Yeah,
been looking forward to this one. David Barton, the birthday boy, taking on Ben Mace.
The only unfortunate thing for Ben, he's got a very rapidly quick and competitive car. His index is quite aggressive. Be nicer if it was about 8 flat or something like that.
Yes, Ben's issue is there's a few people over in Sweden who have basically obliterated every single 4-cylinder index that exists, including the CTF-A index that Ben runs. Ben, personal record yesterday of 7.40. It would have been a 7.3 if it was straight, but that's what happens when you put a big engine in a small altered.
Well, it's a small engine in a small altered, actually.
Yeah, true.
I think he said there's only like a 1.8 compound turbo in there. So the door car will get a big advantage. Whether the alter could run him down or not, we will see.
Well, it's not going to happen because Ben took a year and a half to leave whilst building Boost. All he worried about is the Audi world record. It's smoking at the top of 7.29, 183 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen. That's a new world record.
For that platform engine for Ben Mace, 7.29. Wow, he completely skipped the 7.3s. What did I say? His index was a bit harsh. That might be bang on, really. 183 miles an hour. You could see it was breathing heavy at the top end. Working hard, or hardly working, one of the two.
Well, well done, David Barton, for winning that race, but the celebration is for Ben Mace. That was outstanding. And I tell you what, he's a bit loose at the top end as well. He kept his foot in it. Can we have Top Fuel Bike into pairing lanes, please? FIM Top Fuel Bike into the lanes.
All right, everyone moving away. Emma Goddard coming forward. Should have been against Simon Crowley. I think they're just checking Ben's car around the corner at the top end at the second exit. Yeah, sorry about that. I got in trouble. The second exit thing. That's all right. No. Well done to Ben Mace's team. He is going to be one happy boy. When you get up to see him up the other end, he was seriously happy with the 740 yesterday. 729? Goodness me.
That was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I can't believe they didn't sound the air horn. That's the only sort of
There's probably
disappointment.
nobody down here to do it.
It was. They had it. They did have it down here.
All right.
Well, has been told to refire.
Good.
Good. Emma qualified number 12 with a 9.10. Car has been in the 8s before. No need to do anything like that now. All she needs to do is stage take the beam. She'll be on to round 2. And usually when you turn up to an event with a car that's lime green, you'd have the brightest car in the class.
Yeah.
But so then someone turns up with a Dayglow yellow Golf. Well, lots of wheel spin off the line.
That won't be an 8. Nah, she's clicked it off already. No point in hammering it when you've got to save it for tomorrow. Still a win light. You're doing really well. Really well.
So another Copo under the tower.
Okay, it is Scott Levershire taking on Spencer Tram. Pick your Camaro. Totally different vintages, of course.
Almost as far apart as you can get,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, Spencer Tram's been sent back into the water box to try again on the burnout.
Scott qualified number 7. He has an index of 8.8. He went 8.25.
He's actually got the same index as Reuven Dawson, FSSB, so Factory Stock Showdown B. But what that means is you could actually damage the other person's index in your race. So if Scott goes way under that 8.80, he could ruin the racing for Reuven.
Depends how Spence goes, really.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter as he goes red and carries the wheels for so long. It's a win for Spencer Tram. Both will be lifting before the finish line to protect both indexes. And Spencer Tram takes the win. It was an 0-4 red for Scott as well.
Quite a big red, actually, but
it was.
he
Yeah,
was
a bit of a
definitely
surprise.
trying.
Yeah.
You'll probably find it's because the light is starting to fade away for us, and you tend to see when the light fades, people's reaction times get a bit quicker.
Do you know, I used to do that when I was learning how to leave on a practice tree
right,
at home.
I've got obviously he did it on purpose, but if Scott had won that race, he would have been taking on Reuven in the next round.
Oh, that's why
what
he
a
red lit.
shame.
That's why he red lit.
Yeah. He was scared of Reuven.
I don't think that's the case.
No, I know what I mean. So for GTM Racing, the Honey Wasp of Reuven Johnson. Nick Williams looking on very interestingly here. And of course he clicks it early as well. Don't want to damage that index. Goes 8.66
still, yeah, not bad at all.
Right, matchups, round 2. Reuven Dawson will be taking on Spencer Tram. David Barton will be taking on Belinda Bull. Dan Williams has got Marcus Vogt. Gary Carr against Emma Goddard. Terry Newton against Ahmed Jamshed. And Nick Williams will be taking on Rob Smallworth. Right, I think it's bike time, isn't it? No, we got a jet car as well. No, I think it's probably going to be
bikes by the looks of it, yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, Colin, but Nick Williams was down on the start line.
Listening.
You'd look on with eagle eyes, wouldn't you? But he was listening on with eagle ears. He
Yeah.
was proper waiting for the answer to see who he had in the morning.
Yeah, what you said about the light going as well. I used to use the practice tree sitting at home, and I could be dead consistent every time. Like a lot of people can if you practice it like that. It's very different when you're on the start line, but like dead zero pretty much every time. Turn the light off, red light every time, straight away, because your eyes react so much quicker. It's ridiculous.
It's
It
why
really
you
does
see
work.
a lot of racers run tinted visors.
Yeah.
It's only for that reason.
Is to knock a bit of the sharpness off of the tree, so to speak. Okay, so we've got Pro Stock Bike at the head of the lanes. I don't think Roger's in the car or coming around just
his
yet.
bike's next. They've actually come. It's actually on the screen as well now. The bikes will be next, and then it will be Firestorm after the bikes.
So, Pro Stock Bike first, then Super Twin, then Top Fuel Bike Bump Session.
Yes.
Super Street Bike Bump Session.
Yes. And then the juniors.
And then the juniors as well. And then we're going to see where we are, time-wise, run order-wise and everything.
Yeah, to see if we get any sportsman stuff in after that. Ooh, what a day. What a day.
Well, the time now is 6 minutes past 7.
We can go on till 9. But it's how long that... it's how far we can get. There's no point starting a class if you can't finish it.
Of course.
So, that will be the reasoning. And obviously to see if there's a dew point or what track conditions are like, etc., etc. So that's why we've got no cars in the lanes. We've just got all of our bikes at the moment. So we will see. The Bluebird out there just putting some extra traction down at the moment.
So that was the first elimination round full stop, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah. I've got to say, huge congratulations to Ben Mace once again. As you say, he skipped the 7.3s, 7.29 with a 6, 183 miles an hour. And I say he was loose at the top end as well, but he stuck with it and takes that record. Well done.
both ends of the record as well. The other really good thing for the class as well, I think his index was 769. That's 4 tenths under his index, so it's another really good competitive car right in there, right in the mix. So Pro Stock Bike, all will run. We have 7. Super Twin, I think we were up to 4 qualified bikes. Chris van Nimmen still hasn't got to the start line yet.
Yeah.
Neither has Vesa Lippinen. Vesa Lippinen hasn't even come down the fire up road yet this weekend.
So my imagination is temperature just starting to drop a little bit.
It is, absolutely. Yeah. The wind is still as fierce as it has been. It's very blowy right at the top end, honestly. It's not something the wall does give you, because the wall's quite high all the way down the shutdown area. It's when you get right to the end to turn left around the last turn off. Yeah. That's when it's really breezy.
Well, I'll tell you what, just for a moment, whilst the tractor is out there doing its thing, we'll just rest the vocal cords. We've still got a lot to do. So, Nitro FIM 96 is going to take over the airwaves, but we will take it back as soon as the bikes come around the corner for the final qualifying session here at the main event. It's more like, oh, they both, well, Blower Belt comes flying off India's car. She goes 468 at 163. Liam goes 574.
They're going all the way through, 2 side by side, 200 miles an hour. 398 for Suzanne, solidifies her #1 spot. I thought that could have been a 3 for Dennis, but it wasn't just. Well, he's moving around his lane, all sorts of stuff. Go 605. Right then, on with Pro Stock Bike. This is their last chance to qualify. There are 7 bikes who have made runs this weekend, which means they'll be running an 8-bike field, which also means that everybody gets to have a play on race day.
Yeah, there's a number of bikes, though, that would like a lot better numbers to go in race day than what they've got. One of them is in the water box underneath us. That's Alex Hope, with fueled by Brojo Coffee Suzuki.
Yeah, Alex plagued all yesterday with an earthing problem, meaning he was only actually running on 3 cylinders, which some bikes can do, but that's when they're designed to. This one's designed to run on 4, and losing a cylinder like that on a bike like this, it means you lose performance like it's going out of fashion. Then this morning, another bizarre one. It almost like was the clutch settings were too aggressive, and it just stalled the bike out.
Well, it's going to be Alex on his own, and then we'll line the rest of them up and run them through together, I think. Yeah, he was scheduled for a bye run. Still got that headwind, but that didn't stop our friend from France running in the 7-1, so it's still possible to put down a really good number if you get hold of it.
Yeah, huge engine in this thing, 1,700 cc's. In fact, it's closer to 1,800.
So both his brother and his dad down there on the start line with him, both very accomplished bike riders themselves. However, at the moment, it's down to Alex.
No, same issue again, just doesn't want to move any further than the start line.
What a shame. Not the return to racing they were hopeful. They're still in the ladder. They're still qualified, currently at number 6, but not with the run that they want. Nothing like what they want.
So that bike you can hear running is the Bish. And of course, Martin Bishop.
Must admit, his leathers don't look quite so much like a gecko these days. Love the new paint design on the bike. Apparently, new engine in there. Just kind of running it in. He's been an 8 flat. Martin and the bike themselves have been way quicker than that before. Has the potential to be one of the real front runners in the class.
Oh, the bike doing his absolute best to throw Martin off the back. He's taking him 300 foot to get back underneath the airfoil. Goes 775, chipping away at it slowly. Moves him up, actually, to number 3.
That could be key because it determines first round matchups, doesn't it? 172 miles an hour. As it works out at the moment, I think it might be him. No, it won't be him and Alex, will it? It'll be him and whoever is number 5, which is Karl-Heinz Weikum. He doesn't really want Karl-Heinz Weikum. Well, he doesn't want anyone in the first round. Karl-Heinz Weikum. On that subject, we have no Karl-Heinz for this qualifying session, so that is the way it's going to stay. Bertrand Maurice, or Maurice Bertrand. They did put the names the other way around in France. He may have put that on the entry that way around. The guy who looks more like a jockey in the Kestrel lane. He's born to be a pro stock bike rider, that boy. Against Jorg Lemont with the V-twin. Bertrand earlier today went 7.17. Jorg went 7.24. 106 to 60 foot in the Kestrel lane, and a 7.20 slows up a little bit. 7.51 for Jorg. 106 60 foot for that Suzuki is exactly where they should and want to be.
So, moving back on to 4 wheels now.
Briefly.
Jet
car before we have the Super Twins coming round. Firestorm, this is Roger Goring. I think he's on his own. Is he scheduled to be on his own?
Well, basically, Fire Force ran a little bit early, if you remember.
Right.
On his own. It should have been a pairing. Maybe it's just I've got a traffic jam in the lanes, who knows? But yeah,
could be
it's going to be a solo
The
run
only thing that confused me is he's willingly come round in the Kestrel lane. Now, when we ran one jet car at a time for years and years, I didn't ever see one on that side of the track. Probably because that's where the race director sits. He says no shoe over the other side. That's not as much of a joke as it sounds.
He's very used to running in that lane, though.
Yeah, you bet. So we're going to get some nitro frames from the Super Twins and Top Fuel bikes as well. I guess all you people in the grandstands on the bank, you're the ones that's hanging out with us all weekend. You're camping or staying in a caravan, something like that. Is that right? I'd say that's pretty much right. Same as all of us up here. We're not, we're not posh. We're doing the same thing. Don't worry. I'm not. Oi. Right, that's posh Euro Dragster butting in. Posh Euro Dragster. Sorry. Did we know there was a posh version? Anyway, yeah, so I'm guessing everyone here is staying on site. I must admit, when I used to stay on site, well, I always did, but when I stayed on site when I was younger and I used to camp all the time, I used to love the fact that racing went on into the evening because it gave you, like, just never-ending entertainment. Yeah. It was brilliant, which is what you get now.
So the body gets lowered down over Roger Goring, sat in the hot seat. of the Firestorm Jet Funny Car. As they move their tow vehicle, aptly named Leroy, out of the way. You can really hear the difference between the two different styles of jets. 5.3 has a much harsher but shorter flame. Firestorm produces the flame a lot more soft, but it's a lot longer and hotter by the feels of things. So a solo then for Roger Goring and Firestorm. He can take it all the way through the quarter mile.
Very pretty looking run all the way through to a 6.06, 252 miles an hour. Get that man a match race with a Top Fuel bike. I can't imagine many Top Fuel bike riders putting their hands up to do that, but, you know, it might be fun. Be a pretty good race.
Right, so last qualifying session continues for FIM and the bikes.
That may be the last jet car run we see of the day.
It is, yeah.
Very likely, considering it's 7:20. But just a quick sweep of the lane, and then we will be rolling round the Super Twins. I really hope that Vesa Lipponen has made it down. I know he's here. So
he has.
He has. He's
yeah,
there.
I can see the nose of the bike.
He's got one shot. One. Actually, so has Chris Van Nimmen. Chris Van Nimmen's been down 3 times, and the tree's not run.
Yeah, as you say, he's been a bit snake bitten this weekend. First run had issues. Second run got all the way into stage, but was told to wait. Had to then click the bike off due to one of the other bikes being stuck at the top end. And when he came round to refire, it just wouldn't.
Goodness. Earlier today, didn't make it into stage. So it's the difference also, because at the moment, we've got 4 bikes. We've got 6 or 7 bikes here, but we've only had 4 that have actually got elapsed times. Yeah, there is Vesa Lipponen. There is... Goodness me. Nothing like a bit of pressure. Well, the thing is, though, but this is the first time Vesa's bike has been to the start line full stop all weekend.
Yeah, the 3 bikes you can see rolling by around the back of the tower now are the 3 that have not made runs yet. Good luck, guys. You've got 1 shot. Vesa's bike has all the potential to take the #1 spot. Chances of him actually doing it are slim, considering this is his first run in a long time on this machine.
But the bike itself has been $5.99 on this racetrack with Samu on board, if you remember, a few years back. Samu actually brought it over to run with the twin class. And, yeah, it was his first. Vesa was here with him that weekend as well, so they know how to get it down the track, and Vesa won't be shy with it at all. He was the first man on the planet.
No, he's saying don't spray any water. He don't want any in the box.
He just wants to go round
he's
it.
Round
He's going to take the stage, isn't he?
Chris just wants to get a number on the board. So when either of these two take the tree and get a number, it will become an 8-bike field instead of a 4-bike field, which it currently is. They've both been told to fire up. They will be running side by side. Looks like Vesa Lipponen is actually going for it, though.
Right. Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes. Round 1 eliminations for Super Pro.
Good luck to both of them. It's a long way from Finland, especially when you're down to 1 run to race on race day.
The first giveaway on what the plans are the burnout. You can see Chris Van Nieuwen just getting pushed up to the line. And if that doesn't give anything away, nice strong burnout there from Vesa Lipponen.
Well, he's going to go for it. He hasn't come all that way to play. Well, he has come to play, but you know what I mean. He's come to try and go fast. Chris Van Nieuwen might well have a problem that they can't fix, and they need overnight to do it. You never know. Yeah. Vesa Lipponen's been here for 3 days. This is the first. I think they got here Thursday, maybe Friday morning, Sunday evening. Needs to take the pin out of the chute. There we go. Thank goodness that's all it was. So, Finland against Belgium.
Neither bike's really going anywhere, but they got to cross the line before 30 seconds to get in the show. Chris is going to do it. Whether Vesa does or not, I'm not too sure. He's pulling over towards the wall. No, he's not going to do it.
13.66. Well, by virtue, he still might get to the finish line, though. He's so nearly there.
Oh,
Here he comes.
He might do it.
Yes, he does.
Oh.
Well, possibly the most undramatic qualifying lap time ever. The bike, the thing is, though, the bike, it sounded good. It just didn't go. Really didn't go. 1.42 60 foot, but he had to stay on it to get a number on the board. He was only doing 16 miles an hour when he qualified. Unreal.
The key point it was as well is he stayed on it. If he'd have hopped off and tried to push over the line, that wouldn't have counted.
I think he was going a bit fast to hop off it, 16 miles an hour. I wouldn't have hopped off that machine at that speed.
No, but you could have slowed down and broken. And
Yeah.
Well, 13-second run in one lane gets him in at number 4. A 27-second run in the other lane gets him in at number 6. But that does mean that we will run an 8-bike elimination ladder tomorrow. Now we've just got to get Vesa from where he is to the scrutineering turn-off. Which Andy also reminded, when we started, they didn't have the scrutineering turn-off. No, they didn't have one, did they? That's why it was turn 1 and 2 then, you see. Anyway. So, underneath the tower and coming up now are all riders that are in. Vesa Lipponen is qualified. He's not going to like the number he's got, but it gives him a chance to come round tomorrow and give it a crack on race day.
Yeah, he likes it a lot more than not having one to start with.
That's the one. So, Per Bengtsson, who nailed the blocks earlier on, he did actually go in the 6.4s, but was off it way before the finish line and destroyed the block. Up against Martin Buehler.
Thunderous burnout once again from the beast.
It's a thunderous everything, that bike, isn't it? So Martin Buehler with a normally aspirated twin from Switzerland in the Slick Tricks lane, all the way from Sweden. It's so great to have him back once again. Per Bengtsson with the beast. This bike has been scaring people the world over for probably about 20 years now, something like that, various incarnations of it, maybe even longer. Per Bengtsson is actually the guy that builds a lot of the transmissions that they use in these bikes and Top Fuel bikes the world over. Runs an engineering company out there in Sweden. He didn't ride the bike for a number of years, actually.
No, I've been told to shut it off, actually. It's solo for Per Bengtsson.
So he'll have a nitro cushion all the way through.
Arrow straight the whole way down.
6:32 at 196. He still lifted slightly before the finish line. But 107 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 4.10, 185 miles an hour. Martin Buehler with problems. That changes the order quite a lot, actually, because Per moves up to number 2 with that run, and Martin down to number 4. Oh, yeah, there is quite a dribble.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good job the track crew spotted that, because that could have been nasty if he nailed the throttle. Won't take long to clear up.
No, not at all. Yeah, just a little quick shout out actually. Got to give a shout out to the Nitro Junkie Massive. The ladies that camp, they would love that. So Liz and where are they? They said they're on the banking, 14 minutes ago. Yeah, there they are.
Hi guys, I think Abby's with you as well, is that right? Hi Ab. So Liz, regretting your decision to camp now? Yes, no, maybe, possibly, yes. Okay, fair enough then. Liz messaged you before the start of the week and said, what weather app do you use? I said, well, one that shows it's going to rain at some point. And she went, no. Never mind. Anyway, we hope you've had fun, all of you.
I have been getting quite a few messages from Brett Cordell. He's up there on the banking as well. I've just been waiting for one I could read out without laughing. So, yeah, Brett and Charles, thank you ever so much indeed for keeping in touch. One of them yesterday said, I think Darryl needs to join us on the bank. I can't remember what that was.
What, Chip, you want me to retire? Thanks very much. I don't mind, but that's fine. If it's any consolation, you can have Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not catching strays here.
I think we're done. We're back on with it. Marcus Christensen and Roman Sixter, your last side-by-side pair. Roman from the Czech Republic dipped into the sixes with a 691. I know they're looking for more than that. Marcus Christensen, your number one qualifier, unless Roman sets a massive personal best. Marcus still will be number one qualifier after this. He went 6.16 yesterday.
Thankfully, Brett's in agreement with you, Thomas. Says you can stay up there.
So basically, neither of us want him. Excellent. Cheers, Brett. So the last pair of Super Twins, 2 injected nitro bikes. You will see the flames for both of them, I'm sure. You've got the Bullhorn coffee pots. What would you like to call them? For Marcus?
The funnels? I don't know.
I think coffee pots is quite a good one.
The bazookas?
I'll be intrigued to see how much flame you get out of Marcus's bike, because if those coffee pots work as they should, it should diffuse the flame.
He actually points to the... If you notice, look, he is pointing right. That probably won't last long. So, Roman Sixter and Marcus Christensen, your last pair in Super Twin. Look at that from Marcus. Storming looking run in the 3s to the 8th again. Even quicker and faster. 6:15, 228 miles an hour. He breaks their backs again. That is amazing. 104 to 60 foot for an injected nitro bike. That's stonking. 8th mile, 3.98. Once again, 183 miles an hour. 228 out the back door. So without pause for breath, Top Fuel Bike pump session.
Starting off with a man who's not in yet, Phil Crossley on the Imperial Wizard.
So these two are 10 and 12. They're not in. Thomas Pedersen from Sweden in the Kestrel Lane. Phil Crossley from the UK with the Imperial Wizard. The number on the board that they need to go quicker than is that number up there, 7.37 to be completely safe. They both need 6s. And they can both run 6s as well.
Yeah.
So good luck to both of them. They both had fairly rotten weekends so far. Down to one shot.
The Imperial Wizard, they're having handling issues all weekend. Does not want to go straight down the middle at all.
Well, Thomas Pedersen, again, well capable of running deep into the 6-second zone, but he needs it now. Otherwise, it will be packing up time at the end of this. Well, Thomas Pedersen is on an absolute flyer. Will he get inside 7:37? He's rolling at the top end. It's not good enough. 8.10 at 1:32. He was on a good run. He was 4:65 to the 8th mile. rolling off the throttle then, actually. Phil Crossley was 102 to 60 foot, but just got a bit of a wiggle on again. And unfortunately, that is the end of both of their weekends. We've also got no René van der Berg for this session by the looks of it, so René will also be a D&Q.
In fact, I think every rider we're going to see from now on is in the show.
So no Samu?
No, Samu, I think Samu hurt it. Remember, we had a bit of a clean-up. It was breathing heavily at the top end, so the only chance anyone's going to get to race now, other than who's here,
is alternates. Yeah.
Exactly, is on a break rule. So Martin Zylstra, if you remember, ran his first 6 back at Easter, which meant he was eligible to race at this event. And here he is, and he's qualified in the number 8 spot, at least. That's his number on the board up there. If he wants to go in the 6s, that would be good. Well, Jerry Luke started really well. 0.99 60 foot for Jerry Luke that time. Yeah,
well
that's
done.
the one, Phil. The bike just kicked itself to the right about a couple of 100 foot out. I don't think Phil's too bothered about the rest of that.
Yeah, but check the wheelie from Martin Zylstra and get that on a replay, because I don't know if you two saw that. The front wheel was well in the air before he dumped the throttle about the 8th mile and coasted for the rest of the run.
Here comes the replay.
Here we go. Check the funny bike in the Kestrel beer lane. Watch the front wheel come up into the air. Can you get to see it? No, it was following Yuri Lukes. That was way up high.
All right, 6 bikes to go. Next up, Neil Midgley and Mark Smith.
I don't know whether there'll be a Mark Smith as... Oh, no, he is there. I beg your pardon. Sorry. So Mark was the first of the unfortunate oil downs we had in the previous session of Top Fuel Bike, but it was nothing that bad, apparently, other than he got himself covered in oil and the shutdown area as well. So Neil Midgley's run a best this weekend of 6.67. He's your current number 5 qualifier. Mark Smith is at number 6 at the moment. If they want to move up, they've got to go in the 650s or better. Both very capable of that. Mark Smith's been in the 6.4s. Neil Midgley has been in the 5.70s. If Neil Midgley can keep this pin all the way through, the number 2 spot is very attainable, even if he clicks it early, actually.
Oh, yeah, definitely. 41 is where number 2 is at the moment.
That's right, yeah. If he keeps it nailed all the way through, 5.79 is doable. However, even though these bikes are long and pointy, like their brother Top Fuel cars, they don't go in a straight line. Big difference being with the Top Fuel car, you can do a bit of steering. With the Top Fuel bike, you can't, with the front wheel in the air most of the time. So, Smithy and Midjo coming your way. Well, it's going to be Mark Smith. What can he do? 681, 198 miles an hour. That is an improvement, but he won't move in the order. A little bit of smoke in the shutdown area again. Unfortunately, just a bit of tyre shake and tyre spin for Neil Midgley that time. He's going to safely go off of the exit by scrutineering. Track crew checking Mark Smith's lane once again.
Yeah, smoking quite a lot in the shutdown area, to be fair. And I think they're just going back on station straight away.
So,
4 to go.
And it's a solo this time for Glenn Borg.
Okay, which obviously means no Eric for this session. And then obviously the last pair will be Rickard and Stu. After that, it will be a super street bike. That's going to be very entertaining, as it always is. Junior drag bike to follow that, and we've actually called Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes as well. So hopefully we'll be able to get round 1 eliminations done for them tonight. Time check for you, 20 to 8 approaching.
So Glenn Borg's bike's producing quite a lot of smoke at the minute out of the exhaust. Like a lot of smoke out of the exhaust. Hopefully it'll clear up when he starts to burn out.
Well, Glenn can qualify no lower than 4th. He went 6:59 earlier today, which I think by the crew's reaction was his quickest run ever. If he wants to move around the bike in front, he went 6:51, which I think is Eric. He's got to go, yep, 6:50 or better. If he wants the number 2 spot, realistically in the 6.3s. So good luck to Glenn. As always, it's great to have our friends from Malta here, putting down some incredible runs. We haven't seen Glenn here for a few years, actually, with this bike. Well, that's a thing of beauty for Glenn Borg. What'll it be this time? 6:51! He just misses, just by a few thou, misses the number 3 spot, but once again resets his own quickest elapsed time ever at 210 miles an hour. I could hear the cheer from Malta from here. Hang on, just put your hand to your ear. Well done to the whole team against all the big boys from Europe. The best fuel bike races Europe has to offer. And the bike from Malta in at number 4. Two more bikes to go.
And it's the man who will most likely remain number 1 qualifier, Rikard Gustafsson.
Unless Stu Crane sets an all-time world record for funny bikes, which he well could. However, I'm not entirely sure a funny bike's got a 570 in it, ever. But he's starting to chip away towards the 5s. Absolutely, that's the plan.
Remember when he got his 6? And that same weekend, I think, they had a fire in the shutdown area, and he was like literally stood up on the pegs.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
That was lively. So, Ricard with the top fuel bike, set low ET of every session. Undoubtedly the class of the field. New sponsorship on board from Indian Motorcycles. When I spoke to Ricard yesterday, he said he's absolutely delighted to get involvement from them. Here we go, last pair, top fuel bike. Well, Ricard spins the tyres unusually. Stu goes 673, only 177 miles an hour. Well, Ricard is fallible, everybody.
Yeah, if that was a race, the funny bike would have won that one.
That could be your final tomorrow. That could be. They'll be opposite sides of the ladder.
Well, Martin Zalstra, welcome to Top Fuel Bike. Congratulations, you got a date with Ricard in round 1. Super Street Bike bump session, nerve jangling for a lot of people. Bump spot 7.62. All of the riders coming up at the start of the session are not in. They are going to try and run quicker than 7.62 to guarantee themselves a spot in the 16 bike field. First one, Eric Gruber from Austria in the slick tricks lane. Either run quicker than 7.62 or load it up.
But goes before the tree runs. No time is going to be recorded for Eric.
Well, that's a really unfortunate way to end a great weekend. Eric will still be an alternate, just in case, but at number 19, he might not be close enough. So yeah, this is basically run quick or go home. Simple as that. There's a big bunch of bikes around 750 to 760. That's kind of where it's going to land, I think.
Well, number 10 at minute 6 at 7:38. That could well be your bump by the end of this session.
Well, one of the riders, well, Clemens Valier is actually on the bump at the moment. 762 is his number. That's him in the Slictrix lane. However, Mogens Lund from Denmark in the Kestrel lane, 762 is what he wants to beat. He has done it many times before. This is a 6-second bike. He just needs to do it now.
The bike spins through second gear, but he's under power.
He's on it. He's going to make it. And he's in the 6s as well. 699 at 207. Well, how bad is that for Clemens? He gets to watch the guy in the other lane bump him out. So Mogens Lund gets the number 4 spot. Talk about last gasp. So that brings the bump down to 761.
With an 8.
Jack Shook at the moment, who is in the Slictrix lane, is in with a 761 with a 3. However, Chris Reed, or Boyce if you prefer, in the Kestrel lane, well capable of going a lot quicker than a 761. I think you'll hear the noise from up here from Stace if Chris does it.
Probably hear it from Chris in the shutdown area
yeah,
as well.
probably that. Just having a quick check because the last bike down the Slictrix lane, they've gone around the corner at the top end and said there might be an issue with something, so that's why they are checking. No. Unfortunately, the suspense goes on.
Oh.
Well, at least they found it. At least they found it before they sent them down, because you wouldn't want Jack Shook running over anything, so that will need to be cleaned up. The suspense goes on, my goodness me. It's been a lively day.
It certainly has. Goodness me.
A draining day.
It just adds to the suspense, it really does.
Like we need any more of it. But anyway, so I think that the last bike down that lane was Eric Gruber. I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, so not only did he get bumped out, unfortunately has burst something. What a great shame. You said hi to the Nitrous Junkies. Also,
whereabouts are they?
They're over there. Also,
but how far
down there
up?
as well. No, they're walking back now, I think. Yes,
Right.
you are, aren't you? Also, hi to Sky and Scott Collier, I know, out there as well, hanging about. Oh, hi, Sky. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I didn't realise you were walking with Ab. There you go.
Right, if Liz Charman is walking back, I'm going to go head down the stairs. Liz, if you want a sticker that I said you said you wanted, I'll come down the bottom of the stairs now.
Very kind of him, isn't that? So we will be clearing up in the Slictrix lane as quickly as we possibly can. We've still got the rest of this qualifying session and the first round of Super Pro to get through this evening. So Nitro FM very quickly, if you wouldn't mind taking over, and we'll be back absolutely ASAP. Strong run.
Tyre shake and all sorts of issues for Marcus. Goes 766, 195. Well, Kim getting all sorts of out of shape. He's off the throttle now. Mark Carvel goes through with a 587. 244 miles an hour. That puts him up to number 1.
That was outstanding.
Issues again for Andres. Michel Turenne all the way through. A bit of a wiggle at 1,000 foot goes. 593, 242 miles an hour. Moves him up from number 16 to number 4. Issues of Bruno, instant tyre shake.
Andy is on 1.
598, 247 miles an hour.
That's more like it.
Well, it's a 1 flat to 60 foot, 395 to the 8th. What's going to be at the stripe? 596, 245 miles an hour. And considering there's a headroom, the speeds we're seeing today are incredible. Didn't leave on any boost, but drove through massive tyre shake, under power the whole way to a 679, 209 mile an hour. Matt with a jump off the line, both took a move over to the left and both thought better of it.
Both shook really badly as well. I don't know where Matt shook. Funny enough, yesterday, I said it was my fault, that was, because I said to David, I said,
well, a .9760 foot is going to be a good move, but then he crosses the centre line just before the 8th mile. Does a very good job of keeping it under control as the thing drives him towards the middle of the track. Can we see a 6-7 here though? If he does, he'll be moving to the top 4. Issues for Henry.
It didn't sound healthy on the line at all, but it's all Simon. 688, 200 miles an hour.
Well, it's a
tyre shake on both sides.
Well, he's another 500 kroner down. Michael goes 686. He was off it before the finish line. You could see that and hear it as well by the speed, 193 miles.
Shake for Jimmy. $661. Your new number 1 qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. The Naren team.
Absolutely. Wow.
And they go into stage, then hit that loud pedal. Best of luck. Here we go.
Suzanne's made it all the way down to a 3.90, 312 miles an hour from not even staging the car to your new number 1 qualifier.
Of course, Liam Jones.
Side by side, Dennis has gone quiet, no issues at all for Liam. Lifts early, still goes 399, only 244 miles an hour.
What were the numbers quickly?
Now. Terry's gone, lift just before the 8th. Issues for the Undertaker. No improvement for Terry, goes 4.62. There's bits on the track down there, Daryl. Well, the car driving him towards the wall. He tried to pedal it, but we all know what happens when you try and pedal a nitro car. Well, it's arrow straight the whole way down to a 609, 240 miles. Well, I'm going to have Paul about his reaction times because that is horrendous for him, 0.13.
No, they had a reason for that as well. 8:10, 164. So I had a chat with Paul this morning.
Well, it's as lazy as you like off the line, just trying to get a number on the board. Only takes it to the half track.
And then cracks it again through the finish line. 970, 130 miles an hour, these bikes.
Driving him towards the centre line. He's going to cross it before he reaches the stripe and obliterates the quarter mile blocks. He reads a 6.44 at 100.
Something, isn't it? Slightly slower to the 60 for Marcus this time, and he's out of it. Good looking run though for Roman Sixter, 691, 158 miles an hour. And again, it's almost like pro stock bike. You get one run where the bike goes.
Mark off like a bandit. all the way through. A bit of smoke at the stripe, still goes 693, 193 miles an hour.
Rene, Czech Republic and Sweden. Good looking run for Jiri Lukes until he had to click it off about 1,000 foot. 719 at 136. That was a lot more like it all the way down. Problems with... Well, that's not a bad looking run for Samu. Drags it away from the centre line. 746 at 155. Not particularly quick and almost...
So you could really see the difference in reaction times between the two bikes. Eric really did leave hard. Both lifted about the same point, around 330 feet out.
When you say left hard, Neil Midgley's 60 foot was a 0.98.
Rickard actually spins the wheels as the front end comes back down from the sky. Goes 586 to... It's not going to happen here either.
Well,
really does lean the bike over. That was all the way over. Glenn goes 659, 208 miles an hour.
Judging by the reaction, that's one of their quickest times ever.
Very, very lazy 60 foots from both sides of the track. Only a 140 for Luke, but all the way through goes 712. That is an improvement for him, and a 761 for Yanis.
Look
that
at the speed.
Well, you can see almost instantly Mogan sit up as he knew the bike was going to come up. He's feathered the throttle and he's sat up again.
Still not happening at all for Mogan's. Well, the bike worked off the start line, but he's not in with one to go.
Yeah, Dan can run 7.2s easily.
Jack Shook. Oh, good lad, keeping it off the wall, but only just. 761. He does improve off the bump up to number 13.
Has been in the 60s before. He can do it again at any moment. Keep your eyes on the bike in the Kestrel lane.
Well, that won't get Boyce in either. It's a bit better down the track, but not off the start line. Good looking run for Costas. 706, 198. Boyce, same speed. Unfortunately, he'd have liked the ET as well. 8.35.
Can go low sevens, maybe even high sixes. We've seen a 7.0 already. Very soft launch as the front wheel comes in the air just before 330 foot.
Front wheel came in the end. Ionis is quite safe.
Danny's bike spinning, driving him towards the centre line. He's got to keep it off it, which he does by rolling off the throttle. Yanis goes 7.10 at 201 miles an hour, moves him up to number 7.
True word.
Yeah, Rudy went 7.0 yesterday. You can see him feathering the throttle on the handlebars as the bike spins the wheels. Both go through 7.48 and a 7.77. Track conditions aren't favourable at the minute.
At the moment, against Al Morrison Jr.
Well, they're side by side. Al Morrison rolls off the throttle. Brad's going to go all the way through to a 750.
He's in for now.
Moves himself. Danny been down into the mid-60s before. Ran a 6.5 a couple of years ago. One of the most impressively engineered machines here this weekend. It's got a BMW head on a Suzuki block. Arrow straight, just over the wall at the finish line. Goes 678, 221 miles an hour.
6.6s. Back at Easter. Jake had to feather the throttle. That will not improve him. Ross coming up towards the finish line as well. Goes 689 at 199. How do they run those numbers backing off? It's unbelievable.
Why it's on the floor now. It didn't survive.
I'm surprised when it landed it didn't fix it.
Oh, well, we don't know yet. We haven't tried it.
Okay.
Cracking shots there of the inside of the Fireforce machine. You can see Martin looking around, making all the checks, checking all the crew, done all of theirs. Fire Force and Firestorm having a barking match beneath us now. As they get the signals to wind up the jet. Martin putting his full stop on the end of that transaction. So Firestorm and Fire Force only to 1,000 foot this time. Two Jet Funny Cars coming your way. Martin creeping in now. Look at how much smoke's coming out the back of that. Behind the tower's gone white. Here we go. Martin Hill making a move towards the centre line as we get a flame out in the Kestrel beer lane. 492 at 238 miles an hour for Fire Force and a 530.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! 0.76. Let's look at the quarter mile. 6:07 at 155 miles an hour. Oh, so close to that magical for the headwind. Cracking 004 light. Paul will be happy with that one. And to the top end, 8:09 at 164 miles an hour. IR 44 and 18 at the moment. Darlings at 9:89, 10:38. .982 breakout. Oh, 004 light there for Ronnie. That's the reaction time. Off. Don Scott goes 981 with a 0. Perfect ET. So John Turner will get to the stripe first. Goes 906.
Two riders who really need to solidify themselves. Jack Shook is in only at 15. And Chris Reed, who's not in as of yet.
The thing is, if Jack's in at 15, there's people behind, including one in the other lane, actually. So there's every chance if Jack doesn't improve, he'll be 16 after this run. With more behind, that could be quicker. What do you do at a time like this? Do you just turn it down to get it down the track to get it in the show? Or do you go for it like every single run? If you're Boyce, you go for it like every single run. I'm sure he will, anyway. So 761 is the number. That's the number Jack Shook's run already. He is in the slick tricks lane. However, his first digit is slightly better, so he's number 15. Good luck to both of them. Just clean runs, please, for both would be good. Much better looking for Chris Reed. Look at that go. He'll be in with that one. 736 at 200 mile an hour. Goes up to number 11. Bumps Jack Shook down to 16. And Stace goes wild on the start line. As she has every right to do.
Yeah, Jack's bike just didn't seem to go anywhere. It was only a 156 60 foot.
Okay, Martin Hallett, Slick Tricks lane, 13th spot, 7.44. He's quite safe, in inverted commas, at the moment. However, the bloke in the other lane, Danny Cockrell, number 20. He went 7-0 on this bike just a month ago at Easter. Anything close to that now, he'll be in. But he's got to get it under power from one end to the other. Well, Dan feathers the throttle and tries to keep going. I don't think it's going to happen. No, both of them roll off it at the top end. Dan nearly gets there.
No, he does.
Actually, he does. I apologise. 760 at 171. Bumps out Jack Shook. Martin Hallett, no improvement with a 764. So the moment, Danny is in. If he'd have just kept the front end down, he'd have been a lot further in than that. However, don't go anywhere. So Yanis Martsikalis on a bye run. He's number 10. He's perfectly safe. Who is not in? Is anyone not in that's not run? Let's have a quick look. So Danny's on the bump. Jack Shook's run. Yanis Lampropoulos hasn't run. Another of our friends from Greece hasn't run, but we didn't see them earlier either, did we?
No, he's not down here for this session either. So the only person who can get in the session that isn't is Yanis on the GSX. GSX.
So Yanis out there in the slick tricks lane, already in at number 10 with a 730. That looks even better. And it is with a 702. 207 miles an hour. The Greeks nearly in the sixes. Actually, that nabs him the number 5 spot.
Yeah, one of 4 bikes now that have gone 7.0. 702, 704, 705 and 706.
Well, we could have another 6-second run here. Even Luke Ferrugia from Malta in the slick tricks lane. He's currently now number 9. Went 7.12 yesterday. That bike is a 6-second machine. Simon Goldmania out in front, tunes his bike, runs it, and knows what he's doing. So Yanis Lampropoulos is the last one who can bump in. Danny Cockrell is on the bump with a 7.60. His fate tomorrow rests with Yanis.
Well, you can see Splinter down there on the line watching on with eagle eyes. He can't get much closer if he tried. And much to his dismay, Yanis is on a flyer.
Both are actually, as long as Yanis can keep it in his lane. And he's in. Look at that as well. Luke Ferrugia goes to number 3 with a 682. 220 miles an hour. Simon Goldmania is absolutely beside himself. What a run for Yanis.
Keeps his shirt on though. We've heard that before.
717 at 210 for Yanis Lampropoulos. My goodness me, he was sandbagging all weekend. So, Danny goes from being in, sadly, to being out. The man now on the bump, Dan Diaz. The man who convinced Danny to come back to Super Street Bike Racing at the main event in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, good news, Dan Diaz is safe. Just a quick check in the shutdown area in the slick tricks lane as lots of smoke coming out of Luke's bike. But all seems well. So, Kostas Yiannopoulos has been 706, currently sits in the number 9 spot, wants to improve on that, can go down to the low 680s. Dan Diaz wants to improve on anything quicker than a 7.5.
He won't do it this time. The bike went up, not forward. Good looking run for Costas. 723, 190. Probably looking for a bit more. Dan goes 825. I think Dan is going to stay on the bump.
Yeah. So welcome to Super Street Bike, Dan. You've got Jake Michelle in the morning, as it stands.
At the moment. Well, anyway, however it works out, whoever is number 1 qualifier, you got him. Well, that means that Brad Head is safe.
Yeah, currently qualified number 15 with a 7.50. Finally getting back to grips, touch wood, with the machine. Rudy Zorzi in the other lane. Just quickly, can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas into the pairing lanes for your first round of eliminations. But Brad Head, Rudy Zorzi. Rudy a long way out in front. Brad Head hovering the front wheel towards the centre line. Rudy's going to get there first with a 704 and a 749 improvement for Brad.
Nicely done. Oh, big smoke in the shutdown area for Rudy Zorzi, but they are absolutely delighted. I think that could well be his quickest and fastest ever run. Simon Goldmania down there on the start line. To say he's overjoyed is an understatement. He tunes both bikes, that one and Luke Ferrugia's bike that went at a magic 682. Al Morrison Jr. on his own. Weird to see bye runs this late in a session.
Yeah, Ricardo Grower should have been on the other side of the racetrack, but not making this session.
Okay.
Only 2 pairs to go after this.
So Alan Morrison Jr., unusually for him, is only number 7. Is the number that's more surprising, really. 704. However, that might change in about 6.8 seconds or less.
Al Arrow straight down the middle of the lane, starts to drift over towards the centre line. He's going to have to keep it in his lane after the shutdown, which he doesn't
There you go.
do. No, he crossed the centre line after the finish line.
Does that DQ the run?
It doesn't matter, as long as it's on that white line which he crossed before. That one's going to have to go towards the race director, but a 6.78 would put him number 2. I'm not sure if it stands though.
Okay, Margot Smith, Ross Morrison. Margot with a 7.21, her best. Again, better than Easter because she's going to be racing tomorrow. Against Ross Morrison, who went 6.89. That's a 6.6 second machine. Everybody seems to be stepping up in his final session. Good looking runs in both lanes. Ross trying to hang on to it by the looks of it. 6.88 at 2.11. And Margot, 7.47, 184. Slight improvement for Ross, not for Margot. They stay put. Right, the two standard bearers so far this weekend. Although actually, if Al Morrison's run stands, that moves Daniel down to number 3. The number 1 spot at the moment is Jake, who's in the Kestrel lane, 6.75. In the Slick Tricks lane, Daniel Lentz from Hungary, 6.78 with an 8. What have we got for the last pair of Super Street bikes? That's going to be a huge number in both lanes if they can keep it in their lanes. 6.74 and a 6.75. Jake Michel retains the number 1 spot. 220 miles an hour for Jake. 224 for Daniel Lentz. That could well be your final round this time tomorrow.
Exactly.
Okay, last qualifying session for Junior Drag Bike, then we go into eliminations for Super Pro.
So, Leif Eric Braun in the Kestrel beer lane, missing in action on the last round. Up against Richard Wilcox. He got wheel spin, believe it or not, this morning. Leif looking for 8.05. Richard looking for 9.80. They've come all the way from Germany to run here this weekend. And for everyone listening with the last name Morrison, the 6.7 will stand. That's not a DQ. So your final qualifying round then in Super Street Bike, you have Jake Michel, number 1. Danny Lentz, number 2. And Al Morrison Jr., number 3. That was a 9.4 for Leif and a 10.3 for Richard. No improvement for either of them. On the track at the minute, Anouk Bergering and Holly King. Anouk with issues all weekend, looking for a 13.69. Holly looking for a 9.20. Just waiting for Richard to clear the top end of the track. He stopped on track, actually. Can see some of the crew there just pushing the bike off the end of the track now. Richard still actually sat on the bike. Just some of the crew pushing him off. So, Holly King's in stage. Here comes Anouk. Holly goes 9.20. Straight to number 1 for Holly King. She goes from 11 to 1. Anouk with a 13.57 breakout stays number 11. But number 1 qualified for Holly King. Next up then, Brad Morrison and Sophie Pollen. Sophie looking for an 8.38. Brad looking for a 9.65. So we're going to get there first. 2 and 8.62. Stays number 6. And no improvement for Brad either when he goes 9.85 on the 9.65 dial-in. They stay put. Jackson King giving you all a wave once again down there in the Slictrix lane. He's looking for a 13.60. He's just seen his big sister go to number 1, going bang on her dial-in. In the other lane, Leah Morrison, just seen her dad put it in number 3 in Super Street Bike. She's looking for an 8.00. And she goes 8.07. That's going to move her up the order. Puts her in at number 5. Jackson King stays number 11, goes 13.32. Breakout for him. Declan Butt and Alia Lester. Declan has asked for a shout out for his friends Dave and Nina, who've come from Dundee to watch him race this weekend. Well, there you go. Here's his second run of the day. He's looking for an 8.60 there in the Slictrix lane. A wheel spin and a wheelie for him too. Going to get to the stripe first. Runs 9.27 and a 9.47, sorry, on the 9.40 dial-in. Moves Alia up to 5. She got bumped down to 6 by Leah, and she's moved herself back up. Declan stays number 4. Harry Isaacs and Maggie Smallman. Maggie looking for an 8.00. Harry looking for a 9.80. You can hear Harry there building up the RPMs as Maggie slams it on the two-step. And the thing really does scream as it goes down the track. She goes 8.10, misses it by a tenth. But a 9.81 for Harry moves him up to number 2 and demotes Maggie down to number 3. That's us done for 2 wheels today. We now have a couple rounds of sportsman eliminations, starting off with Super Pro.
Indeed it is. Right, let's have a look at the pairings as we go into sportsman racing.
Right, now Thomas is left. Can someone please make him a T-shirt that says Talking Tom? Right. Someone mentioned that to me earlier. It needs to be done.
Right, Elodie Dubois takes on Alan Schofield. Sylvia Novak takes on Patrick O'Brien. Tom Atkinson against Sean Law. Dave Russell has got Ashley Bell. Bernard Saz against Max Peters. Fabien Dubois has got Steve Saunders. Paul Marston taking on Paul Brown. Daniel Giles and Phil Toppin. Franz Aschenbrenner takes on Bailey Ashdown. Callum Swinchat against Ian Brown. Alan Dibwell against Nick Good. Mark Bailey against Christian Schneebly. Patrick Buff has got Rennie Erskine. Lee Huxley against Jens Konecki. And where we are? Yeah, last pair actually on the bottom of the ladder. Josh Duncan taking on Bob Doyle, and that is the pair that's underneath.
No Bob Doyle. So is Pete Walters an alternate?
Yes, he was, yep.
Wow.
He gets in as first alternate. Second alternate is Mark Courcelle.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then the other belt, I don't know which one it is, and then Dougie Hill.
Okay, so it's Dragster against Dorcar. 6 flat, the dial-in for Pete Walters.
It won't be 6 flat, it can't be.
It won't be, yeah, it's not 6 flat. It's also not 70 foot. There we go. That's better. It's also not 7. Yeah, that's more like it. 8:42 for Josh Duncan and 7:45. There we go. Right way around.
It's be a good race.
Yeah, it should be. So Josh Duncan qualifies number 16. You would normally expect to get a slightly easier draw than Pete. However, if you want to win, you got to beat everybody. So this is racing, folks. The Staggy you see on the tree, the door car 8.42. Then the tree will run almost a second later for the Dragster. Whoever gets there first wins, but they can't go under their numbers on the board. All red light. Pete goes 0-3 red. Someone with Pete's experience. An 8.45 as well for Josh Duncan. The team on the start line, delirious, as they should be. Okay, that's another thing you can't do, by the way. Go red. Tom, yes, sorry, come on.
Tom Axton and Sean Law, your next pair. The team, Time is Money, Cortina State, taking on the Wicked Lady Dragster. Well, qualifying doesn't mean anything anymore, but Tom did qualify number 5. Sean was number 21.
The other reason it doesn't mean anything is they haven't run in these conditions all weekend, have they? So Thursday, Friday, I forgot where I am. Friday, when they had 4 qualifying runs, light breeze, mostly sunny, lovely day. Yesterday they got 1 qualifying run, very cloudy, headwind. Today, getting dark, headwind.
Cooling down.
Cooling down a lot, exactly, yeah, there we go. But all of them have run their cars enough to know what their dial-in should be, or there or abouts. So not much in it on the tree. And there isn't much in it on the tree. Side by side, Dragster or door car? It's door car. 8.51 on a 48. 05 at the stripe takes out an 8.74 for Sean Law. Just fell off a little bit at the top end. They were 06 for Sean on the tree to an 07 for Tom. Pete Brown with the Rebel slingshot. Against Professor Paul Marston. Paul actually runs a racetrack down in Manston in Kent. Runs a drag racing school as well. A number of people have learned to drive in this particular car and rented it as well. 8.95 for Paul in the Slick Tricks lane. And 8.38 for Pete. That's fairly nippy. So again, this is eliminations. If your win light does not come on, you are loading up. Well, Paul Marston, 0.2 on the tree. He got away with one there because Pete Brown went red. Pete Brown, don't go 8.38, he didn't. He went 8.46, 9.03 for Paul.
Yeah, it's only an 04 red. But red is red. Okay.
Sylvia Novak with the Corvette against Mark Courcelle.
Yeah, so no, Phil O'Brien, unfortunately.
He's there.
Ah.
He is there, but looks like the car wouldn't fire. So Mark Courcelle was round there, waiting just in case, I can only presume. But Phil O'Brien's car, Phil O'Brien's crew were standing on the start line waiting for him. The car wouldn't fire. He's been pushed away. So I'm guessing it was Sylvia Novak that qualified by right.
Yep.
And Mark Courcelle, he's got to come back again, though. That's the only slight... Oh, there we go. He's on the way back. He does need to get a move on, though.
Yeah, Sylvia qualified number 9. And But say such a shame for the Camaro, but Mark Courcelle, second alternate, gets in.
We've just got to find out what his dialing is. Ah, there we go. 8.60. Harley holding up the dial. They've had a lot of trouble this weekend. They may be really glad they put it back together. Well, or not, as the case may be. We're about to find out. Up against that amazing Corvette from France. So, the little dragster, that's not the car Sylvain Novak was supposed to be racing. Well, Sylvain Novak's already gone past him, but the car's going for a bit of a wander. All he's got to do is keep his nose in front, which he does. 8.36 takes out an 8.96. Well, at least Mark Courcelle got to run on race day. Yeah, one of those things. Good effort. Commiserations to Phil O'Brien as well. Drag racing sucks sometimes, doesn't it? But mostly not. Bad day at the drag is better than good day at work any day of the year. Track crew checking out after Sylvain's car went for a little bit of a wander. It was perfectly fine though. He will be in elimination still tomorrow. Jens Konecki with the Rocket Olds. 7.67 is a good half a second quicker than we're used to seeing him dial. He's got a fun one in round one though. He's got Lee Huxley. Well, they're all fun, if you know what I mean. Blimey, the next pair's not bad either. Well, that was a surprise, Tom.
Well, note to self, don't be first alternate again. That's so quick, and you've got to be on it the whole time. We were just getting ourselves ready to set up, and then went, yeah, go. So, quickly come round, do the burnout. And I think you guys could see it better, but they were just looking at each other, both womping it.
Yeah, it was a reaction time difference between them as well. So, anyway, Jens Konecki, Lee Huxley. They rode away. Oh, wheel spin off the line for Jens.
Yeah, that looked like a second gear launch, if anything. Lee Huxley will get there. I'm sure he's backing off, and he does. Lee Huxley takes the win. Jens Konecki picks the worst time to run his worst number of the weekend. Well, after all the great runs, Jens Konecki's car just didn't leave the start line, unfortunately. It's Lee Huxley moving on. So, side-by-side dragsters. This is a hell of a matchup for round one. Alan Didwell, Nick Good.
Yeah, Alan did well. Well, he was champion back in 2023. He wants another championship without a shadow of a doubt. But Nick Good, as we know, only makes a couple of appearances a year. Comes out of this one and the European finals. His cars are represented here, of course, with Matt Peters. But Nick with the blown dragster. 6.87 dial. Alan Didwell looking for 7.64.
Yeah, it's very rare for Alan to not be the quicker of the two cars running, let alone by a margin as great as this.
Okay, moving forward. So, Alan will get the tree first. Whether he chooses to take it or not is entirely up to him. Nick Good with the big blown car is going to be trying to run him down.
Oh, Nick Good goes round. He actually was rolling.
He did
that broke the beams, yeah.
Wow, they would have seen that light. They went all the way through.
I'm sure that Alan Didwell saw the win light, especially as it was dark. I mean, that tends to...
it will shine quite bright, the shine down there. And, of course, the ones around the scoreboards as well.
The only thing that's going well so far is that anyone that red lights, at least they're not running bang on their dialing, because that's got to be a horrible thing to see on your timing ticket. Oh, look, I did that really well, but I did that other bit wrong.
Right, next up, Ian Brown with the Camaro, 763. Callum Swinchut, though, the king. Look at that live stream picture there. Callum Swinchut, 893. Difference on the tree, 1.3 seconds.
Well, Callum's been on it all weekend, as has Ian Brown, actually. After frying the transmission last weekend at the Door Slammers in qualifying, they chose to sit it out for the week, rebuild it, make sure everything was A-OK.
Well, that was the weird bit because Ian and Harrison went back home and did their work and everything. It was Ozzy that was left behind.
Oh, that's nice.
to keep as the gatekeeper, if you like. So, well done, Ozzy.
So, Autumn will go first to be chased down by Dorcar.
And there's a red light for Ian Brown, unfortunately, so Callum will go through.
0-2 red for Ian. What a shame. Don't run 763. I'm sure you guys have noticed, but everyone's about 400ths off at the moment.
Yeah,
or more,
I've
aren't
noticed
they?
that, yeah.
Kristen Schneebly with Bonnie Boone taking on the Barracuda of Mark Bailey, the Formula S racing car. 878 Darlington, 783. 0.95 of a second difference between these two on the tree. Half past 8 on a Sunday night here, bank holiday weekend for the main event. And we have one more class after this. I don't think anything else is going to come down.
No, we have time.
No, exactly.
We've still got the rest of the class to go, haven't we, really? So Mark Bailey will be going first in the slick tricks lane. Both of these two have been bang on their dial-ins all weekend long.
And another red line. Wow.
Oh, 005 for Christian Schneebly as well. Don't run 783. He didn't. Well, Mark Bailey wasn't really on time with the 09. Christian Schneebly almost was. 005. It's been great having the team here for the last 2 weeks, both door slammers and this weekend.
Yeah, thank you for coming over. Thank you for the entertainment. Thank you for bringing that beautiful car. Right, Franz Aschenbrenner. Birthday yesterday. Qualified superbly in the number 2 spot. Taking on Bailey Ashdown. So, well, Bailey's best friend's down there. Shanja's backing her up there. So, the winner of this will go through to race again tomorrow in round number 2. Another red light.
It's got to be the 4th red light in a row.
In the left lane.
In the lane, yeah. Don't run 823. She runs 823. That's... that's
oh. Well, a great run. Shame about the cherry on the tree.
Well, Franz Aschenbrenner broke out slightly. It didn't really matter by then because the wind light was on. That's what I was saying. Try not to do that. If you're going to red light, just don't do it to yourself. Don't run it out the back door. Run back to the dining.
There may be a fuel leak coming from underneath Ashley Bell's car. You can see the trail running out in front. It's evaporating very, very quickly. In fact, I think they may have spotted it. A loose fuel fitting around the front. It is mechanical fuel injection, so there's all the fuel pump, hose lines and everything around the front of the engine. They've been given the thumbs up.
Go,
okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Is that AC Bell in there or Ashley? You said Ashley.
AC.
It's AC.
No, that's all right.
Bizarrely, Ashley is the next alternate. He is in the lane.
He's there.
Yeah. But we're running out of pairs.
So AC with 875. I think he went quicker than that earlier this weekend. Against Dave Russell, the one and only van with no name.
And Syserve, the new sponsor here today as well. Hope they've hung around late in the day to see the van run.
Well, it's a heads-up race. As long as neither go quicker than 875, that's what they've both dialed. AC Bell's going to get there first by a couple of car lengths, actually, but breaks out.
Too quick.
Dave Russell takes the win, and we'll be racing on Monday.
I'm sure that was part of the strategy.
Yeah.
Same dial-in, stay ahead.
Oh, how about Bernard Sass? Wow, what a debut from this car.
Been featured in Dragzine now, if you follow them on Instagram. Taking on Matt Peters, so both cars full carbon fibre.
Well, we haven't seen, but we haven't seen a lot of him since yesterday. But we didn't. I don't think we saw him since Friday.
Yeah, he had 2 runs. That was all he's
That's
done
all
in
he did.
qualifying,
Yeah. So his first run was a really good one, which got him number 3, bang on the money, 750, which is the number on the board again. The second one was a stormer, way too quick. I think it was a 7.3, something like that.
38, I think.
Again, it could be another fuel leak. There's
Loads
a
of
big
fuel,
leak running out the front of the car. He might be told to pick it off.
That's a big one. That's a very, very big fuel leak. That's not something you can just. That's not a loose fitting that could be done up somehow.
Yeah, he's been told to click off. Well, it's been an awesome debut for the hot run number 2. I'm sure they'll go home happy as Larry.
It looks like it is fuel, but it was a lot. It wasn't just the odd drip. It was lots and lots. And there might well be a... Oh.
Car has been incredibly well received by everyone who's seen it. So Matt Peters on a solo, looking for a 763. It doesn't matter anymore. He can run whatever he likes.
Going to try and nail the number, though.
Yeah, he wants the data for tomorrow, obviously, and every run helps.
We didn't try and nail the tree.
770 at 170 miles an hour for Matt.
So Rene Erzman taking on Patrick Dubois.
5 pairs to go. This is a great pairing, actually.
2 big door cars from abroad. René Hirschman from Switzerland in the Kestrel lane, taking on Patrick Dubois with the Milwaukee Pontiac.
Even with reversing lights. I don't often see that. I've obviously seen cars with lights, but pretty rare. And this is a street car. You see reversing lights up here. And there we go. Patrick Dubois with Milwaukee top, one of 3 cars from the Dubois team, the custom gangs from France. We've still got Elodie to come. He'll be taking on Alan Schofield, and Fabien Dubois will be taking on Steve Saunders.
Well, Fabian's against Steve Saunders. Can't see Al Schofield, so we will see who comes round.
Yeah, if Al's not there, it will be Ashley Bell as an alternate.
Ashley's right next to him. We'll see who comes round. He might be Alan Schofield might be behind him.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see. So the 55 Chevy from Switzerland, 765 in the Kestrel lane, will get the green light first. It will be up to the Pontiac from France to run him down. It's another red light. Another red light. How many is that now in this round of racing? 5. Unreal.
Yeah, Patrick got away with one there too.
Really did.
Blew the tyres off the thing and made a move towards the centre line.
Well, that was an 05 red that time. 05 red that time in the Kestrel lane for René Erzman.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't have to beat everyone you race, just the guy in the other lane.
Or girl.
Or girl.
So, Scott Hauser, who had a pretty dire start to the weekend. First run too quick, second run snapped the cam. Was down to 1 run yesterday to get in, and did just number 30. However, never count out Scott. Yeah, Robert Gaston was number 14. You think you'd get someone, again, slightly easier, should we say, than Scott Hauser. I don't think Al Schofield's there. It could well be Ashley by the look of it. Is Barry Giles against Phil Top in a race as well?
Yes.
Okay. So Robert Gaston with the door cars going in second first, or thereabouts. The news of this pair is Scott doesn't go red. However, he's also got not to break out and win. Which he doesn't, he breaks out. Robert Gassner takes the win, breaks out by the least. Scott Hauser goes 500ths to the grid. Couple of hundredths in it on the tree. Scotty took a 0.6 at the stripe, and it proved to be too much. Robert Gaster moves on. Okay, Steve Saunders got in at number 27. Taking on Fabien Dubois. His twin sister Elodie is round the back in another Milwaukee Dragster. Hers is blue. .705 Fabien. Been darling 690s, isn't he? 695. Steve Saunders just happy to be back racing anyone, I'm sure. Yeah, it is going to be Elodie against Ashley Bell, your next pair. Because they're here. So good luck, Steve, on your return to racing. Going to be run down by that big mile per hour, that French dragster in the Kestrel lane. Steve going all over the place, as is Fabien as well, but he keeps it off the wall. And he's still wiggling at the top end, goes 7.55. I don't think the crew were too impressed. 11.26 for Steve, bows out in round one.
So Elodie Dubois should have been taken on Alan. Just to let you know what's happened to Alan this weekend. After Q4 on Friday,
He was here.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Well, I can update you. It was found a ceramic on one of the spark plugs had broken up and part had gone through the engine, bending a couple of valves and nipping the top ring on the piston, causing a loss of compression. Yesterday we spent rebuilding the engine, fired it up this morning, all looked good. Wanted to thank everybody that rallied around to help them, but unfortunately, when it came to eliminations, it hasn't been able to start.
Is that what?
You know, they can't make the run, so he was there.
So Ashley Bell is in for Alan. Oh, after all that work as well.
Yeah.
Look. One more pair to go after this, and it's round one of Super Gas, and it's a wrap for Sunday.
It's going to be tight running Super Gas. Should be able to do it though.
I think so. That'll be fine. Oh, problems for Ashley Bell, being told to shut it off. So it's going to be a solo for Elodie Dubois. So all three of the custom gang cars will be in round number 2.
And none of them really had a decent race. Patrick won on a red light. Fabien because the other guy got lairier than he did. And Elodie on a bye run.
That's our quickest of the weekend, 7.14. Well, she did get the perfect ET money, 7.15 with the 0. Okay, so one pair to go. Daniel Giles and Phil Toppin. And they're behind us here.
They are indeed. Little quick clean-up in the Kestrel lane behind the start line after Ashley Bell. Massive commiserations to Al Schofield as well after all the work.
Oh, that was a huge effort. Well done to the team, though, for trying, and everybody that helped them as well. But having a bit of a spark plug work its way through the engine and, as you say, nipping a piston as well, not so good. Had a great weekend last weekend in France. They went down to Clijsters. They were here for, well, as spectators at Door Slammers on the Friday, then drove down to France. And
really?
In that evening, and then were racing there Saturday. Went 3 rounds, I think.
I think they did, yeah. It was tough. Very tough indeed. Super Pro and Pro ET in Europe, wherever you show up and run, is a very, very well supported class. Not sure where the biggest field is. I think possibly Hockenheim, although they limit numbers, don't they? They do limit numbers. The 64 car field has been here.
Phil's topping car.
It's got the body back on, actually. It was running naked all the way through qualifying, but they put the body back on it.
Probably found it hidden in the caravan.
Yeah. So your last pair then, Daniel Giles, Phil Toppin. Phil will wait just for a moment. It's, the routine.
It's very funny.
They do reverse the car very slowly to build up the heat.
I should say it's very funny at the top end yesterday. Phil Topping came round the corner when we were up there and drove back, kept the engine running and drove back again. 2 minutes later his crew turned up and went, "Where is he?" They'd obviously passed him on. I don't know how you could miss that, but they did.
Yeah.
They drove past him somewhere, I don't know where.
Well, unless Phil had obviously done the run and came back and the team go up the return round.
That's right.
And just turn left after scrutineering. We'd obviously gone past
Further.
scrutineering
Yeah,
before the
he
team
must
got
have
there.
done. He didn't click it off, he just kept going. It was really funny. Almost everyone in Super Pro stops at the top end for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So this is the last pair before we kick off Super Gas, which is the last of our class eliminations for this evening, as it is 8:45. I suppose that's the only downside about racing in May. We don't get night racing, do we?
No.
Still daylight, sort of. So Phil Toppin will be going first, 8.90 he's dialing. That car can go way quicker than that. Against Daniel Giles, 7.40. Well, Phil Toppin's giving it a good go. Daniel's running him down. Daniel takes the win, 7.55. Phil Toppin gave it a good go with a 921, 145 miles an hour. Okay, this is Super Gas round number 1. Moving on so quickly, we didn't give Colin a chance to give us matchups. Well, there we go.
Yeah, Tim Moore taking on Vic Parsons. There we go. There'd be Stu Johnny and Stefan Reffeltraff. Richard Tunstall and Andy Dibley. The Morris boys taking on Rob Stanley, Mark White and Ronald House. Ronnie Mercer against Lee Morris. Dave Fulton and Bob Molden. Wayne Hiscock against John Dalrymple. Andy Harrison against Don Scott. And Dave Cherritt against Sarah Unsworth.
So a lot, actually. That's a lot of matches.
Yeah.
Is it 20 cars, I think, in Super Gas this weekend?
Indeed it is, yeah.
Yeah. No, I was actually alluding to round 2 of Super Pro after round 1. What the round 2 matchups would be, but we're going to see those tomorrow morning, all being well.
Well, both drivers have been told to click off. They've found something in the Kestrel beer lane. If it's not too long, we will run gas. If it's going to be more than 15-minute cleanup, we're going to run out of time. As we wait with weighted breath.
I think, well, whatever it is probably fuel, because it looks like it's evaporating. Or if it was water, it seems to be dissipating. It's down to tracking to see what actually the tractor is just waiting to come out. And does so. So a very quick bit of sledding, and hopefully we can get our 10 pairs of Super Gas cars through in the next 13 minutes. Yeah, we should be able to. Don't forget live music, 9 o'clock this evening on the big stage. I think it's the Killers, if I remember rightly, without looking at the programme. It is. Well remembered, Cobb.
Very good.
And
I'm impressed.
Yeah, and of course the catering area will stay open late as well.
Well, by some complete fluke of chance and an utter mistake, because they've given them to me. Look, they obviously don't know who we are and what we do. I've been given the pairings, the ladders.
Yeah.
Pro modified, if anyone didn't know. Matchups for round one. Mark Hartvelt takes on Norbert Kuno. John Tebenham against Bruno Barda. Andre Arno against Kim Christensen. That'll be fun. Matt Eriksson will get a bye because we know Dave Smith won't be there. David Vector gets John Webster. Jari Rantaniemi, Kev Slyfield. Depending on the outcome of those two matchups as well, David Vector could be racing Jari Rantaniemi, which was like your numbers 1 and 2 in the championship last year. Michel Turenne against Marcus Hilt, and Andy Robinson against Michael Winter. Also, Top Methanol. Sandro Bellier will get a bye run. Johnny Lag against Silvio Strauch, and Tony Brinson against Tina Host Nedregard. So basically 2 heads-up races and a bye. Pro Stock, Robin Uren gets the bye run. Michael Malmgren gets Lasse Britsmar, the winner of that, well, gets Robin. Jimmy Orland against Henry Reel. Welcome to Pro Stock, Henry. You get the time champion. And Stefan Enrud takes on Simon Eckengren in the last one. Top Fuel ladder, as I figured at the top end, Suzanne sounded very impressed. She's got India in round number 1. Chance for a bit of redemption from the finals last year. Liam Jones will be taking on Dennis Nielsen. Pro Stock bike will be 6 bikes. Spectrum Maurice against Alex Hope. Jörg Lemont against Karl-Heinz Weikum. And Martin Bishop, not Mark Bishop, against Jerome Rougemont. Top Fuel bike, Rickard against Martin Zylstra. Glenn Borg against Neil Midgley. My goodness. Glenn Borg, quickest run ever. You'd expect an easier matchup than Neil Midgley, wouldn't you? Stu Crane, who's number 2 against Jiri Lukes. That's another Fuel bike against Funny Bike. And the last one is Eric Richard against Mark Smith. I think we've got one more to go. Oh, Super Street bike. Yeah, there's loads down there. Very quickly. Okay, so Jake Michel against Dan Diaz. Again, welcome to Super Street bike, Dan. Rudy Zorzi against Kostas Giannopoulos. Luke Ferrugia against Ricardo Grauer. Ross Morrison against Boyce. Daniel Letts against Brad Head. Yanis Marzakalis against Yanis Lampropoulos. So that's an all-Greek matchup, I hope. Al Morrison against Martin Hallett. And Mogenslund against Margot Schmidt will be your last one we have time for. I'm sure you will file those accordingly, sir. Yep. Yeah, what they do give them to me, I don't know. Sorry. They obviously don't. They're not aware of our roles in this, in this part of town.
Okay, your first pair there. Tim Moore taking on Vic Parsons. The aim of the game is 9.90. If you go quicker, you break out of the class index. If the guy or girl in the lane opposite you goes quicker than your breakout number, then you'll still win. But don't go under 990 is the second rule. The first rule is don't go red.
Well, we've got 10 minutes to get 10 pairs done, which I'm sure we can do.
It's doable.
It's doable. So, welcome back, Tim.
It's a green light drag race. So, who's going to be the bravest up at the strike? Vic Parsons, Tim Moore. Let's look at the big screen, very close to each other. Vic's got his nose in front and takes it 9.99 to a 10.04.
Win margin of 0-1. Tim actually had reaction time advantage off the start line. However, it don't matter because he didn't get there first.
Next up, Lee Morris taking on Ronnie Mercer. Now, Lee only had one run in the class. It was a breakout run as well. But he went 9.89. So he was there. So Ronnie Mercer had a little sniff of gas just to get him into the 990s.
Maybe he's cutting back on his nitrous budget. That's why he's
but we
going
know
into gas.
we know Lee Morris. Well, we didn't realise it for years, but yeah, he uses nitrous as well. So a 3.8 litre straight 6 with nitrous in the Jag E-Type, a 363 cubic inch small block Ford in Ronnie Mercer's Annie.
I'm upset my spoon's not making any noise. No.
Oh, we're delighted about that. The cushioning effect worked.
It did. Wow, clear advantage on the start line for the little Jag. Will it be an advantage at the finish line? The answer is yep.
Wow.
Massive whole shot win, actually. Goodness me, that's a big one. A 10.06 beats a 9.93 by 0.2. That tells you all you need to know about the start line difference. 06 to a 0.21. Stefan Raffertrath, Stu Doiney.
Well, Stu is your #1 qualifier, of course. Your champion from last year. He's a quadruple champion in a row before that. Oh, very close to the...
Stefan all over the place. Well, that was wild.
Wow.
Nearly got over the centre line, just missed the block.
That's what happens when your throttle stop comes off while you're basically driving on the centre line. Stefan's car has one of the most aggressive throttle stops where it actually cuts to nearly 0% throttle and then comes back in again almost instantly. And he likes doing that on the groove.
Like launching again.
Yeah.
So that was the issue. The car went to the side and he was out of the groove when it came back in. Although saying that, there is a fairly wide groove, but obviously not wide enough.
Yeah, but it was the almost like the chassis was upset a little bit there. Oh. Right, Dave Fulton taking on Bob Molden.
Dead on Dave. It was nearly #1 qualifier.
Yeah.
Nearly, Dave. Well done, mate. Again, visible reaction time difference. I don't need to say it out loud, you can see it. Bob Molden's way up front, he's going to be slowing down. Can Dave Fulton catch him? The answer is yep. Oh, Bob goes too quick. But he wasn't going to win that one.
Yeah.
Dave was 0.5 on the tree. He had a 1/10 of a second advantage. That was the difference at the finish line. Bob Molden broke out and still didn't get there first.
The speed difference at the stripe, well, I thought it was more than actually, it's 20 mile an hour difference.
Sarah Unsworth and Dave Cherritt. So this is the time where Sarah gets it absolutely bang on, nails all the shifts and runs 9.90. We hope. She hopes. The family hope. Oh, hang on. Dave's in the Olympics. I didn't know that. That was quite an athletic leap over the wall. So Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, 9.92. Sarah had a few runs that weren't close, a few runs that were too quick as well. Nothing in it on the tree. All about who can run the best at the finish line. It's Sarah.
Wow.
10.27 takes out a 10.37. I told you she'd get it right when it mattered. They were both 0.16 on the tree. Yeah, she was just sucker punching all of them, wasn't she? That's what she was doing. Sandbagging.
Wayne Hiscock, John Dalrymple, your next pair. The Full Tilt Willis taking on the big Chevelle. Different ways of going 990, it really is. Wayne, we're used to seeing lift and coast, but he tries a few different things. Off he goes.
He's slowing at the top end. John Dalrymple getting all out of shape. 10.12 takes the strike for Wayne Hiscock. He was nearly a 10th better on the tree, and once again that tends to be all you need. Especially when everyone's in the 990s anyway. Mark White with the FX Vega in the Slick Tricks lane against Ronald House.
Yeah, Mark has really been pushing that wheelie bar hard into the racetrack. He's been launching with the front wheels in the air pretty much every run. Well, they're messing the boat straight into stage.
Wow! We'll tell you what happened in a minute. At the moment it's a race to the finish line, which Mark White wins. Way too quick for Ronald House. Mark White was 0003 on the tree.
Wow. Well done, Joel.
Yep. Outstanding. Well, basically nearly red lit, but you know we don't want to say it like that. Couple more pairs to go. Don Scott, Andy Harrison. Perfect timing, 3 minutes to 9.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go and 3 pairs to go.
So Don Scott in the slick tricks lane. Andy Harrison, Gestra lane. Good time for staging, you chaps. There we go.
Come on.
Super close at the finish line, as it should be. Andy Harrison on a hole shot. 10.05 takes out a 10.02. He was 08 on the tree. Don Scott was 0.15. Last pair and a bye run, and we are there. Richard Tunstall, Andy Dibley. Wow, Richard Tunstall qualified number 3. Thought, yay, I'll have a nice easy round 1 win. Not round 1 win, round 1 contest. And he gets Andy in round number 1. Both of these two, absolutely. Oh no, Richard rolls the lights. It will be Andy Dibley with effectively a freebie into round 2. 9.97. Big shame for Richard Tunstall. Right on it all weekend until round 1.
Look at that, 20.59 at the time. 1 car to go. It's the Morris boys, of course. Colin at the wheel. The wind light comes on. Then the throttle stop releases. And that is a 990 with a 1. Save the best till
Flair
last.
for the dramatic. Very quickly before we go, we've only got a couple of moments left. I just want everybody left in the grandstands on the banking just to put your hands together, please, for the incredible Santa Pod Raceway track crew. Start line, finish line, up here in the tower, in the pits, working tirelessly, and they're not finished yet. They're out there scraping the start line so that everything will be in perfect condition for tomorrow. They are the best on the planet, and we know it.
Okay, that's a wrap from us in the tower. We'll say a very, very good night. Enjoy the live music over on the stage. Daryl, Thomas, myself, we really do look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. But until then, good night.